Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag.
I'm a medics.
It's so good to see you again. It is so good to be back to Parasite Eve for the PlayStation. We are back at it for Part 3. Now, last time we played this, we had our Party Edition. That was a great time we had, for sure. It's just a mix night to night, but hey, it's always going to be a party on this program, that's for sure. As we're near the end of Day 5 now, we just have to go through the rest of the museum and then get to the final day and defeat Eve, but, well, we're not finishing the game completely tonight. We've got other stuff we've got to figure, and I guess the question is, I'm just looking around, okay, you have it. The stack of papers, massive stack of printer paper I took out, because we are starting the Chrysler building, and from what you've been telling me, this is going to be a bit of a trek.
Yeah, it's quite a maze. Then they purposely have a bunch of dead ends, so I'm trying to reduce the amount of backtracking we have to go.
Smart case, and it's like, hey, you know this game for sure. I mean, I've learned it more because of you and because of this play we've had. We've had a great time so far with this, and we've already keep going with Part 3. Basically, we're going to do this, and we're going to give it the full play. And I guess the question to you before we get going, did you ever do Chrysler Building specifically?
I don't remember if I got to the very top.
Uh-huh.
But I did get all the items that I wanted to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the most part, I finished it.
Okay, so that fits that way. And actually, how we're going to run this, we're going to finish the main story. I have another file set up where we got the junk grind. There are 300 pieces of junk you get to get a selection of weapon, I think, yes? I just want to make sure I understand that right, because I did that. I said, okay, I want to at least practice it. I didn't have it set so like, oh, it's not seen on screen to show that happening. But just want to make sure that that is right. There's nothing else to that, yes? After doing the 300 items for that?
Yep, just hand it in and you have a choice of weapon, or you can have Taurus give you a random one, which could end up being a complete dud.
Okay. Wait, hold on. You say Taurus. Does that mean that...
Not Taurus,
is it Taurus? Wayne. Well, here's a... Okay, that goes to... Thank you for indicating that at least, because at first my question was, wait... I was doing my test play off screen for that, we'll see it a little later, but I thought, does he have to die again? And apparently he does have to die again, spoiler warning, he died, but either way, well, that goes to, but basically you can make him surprise you, so basically he can like screw you over completely.
He can give you super junk, which is literally worthless.
Yeah, the pad went off. Please don't, please make sure this didn't do anything weird. Oh shit, come on. Yeah, this was what I was afraid of quickly. Alright.
Does it go to sleep?
Oh, yes, it does go to sleep. But yeah, the game paused, by the way. That's why it's not doing anything. We are using the old school Double Shock 3 controller. I bought another one. He has one, and oh shit. I'm gonna
try the other one.
Well, I'll plug it into this. As I said, hey, if nothing else, this also goes to the idea of like, what is the aspect of the show. This is unscripted. Actually, let's see. Come on. Okay, good. Okay, there's the that. Oh shit, this is what happened. Oh, okay. So wait a minute.
D-pad? It switches probably digital.
Oh, so it switches automatically. Yeah, we're putting the PlayStation button. Sorry for this. Hello everyone. Hello Dolly Finn. So good to see you. Medics and I are back to Parasite Eve. While, yeah, I guess when it goes off for controller, it switches mode. I'm glad this happened on screen though. Good to see you, Dolly Finn. So good to have your acquaintance on the show tonight. Feel free to go into anything you got on Parasite Eve or anything gaming as we do this. Okay, so I'm glad that happened because remember, we've been saying this whole case. Part of the impetus of us playing this game and us kind of going to all the stuff with it has been a case of troubleshooting the PlayStation 3 controller when used with this game. We were running the PS3 version because there was a downloadable version. It's by far the cheapest way to get this if you want to buy a copy if you're liking what you're seeing tonight. But I bought another one to get a sense what's going on with the controller. And we're going in here just because I said, is there anything we want to see with them before we go back to the museum? I don't know if Wayne has anything else. Yeah, need something? Well, let's see. I don't know.
I mean, if you're feeling a little iffy on the end of Day 5, you can grab some more medicines.
Yeah, I was going to say this. Is like, yeah, feed my drug problem. Although, it's funny you say that, because when I was doing the off-screen junk grind, I guess I was getting stronger, as you mentioned, because I just was tossing everything out. Right. As far as the meds, I'm like, it's like, hey, I'm running junk. All right, let's just take a look at what we got. We got our meds 3-4. I don't know if I can get rid of this yet.
Nope. Everything in your inventory is mandatory.
I know the clamp key is, but I don't know if the Narita is. Because actually, the file we're going to run is... Yeah, you're right. Okay, so trust the expert of this game, for sure. Is there anything you want to take out or anything else you think we should be running?
You can take another medicine 3 if it makes your feel a little safer.
Yeah, all right, fine. Have the life insurance policy. That should be fine. And yeah, most of these are not going to need. There's fuel cure, which is a negative status cure of everything, but we have the detox. We have the other thing that will run full element, and same with revive. We have the power on our stuff to do that. And I guess equipment. We can't get rid of the rocket crate, as you said last time we went to the warehouse. By the way, your boss handling that. That was insanely hard to do, but yeah, you managed it no problem.
It's all about preparation.
Yeah, you can't get rid of the rocket crate for this. You can't get rid of the club, so hey, you'll be in a case of being able to have something to hit with, and we have tons of ammo. We're never running the ammo case ever again. I'll promise that for sure. And we don't have junk, so yeah, we'll see stuff with junk. And then the rare training cards, that's going to come in Chrysler Building, yes, you said?
Right.
Okay.
So the biggest things you get out of that is infinite tools.
Okay. Which, I mean, I guess we sort of have already when you really think about it because of all the trading cards that you got.
Well, tools and trading cards are different.
Oh, they are?
The tools are what you use to move their stats between items. The trading card is just there to add slots to your item.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Like, this is why he's the expert of it. And by the way, I don't know, if you want to run any part of this, feel free to let me know, or just...
I'll let you take control for now. And then...
Alrighty. Yeah, well, hey, that's the idea of what this is. Feel free just to go into anything to you and to chat. I'm so happy to get back to this game, and I will go to one thing as we're going back to the museum to finish it off. As I've been doing the test play of this more, and just playing this more as it's been, just as far as how it is, I want to thank you, Megs, for this, as far as saying that, okay, we're going to play this game, because as we mentioned, any request in the show, it's an asking you shall receive case, we're going to do it, no matter what. But as long as I can get a handle on it, we'll make it happen. But I gotta tell you, I've really gotten into this game massively. I think you were saying this actually a couple minutes before we went on the show tonight. The thought of, okay, the way this game operates is not like the later games in this series from what I've understood. And I have both of them, so they're on the table still. We can play both of those, which are the Third Birthday and the PSP and Parasite Eve 2. But even so, this game is a true original. And I think that's something that really...
There's just not many games that marry, like, real-time and then turn-based very well. Mm-hmm. And there hasn't really been any games since.
Yeah, which is definitely an interesting thing, although you brought up something, and when you said this, it kind of went into me massively.
Yeah, I mean, it just, like, came to me as a quick thought. It's
I'm
like,
glad you did.
Yeah, Mega Man Battle Network, I'm super looking forward to the collection.
Yeah, we all are.
They're putting a ton of work into it. I thought it was like, oh, why is it taking so long for the game to come out? And it's like, just port it and give it to us right now.
They're remaking, or they're rebuilding it, and they're adding online for it, so yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it, but it plays a lot like Parasite Eve as far as how the combat works, and that's
so there's like, you can move in between, you have like, essentially an ATB gauge where you're selecting your chips once they're full, but in between there's that graphic.
Yeah, that's the element of emulation. By the way, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. For part 3 of Parasite Eve, Medics and I are back at this 1998 RPG of Squaresoft's, and we're having a great time going into our memories as we get to the case of almost finishing the game, or actually, yeah, we are finishing the game as far as the main story, but then starting Chrysler Building, and we have our paper and pen to write the maps out. Feel free to go into everything you got with this game or anything else you got. ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. Yeah, go into what it was. Well, I stopped you with the glitch was on screen because of the fact, I guess, they emulated this.
Just throws you right off. But so Mega Man Battle Network, it's essentially a similar idea to this game where you have an ATB, but in between, you're still actively moving, dodging, doing your attacks.
Which is a great observation, and is that we're not going to see elements like that in it because, I mean, let's go into this, at least in Parasite Eve. The reason, I guess, it's doing that, I think, is because they're doing emulation on the PlayStation version, I guess, direct to this, because I'm pretty sure Square does not have the source code for this anymore. Anything of theirs on the PlayStation. So I don't know, that's probably why the artifacts are being seen this way, but I don't know.
Right, and I mean, it's such a minuscule thing. Like
it is.
Other than that, like I haven't really had. Well, I guess there was that controller issue, so that is a deal breaker whether you can actually play the game or not.
That's true. I mean, we have to get into that as well, as we have a quiz. We promised quizzes last time, which we had. Now we have another quiz, one that's in this new room. We have the clamp key, by the way. We can go anywhere in this museum. But yeah, hope you remember your elements of, I guess, biology and, I guess, geology too.
Photosynthesis by bacteria.
Yeah, so 25 million years ago, oxygen increased in the air because of photosynthesis bacteria. Halley's Comet dropped a meteor or reacts between gas and H2O. Yeah, I think you're right. It is the photosynthesis. I
think that's just like the general message of this game. I feel like the other two options weren't really more about microorganisms and bacteria.
Well, I guess they also, I don't know, they're giving you, like, the joke thing where they say, like, I don't know, something like that is. And yeah, when you get one of these right, you do get an item, you get a revive. So if we die, which I don't think is going to happen as much anymore, at least not now, until we get to pressure building, but we'll figure what we can do with that. Yeah, we'll be okay. Alright, so what we gotta do is we gotta look for one of the 2 bosses here, and then we gotta get our levels up at least 1 more because I want to show off the last Parasite power. Which is quite a sight to see. Well, be careful with the scorpion. Oh, shit. Okay, here's the other thing, because I did the off-screen grind for junk and everything, I was so used to going through the beginning of the game at level 1, even when they make the enemies harder, and seeing how, you know, they're just giving me nothing. Alright, we got poison, but it technically doesn't matter because we're not going to be using this file much after we complete the game. Specifically, we don't need this because you do get a
Yeah, at first I was like, maybe we should not get hit for the BP, but you're right, it doesn't matter.
I have 9,000 BP that I have off screen. I did get up to level 20, so it should be at least getting a set for Chrysler Building because I know that the enemies on the next play for EX game, which you unlock for beating this, you do get more stuff going on. Although to be set for this, yeah, you know, I'll use a little bit of my energy to get my health up to, you know, too. Just a little something, because we have the Triceratops we have to fight right here. So go up to him and hit. We've hit the X button.
No, you just walk on by and then he'll try to ambush you.
Oh, right. Yeah, there you go. You walk backwards. I should know I did this, well, actually, anyway, I did this for part 2 for the practice. And then I did it again when I was doing the setup for where we're going to go tonight.
Yeah, this guy's kind of difficult.
He hurts. We do keep getting that great music with Yoko Shimomura going, and yeah, there he is, so hit him. We do have our weapon that does hit multiple points on him, although honestly I think there's only 1 point, so it's hit the skull.
Right.
And also be careful of the lightning, so yeah. Oh, but if you stand in the middle of that circle, you can survive it. Actually, I'll tell you.
It's a very pretty effect.
It's a beautiful effect. Actually, I'll tell you one game reminds me of is, I think we mentioned this at some point before, well, it does the ram. The ram does hurt, by the way. Oh shit, he did it again. Skittles Arcadia, Dreamcast. This was the game. Did you play that?
I played a ton of it.
Okay, great. Because you're not the only one I think who's mentioned that. And yeah, I'm being totally reckless. Let me get some. Actually, I should be doing one other thing, using hastes. Yeah, we can get faster run and faster ATB gauge going on. I get myself, you know.
Well, he's gonna attack. So
yeah, you're fine. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so yeah, you're right. Yeah, good to that. Yeah, we'll hit 3. We have this running. But yeah, one of the first bosses in Skies of Arcadia does have that attack, and actually, I have it on the I have it on the Dreamcast, so we're gonna be playing it that way. I'm gonna have to put like a million seizure warnings up for that because the lighting is pretty intense. This one not too much. Oh shit. Okay, what you want to do is you want to stay in the center. I'm not doing a good job. Specific. What you actually gotta do is take the. Oh, did I take the mask off? I guess, or the skull off already?
Oh, yeah, I never recognized that.
Yeah, I think it was because he was looking away from the camera. So I think that's the idea of what's going on. My new kitten's starting to feel more at home. Yeah, it's good to hear for sure. Like, yeah, last week as a die again, or die specific to this, get the recovery. Yeah, ElecVerse on the show last week indicated he had a new kitten, Ripley is his name, after Ripley from Alien. So yeah, good case that, you know, that's the idea. Or now Artemis, I guess named after Artemis from Sailor Moon, specific as far as that, which fit for the last RPG we did.
Not the god.
Well, or the god, that's true. There's a lot of cases as far as what the Artemis is, anyway. That's good to hear that, and good that, you know, you're having a good home as far as your new cat, or as far as, you know, feeling more at home and also having a good owner, that's for damn sure. Alright, we get a lot of health for that, a lot of experience, and yeah, liberate. This is the last of the Parasite towers we have running. This thing looks beautiful to
kind of runs in the same vein as Knights of the Round.
Yeah, I see. Here's the thing. He's played that game way more than I have. Is it like this, where it's a destruction completely?
It's just a multi-hit attack, or like Omni Slash, essentially.
Okay, that fits to that.
Yeah. Cloud's Last Limit Break.
Yeah, it's named after the goddess, but I actually didn't think of Mina's cat from Sailor Moon, so okay, you were right, Medics, for that one. It's a good call. Right, yeah, you do get it nailed out the window.
I was playing a lot of Hades, so that's where my mind went.
Fair enough. You're not the only one who's mentioned that. My last two cats were named Titan and Loki, so kind of going in the direction as far as gods and goddesses as far as that. So yeah, definitely a good case for it that way, and good to hear that Artemis is having a good home that way and continuing the ElecVerse lineage of your kitten and cat line, which is always a good thing for that. Yeah, but yeah, Aya's feeling hot. Yeah, she's gonna burn up so much that she kind of fades away, which I guess is part of that. Yes.
I would definitely heal before you get in the battle.
Yeah, because this, by the way, is the main thing. When you get knocked out here, you also get a missing 4
Oh, you are healed. Okay.
Oh, it gives you free heal?
I didn't know that.
Well, I'll also look back on the video just to make sure how is that actually handling. Because I know there's some cases after you change day, when you get to the end of a day, it gives you an element to get recovered. One thing it doesn't do is it doesn't reload, so we're going to do that.
Yep.
So going back to Has the Dead remake from last week, reload. So yeah, there we go, got it.
Shoot outside of the screen.
We can't, I don't know, we can't do that, can we?
Not in this game.
Oh, that's Resident Evil. Is that 2 as well?
House of the Dead 2.
Oh yeah, House of the Dead 2. Oh, House of the Dead, no, House of the Dead 1 shoots outside the screen, right?
Yeah, I cheesed that game by covering up the just to reload.
That's what every, that's actually what a lot of reviews at the time says, like, just cover that up to make it easier. Thank my mom for those names. Part of this was my idea. There you go. That is a good case of great minds thinking alike, as we have, well, you have a T-Rex. Say it again. We have a T-Rex. Yes, we do have a T-Rex, and then we're going to destroy it. Yeah, this is a hard boss, but there is one thing we have. We have Liberate. We're going to show Liberate off. You do have to have your Parasite energy, I believe, pretty much up to the max to run that. I'm not running it yet. I'm gonna haste it.
Haste is great.
It is. I've realized that. In fact, also the other thing is like the off-screen play for getting the price of building set. Oh, okay. Actually, that didn't hurt me as badly. I was using that a lot. I made sure to do that so at least we'd have haste running going into Chrysler Building, because I think that will probably help. As we mentioned, the thing about this game is that if you can do dodges and move away, that's going to be help. But, you know what, fine, we'll do one more haste, and then we're going to liberate, because this is going to look really, really nice. Alright, come on, dinosaur. Actually, I guess there is kind of a Jurassic Park thought to this. I don't know if they necessarily had that on their minds, but I would not be surprised. Yeah, just shoot the fire, so yeah, be careful. And it will go all across the screen. You know, I think at this point, yeah, we're liberating them. Alright, I want to tell them what Liberate does.
It's,
she turns into an
Super
angel.
Saiyan.
Yeah, she goes full Super Saiyan, she becomes an angel. She hits the enemies for massive damage. Or enemy, in this case. I don't know, it runs on one enemy usually. If you tend to use it in battle with multiples.
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, actually, I've only really used that. But just like Power Shot, what it does is it leaves you dazed unless you kill it.
But yeah, this one is definitely worth it.
Yeah, that's...
The damage.
I would say that would probably be the best method to run. Actually, technically, just the way we've been running as far as our stats tends to be the smart way to go. And it also just looks great because it goes to the idea of, I guess, if nothing else, bringing the story of this game full circle in the sense of, hey, as we've seen before, even Aya are... They always say this in the movies, like, with the villain and the enemy, like, or the villain and the hero, we're not so different, you and I. I guess we're not, but then again, the fact that she gets in touch with her inner, I guess, flying winged creature, but in this case, as you mentioned, the element of, what was it for Final Fantasy VII?
Well, Cloud's limit break.
Oh, right.
It's, pretty much a multi-hit attack. Even Final Fantasy VIII or Squall, he essentially has the same thing.
Mm-hmm. At some point, we definitely get to those other ones specific, because we have not done Final Fantasy on the show, and I don't know which one we should start with, but I'm open to any ideas from chat or from you.
I would suggest... Well, if you're looking for something quick, I actually started Final Fantasy series with Mystic Quest.
Oh, for Super Nintendo. I never played that. It's kind of more... Is it more action-based?
It's very basic.
Oh, I've heard that. Okay, by the way, yeah, okay, it would have taken a while for that to go to next. Yeah, we also get the M8000, which is a nice weapon. There's one thing it has that's very nice.
Did we forget a tool? Did we bring a tool with us?
We did.
Okay.
Your mother must be terrific as far as having that element to her as far as the naming. No, I get that Dolphin for sure. I think we did, yeah. I have one here.
Wait.
Oh, actually, as I said, for what we're, I guess, for fighting the final boss, you're right. We definitely should use this. So you're saying, we have to leave this area to use it?
No, we can do it right from here.
Okay, so there's the M8000. What it has is... Oh, that's Maida's gun. Or Maida's gun, I should say. Yeah, it has, was it the dual shot? Or what do they call
double
that?
Command?
What?
Well, I call it double command.
That's probably what it's called. Unless there is an official name, in which case it'll be at the bottom of the screen. So, alright, yeah, tool time. Yeah, so we take, the M8000... And then take... Yeah, this will be moved, and this will be lost. That is right?
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't matter which side you put it on, because usually I select the gun I want to put it on
Right.
first, and then the other one.
As long as you're picking the right thing to move and...
One thing I will show one other thing, which is... Wait, no, I'm not going to, because it'll just show this will be lost. It does say this will be lost for M8000, which is fine. But, alright, fine, let's do it. So there it is. There we have our first strike, we have our 3 bullets, we have our spread fire, and we have our double command. Which basically means that you can run to...
right, so you can essentially do haste and then still attack. Or haste and then heal.
Yeah, smart idea. But yeah, there is feasibly the remnants of where the T-Rex exhibit was. So yeah, this museum is not going to be necessarily something that people want to go to anymore.
I feel bad for that janitor.
That's true. I mean, then again, it's like, wait, nobody's here now. It's like, I guess they'll have to come back, I guess.
Somebody's got to clean that up.
They got to clean it up when the city is brought back again. By the way, I bet you're pumped to see Pilotwings 64 coming to Switch Online expansion pack on October 13, huh, Captain? Yes. I'm gonna have to talk to Medics about this one, because, yeah, as ElecVerse is indicating, we do have Pilotwings 64 coming to the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack in a couple of days. Pilotwings is the best, Dolly Finn, I agree. And we'll play that Super Nintendo game, because ElecVerse, I know you had your element of that. If you played Pilotwings. Any kind, specific, but especially that Nintendo 64 game.
I saw Nikki yesterday, and she bought this for me.
Oh, what was that?
Picari Sweat.
Okay, we're gonna put a picture of Picari Sweat, so it's your... Hey, it starts with a P, so it works that way. You ever played Pilotwings 64?
I have not. I never played any of this.
Oh, man. Well, the first one's on Super Nintendo, launched with this unit in 1991. There was Pilotwings Resort on 3DS, then launched with that in 2011. And wait, did I say 1991 for Super Nintendo? Because that's when it launched. And then 2011 for Resort. And then Pilotwings 64 was the other game at the launch of the Nintendo 64, almost Super Mario 64. Because on the day it came out, it was just those.
And then Wave Race came.
Wave Race was about a month. And then, which was the first game in the system you played, as you mentioned. But with this one, it is. We played it last year. I have a link, or I'll have a link in a couple days to our full play of it. But yeah, they are re-releasing that for the first time. It was a question of would they be able to re-release it, because it was developed by Paradigm Entertainment, the people who made Beetle Adventure Racing and the Spy Hunter remake, as well as Stuntman Ignition, which was the last game they made under Atari. They were owned by Atari, but then they went out of business. And I thought for years the question was, hey, they have to go back to Atari to get the rights to that, even though Nintendo has the Pilotwings name. But I don't know. Whatever it was, they have it. It's here. It's getting people to play it, or getting more people to play it. I know, like Richard mentioned, we played that. You would not play Pilotwings 64. You'll be able to understand exactly where I was coming from, and compare and contrast for the other Pilotwings game you played, Super Nintendo specific, and as I mentioned, we will do Super Nintendo eventually. Alright, but yeah, we'll keep going to this. And yeah, Picari Sweat, tell me what that is. That is water?
It's basically electrolytes and water, but it's actually quite tasty.
So it's like, I guess, what, a middle ground between like Gatorade and water? Okay.
But clear.
So in that case, like, yeah, thank you, Nikki, for that, but also the idea is, like, yeah, she was on for the last part as far as our party edition, so the idea is that, yeah, she's still a part of the show, and hey, like, the show, I mentioned last time, was named after her, so yeah, it's always going to be the case of that, and she'll be on the show next year, again, when we do,
Freddy Fish.
Yeah, Freddy Fish, right, and, Ed Wack wants to do Banjo-Kazooie, so, yeah, she might be popping up there, potentially, as well. So, definitely looking forward to that, and, like, I like the idea. It was funny, I was going back to the play of the last one, or last part we did of this, also because I wanted to make sure, okay, what we're doing with the junk grind, to get a sense of where was that at. But I was also just loving just that idea, just kind of that, by-play that was going on as far as everybody for it. The idea we're able to show off a game like this, or any game really, and kind of have...
Wait,
one
second?
What's up? Oh, right, behind the wall.
I think through the glass. Broken glass. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I didn't find this one. I did my test, so I think for eyeing
So this is, you actually get another double command here.
Okay, how?
I think there's another chest.
Okay, good on you. I did not know. Actually, do these stack?
No. In the Chrysler building, you can get a triple command.
Okay.
So that's something that...
So I guess here's the thing. I guess, well, because one thing to go, when we get to the end of this, everything you have in your storage will carry over. But, oh wait, because so I didn't get this actually when I...
It really doesn't matter that much.
that being said, I do. Here's the thing. I think I did store the. I stored the M8000 that had it before the other run, so I think we will still have access to it. As you said, feasibly, even we don't, we do have an 8, or I have a third one. Okay, last thing, by the way, before we head in here. As soon as we go in there, we have the map screen, by the way. We're able to go wherever we want in town. As soon as we go in here, that is going to be off the table. Also, I think this is also going to be more of a test of the question of, is there going to be concern on the nudity? I don't think there's going to be, because as mentioned, it's not visible, and they didn't give me an indication last time, like the Twitch or YouTube side saying, like, yeah, you can't put this up. But what I probably will do is, before I even do the edit, I'll probably upload the part you're watching right now, raw, without edits, just to see, does it give me a flag? And if it does, then I'll know to, edit that way. But either way, yeah, Eve is over here. So yeah, we went through the museum already, as we did a bunch of the run-through of it last time, and here she is.
Cover your eyes, children.
Well, that being said, this is a mature-rated game. It does fit to that, as I said, for that reason, but also because, hey, well, I'll tell you, if nothing else, it's not a case where it's like, oh, this seems gratuitous. I sometimes mention this. The idea of when you have a game with mature rating, when they're running mature rating, what are they doing with its content right here? It should be fine, I think.
They're not showing nipples, so it's...
Yeah, that's true. And that's going to be the case with Nier Automata, because I know Nocturne wants to play Nier Automata for us at some point, which, by the way, got Switch port this week, and is apparently great, the way they did the port of it. I'm hearing words are in there saying that it's as good as the Doom ports and The Witcher 3. Which are some of the best ports of that system.
Oh, she's hushing you.
Yeah, so... yeah, hush, little baby, don't say a word. But yeah, you can't shut me up. You're not even my real mom, as Nikki said last time. Or my real sister, as it is. Yeah, it's a wonder we made it this far. Yeah, we know what we're doing, I think. In fact, you know what you're doing better than I do. But, yeah, we're here. Congratulate me on this birth. Yeah, so I think you want to go into the story. Go right ahead as we go along. What are you planning to do? Perhaps you can help me answer that question. So we are asking the important questions on this show, as we've always indicated, which is why do humans give birth? For the purpose of expanding the human race, I guess.
Passing down genetic code.
Passing down genetic code. Yeah, the biology thing, as I said, there you go. Maya.
Did she have forearms before?
Who? Eve?
Yeah.
Probably not. I'll have a picture here of what she looked like. Or sort of what she looked like. But, I mean, she said the idea that, giving birth. In fact, there you go. There is her giving birth. You're right. Or getting ready to. While we're going into, I guess... yeah, the manhole cover. But unlike... because we saw this when we played Sonic Adventure about a year or so ago, but unlike that one, where it was like the weird water god chaos coming out, now it's like ooze and stuff like this. This is basically the M-rated version of Sonic Adventure, really, if you want to go into it. And we're actually in the real city, it's in New York, and everybody's gone. But yeah. Yeah, we got the big, I guess the kaiju monster, in a weird way. Built from what? All the cells that she took?
Yep. The people from Central Park.
Oh, right. Yeah, so that keeps coming back. So, yeah, unfortunately, Lorraine, Daniel's ex-wife, or, ex-wife, is in there. It's getting personal, but yeah, I love the other touch was that, yeah, she still has the pistol as far as everything, even though we have our machine gun, but yeah, she's not going to take that. Yeah, we've come too far to fail now. Everybody's counting on us.
We're here to kick her butt.
In fact, there they are actually fitting there, like they're out on the street or on the stairs waiting. You okay? Yeah, you both made it okay? Yes, we did. Barely made it through. Did you see that ugly mama? I was like, yeah. Well, we love Daniel because of course he's short and to the point. Yeah, that was everyone from Central Park. Yeah, it's Lorraine is part of that thing too. I'm sorry. She got a parent when medication Melissa was taking, which we saw in the first part. Yeah, what was she on? It was generic drugs, but we have an answer now. She's being administered immunosuppressants, so I guess... let's see, yeah, why? Alright, so yeah, we're definitely getting our big stuff of this. I switched my bedroom to be more comfortable. There you go. That is the whole idea of the show. ElecVerse, sit back,
I'm in my
relax.
pajamas.
What?
I'm in my pajamas, so...
There you go. That is how you do it. And I've done that too. I'm not gonna... Here's the thing. We've questioned the idea of, like, oh, we're gonna do camera for this program, but sometimes it is like, fine, maybe the voice element for it, let the game sort of speak for itself. Well, fine. Okay, that's bullshit. It's not true. We're speaking for the game, or I'm speaking for the game, I guess, to some degree. But the idea, it's all about your comfort. It's all about being able to sit back, relax, had a long week, a lot of things may be going on, and just enjoy and take in everything. But alright, so, as we saw at the beginning of the game, Melissa had the drug problem that I decided to take as on myself. So, like, you know, sometimes they do, like, yeah, here's the weird thing, it was just by reading a book, it's like, and then I just took it on. It's not that, you know, I was given, sometimes, like, you're given something and you have one and you're hooked on forever. It was like, no, I just looked at a book, like, yeah, it's a terrible thing.
Addiction is contagious.
I guess it is, but I mean, like, maybe we'll see as far as moving past it.
Speaking of, have you watched Dahmer?
Dahmer? Oh, on Netflix. I've heard a lot about it.
Right.
No, I have not. I've heard questions about the idea of what it was, the weight of it. I mean, fitting, I guess, to go into that because it's also a little bit of a crime thing. The idea of, like, some of the things he did for it. I don't know, how is it?
I've only seen 2 episodes. It's good so far. I just brought that up because I just heard about, I guess, glorifying serial killers or things like that. It kind of spurs other...
Yeah, the copycat concept. Well, I mean, there's a movie called that, Copycat. But, I mean, the question of, like, what that is, but then it goes to, I guess, another thing, which is that, alright, fine, how much can you necessarily show about something like that while making the point still, you know?
Actually, I think there's a serial killer going on around in California right now.
Really? Or, like, Zodiac. I mean, actually, this is the thing, if you've ever seen Zodiac from 2007, it's by David...
No, I do want to see it.
It's by David Fincher, it's amazing. But in the case of that movie, you don't really see much as far as the killing is concerned. It's kind of more about the aftermath, but I get that idea. Like, it's kind of a tough balance, but I mean, it's always going to be a case of, if it's done well, you won't necessarily question that, but if it's not, it's not, and somebody says question to that. I know it's a monster, but it's weird about how you're fighting the final boss. Yeah, no question, we're definitely getting into that. Because it goes, I guess, to the idea of, like, remember, Eve is going to give birth, as she's saying, and Melissa had a transplant when she was a kid, as we mentioned. What kind? Yeah, she got one of her sister's kidneys because of that car accident. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah, Maya died in that accident. Sorry, we're getting the story element going now, specific, but yeah, you're right, how it's working. So Melissa got Maya's kidney, and so that's going to Eve, who is a variant of... Well, we're going to get more of that with the Chrysler building, sort of, but it's... I don't know, I haven't played any part of it, but yeah. Your mother and sister were donors, so as that always works, is that if you're in an accident, you have on your driver's license saying that, hey, I won't be a donor, your body parts are going to go out if they're able to be used.
How is Eve a donor if she's not old enough to drive?
Well, that was probably what happened with Clamp. Actually, how old is Eve? Did we have a good indication of that?
Oh, Maya? Or Eve?
Well, Maya is probably definitely not old enough to drive, specific. But Eve, I don't know the question of that. Yeah, your mother's organ is going to be transplanted, though. So Maya's kidney was transplanted into the young Eve, so that was Melissa, I think. Well, fine, young Melissa, yes. She had kidney failure. So Eve's kidneys is Maya's. The intern who's present in the operation was, yeah, you guessed it, Hans Clamp. He wanted to become a doctor, but he wasn't. Oh, wait, he's not. He's a scientist. They were present during the operation. The doctors present were surprised, and they screamed that it was hot. So, I guess then, we'll see how this is. Eve is... Yeah, the original is present in Maya. Eve killed the host brain, cultured the kidney, and turned it into a physical body, so there you go. And that's what happened was, in the case, the drugs that she was taking were the catalyst for everything that happened. So, it explains the idea, she's like, hey, I feel more hot, we need to take more medicine. So, that goes to what we're saying the whole game, which is that there is a reality to this, for sure. And Japan targeted a girl to undergo a transplant, same case, basically. Also, Eve would have a uterus to be able to plant the fertilized egg, and as ElecVerse is saying over there, the potential idea of the baby. In order to transmit organs, you have an HLA type based upon match, and that's where Clamp got it. And in order to control immunity and avoid rejection, the drugs need to be used. And then she got the lead part in the show. And if she had gone to the doctor, they said, no, you're not doing the part, but she was fighting that way, and that's how we got into this.
Perfect storm.
Pretty much, yeah, no question. She kept taking it after taking so much. Remember, even she was saying, like, wait a second, why do you need to take this much? I'll tell you, this was kind of a surprise to me, just seeing that, because I'm thinking, well, it's something very early. We kind of made a case of a joke about it, and fair enough, just because of how that went. But just thought, like, that's a small detail, but they carried over. I think if nothing else, it goes to how tight the storytelling and script writing really of this really is. So weak that Eve was able to take over the body, transforming into mitochondria Eve, as we know her as. So Maya is the original Eve, and that is for something that's going to be a heavy weight on Aya for sure. Her mitochondria. This, by the way, is going to be a lot of story going on as we go along for this next about hour, I think. Maybe a little more than that. Yeah, but meanwhile, back at Central Command, we have to put our power to the test. So yeah, the military's involved again. Don't be impotent, Lynch. Shouldn't have come to this. Calling all fighter jets, refused permission to attack. So yeah, the fighter jets, a lot of them I guess got shot down because they're sending more out to the Statue of Liberty, as we saw in the opening of the game. It's planned, the helicopter team 1 will prepare for our next plan. Do the best to impede further advancement of the creature. So yeah, we have the creature for sure, so we're gonna get to that. And there's something to be said, like for what you're indicating, which is the idea of the dichotomy of the fact of something beautiful that is turned into a monster. I guess that's the idea of, when you really think about it, if nothing else, it's almost that idea of, you know, the beauty of one thing causing a lot of destruction, the idea of maybe, I guess, the perversion of something like that, which is what Eve is doing. Or in some ways a better take on, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Mother.
Mother.
It was by Darren Aronofsky. It is a movie that is insanely messed up and goes in very sort of similar directions, although I think this does it better. And there's only probably 2 people I've ever met that I would ever recommend seeing that movie. And I have not actually spoken to them in years because I don't live in the same state as them. And also, in a lot of cases, they're not even people in my family. It's rough going, that's even with the stuff of Aronofsky's, which I tend to like. But it's also something that I like the movie, but I even was saying to people, is that if you don't think this is something that you want to see, don't listen to me, don't go and see it and say it's... Don't listen to what I'm saying and go and say, like, oh, this is disgusting. Like, yeah, you're right, it is. And it was tough for me, so it's like, if that's the case, like, yeah, you might not want to. But it did go into similar elements with, I guess, the idea of motherhood and birth, and the idea of it being twisted in a hard direction. Really? Yeah, I don't know if I'd recommend it specifically if you are able to handle really, really twisted stuff, really, then maybe, but know what you're getting into. It's almost like American History X, a movie I love, but I would never, ever recommend that to anybody without telling them
what you're getting to.
You better know what you're getting into. I'm going to have that, I guess, a little bit, because Aronofsky has a new movie that's out next week. The Whale. I don't know if you heard about that.
Who's in that?
Brendan Fraser. It is his return to acting after a lot of personal cases that have had going on with him. He had issues with a divorce. He was raped, unfortunately.
Really?
Yes, he was.
By his wife? Or?
Not his wife. By his... I'm trying to remember what it was. He actually, I think, was kind of whistleblowing elements of pedophilia in Hollywood, in all honesty. And he was away from film for a while. He was shown at the Venice Festival where this movie premiered.
I knew.
And
he got a standing ovation.
He got a standing ovation, and he was in tears for that because of the idea that, hey, he did a great job. The idea of that movie, from what I've understood, is he's basically playing this man who is massively obese. Actually, almost like a Parasite Eve thing, I guess, in the sense that it is perspective of taking, I guess, human element and kind of going into another element, and how he's kind of trying to, I guess, reconnect with his daughter in a lot of ways. But I've heard he's great in it. I mean, it's not out yet, but it's been on the film festival circuit. And it is one that I'm expecting that to be rough stuff. Even with the stuff of Aronofsky's that I've seen, so... We're definitely getting into that season 4 stuff like that. And actually, when I think about it, I mean, going into stuff with Parasite Eve, we said this in part 1. We said the idea that Square's idea with a lot of the stuff they're doing on PlayStation was basically going into movie territory. And I think in that way, there's something to be said about the ideas what we've been talking about with the stuff we've been saying, such as our serial killer elements, or crime, or science fiction, and horror, and doing it really well. And in some ways, you could say this could stand up something like that. Hey, it was a movie and a book before, so fitting that way. Yeah, Daniel is definitely taken aback and not able to handle the fact that, yeah, Lorraine's not part of that thing. Yeah, but it's huge, where Eve's giving birth. Yeah, it will act as a barrier to protect the ultimate being.
I guess that's the other thing unique about the game is just the science behind everything.
You want to go into that? Because we got a lot of cutscenes we're watching, by the way.
I mean, just like the fact that like the mitochondria, like in theory, I don't know if it could happen potentially, but mitochondria is essentially like another living organism inside of us.
Yeah, and I love that that's come up. I mean, from you, from chat, from everybody as well. I mean, so in some ways, I'll tell you, if nothing else, and this is why it's fitting that we're playing this, or this next part of it, for Halloween, because we have stuff that's going to be sort of horror-themed across everything this month. But I think that's why it kind of fits this, because as I said, when we first saw the opening of this game, when I first saw it, I said, I was in a sense of unease. I was saying, what's going on? I was taken aback. He's really upset as well for that. It feels real. I mean, even if it's not 100% to the science exactly, the fact that they got as close as they did, and then you can look at that and say, like, no, I buy this, based on what we know as far as some of these concepts, and Chad said that too, that is quite an accomplishment. You can't always say that for everything. Even the best games, you can't necessarily say it has that kind of attachment. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea to just duck and cover for this one.
Just get out of the road.
Well, I guess they're seeing, like, no, that it's going to go out of the way. I mean, to be fair, I guess I is kind of seen enough of this recently, and same with Daniel. I guess he's probably seen more. Oh, he just landed. Oh, so never mind. All right, Officer Gray of the NYPD, yes? May I duty accompany you to the aircraft carrier? And he's like, yeah, what for? I do love how Maida's kind of like saying, like, wait a second, this thing's gonna crash. It's like, no, it's okay, I guess. Although, you see a nice growth of him, too, which is interesting. We see that a little more. Well, aboard the Navy's prime joy, the Nimitz, I think?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Alright, if it's not that pronunciation, I'll put down here what it is. Alright, I am Admiral Williams, commander on the ship, so I had to come aboard on such short notice. Yeah, but don't put I in danger. Yeah, but who are you talking to the Admiral that way? It's like, well, fine. Daniel's gonna protect the people he loves, and it makes sense that way, because he's already lost Lorraine, and the idea is, like, what's gonna go on with his son, and his partner, for sure. Yeah, he is right, though, so don't worry, Lynch. Yeah, you're the only one that can't be ignited by her. So I'm asking you to get in there with a chopper and nuke it. But she can't fly a helicopter. It's like, wait a second, yeah, she's willing to try, I guess. But it sets autopilot, so yeah, it'll just fly out there herself. It's itself. So you just need to fire for a distance where she can't be ignited. Yeah, unfortunately you have to be at close range. And we can't move in, because then we'll be ignited. Well... yeah, I'll do it. You're not going up there, are you? Yeah, I am. Fate lies in your hands. Yeah, it's not Lorraine. So do it for her. Yeah, we will. Alright, take this. I do love this touch where Daniel's saying, like, you've been giving us these useless knickknacks the whole time, although there is one thing he gave us that actually is going to be very useful. We have time for that right now. I also love that touch as well, how she kind of has the little laugh there, by the way, to get a sense of, you know, she does get that idea of, if nothing else, you do get the sense of the camaraderie along with these three characters.
I do like, yeah, the just contrast between, like, Daniel and Maida and Aya is just kind of in between.
It's terrific. I mean, it works really well. Also, one other thing, just to go to this, I don't know, I didn't indicate this clearly enough, I think, to you last time. Anything you're seeing on screen over the next couple hours you think would be good for the thumbnail for the YouTube site for this, go ahead and suggest what it is your call. Last time, by the way, what I did, just to let you know, is I did put up a picture of us in the morgue, because we were lost in the basement of the hospital, and since we had our party edition, I basically put a party hat onto Aya, and I had the plate of treats that Nikki brought in. You did? Okay. I just wanted you to know that, and I could do other stuff. I actually did a pretty hilarious case of that. of something I did with House of the Dead remake last week when I uploaded that, which was something I wasn't necessarily planning. I think I did a reference to the Burger King, specifically like the guy from the ads, like the weird guy with the face. I ended up superimposing Dr. Curian onto that. I wasn't even planning to do that. I was going to put it on the other guy, just looking at the king creepy, and I was like, the cutout of that was, it has to be that. It was amazing, and I was laughing.
That is one of the creepiest things out there.
Yeah, you do know also that there are games with Burger King in it, right?
I think I know, but I blocked it out of my memory.
Well, I think we should play those games. They are Big Bumpin', Snake King, and Pocket Bike Racer. They came out on the Xbox 360. I think I was playing the original Xbox specifically. They're from Blitz Games. People made they made Fusion Frenzy, and they basically are kind of little mini game cases. But the one is actually Snake King is basically a stealth game where you sneak up on the people and give them food. It is so hilariously weird and kind of creepy, but I kind of love it. I mean, I guess the question, what's scarier, that or Resident Evil 2?
I mean, if it's the face and from the Burger King commercial,
It is. We have to play those games. They're also dirt cheap, by the way. They were given out, by the way, for $4 with promotion in 2006. But they made tons of them. Those are interesting games. I'll tell you, I kind of love the Burger King guy just because he is so weird and creepy, and even they have like that low-pitched, jazzy voice saying like, "New sandwich." It's just like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sick bastard, but I just think that's hilarious. But all right, fine. There is a Parasite Eve game going on here. Yeah, we got to fly out there for Maya and for Lorraine. You've been getting all of your good CG cutscenes here. These are still gorgeous, my god. I still can't get over how beautiful these are for when they released.
Just think what they would do with this game now if they remade it.
Yeah, note to Square, you're making a lot of games, or bringing a lot of games back and remake stuff like Front Mission, which is by the people who made the House of the Dead and Hexagon remakes. They did Chrono Cross recently. They did ActRaiser. That was a great one. I was very happy to see the ActRaiser one. They did Final Fantasy VII as far as remake, and I think there was something else. Oh, Live Alive. Live Alive came back. That was like right when we started doing this. Live Alive came out on the Switch. So I think there's possibility to bring this back, and honestly, this game is so good, I'd love to see it come back.
I think they just need to get the license and all that. I think that's just the big hurdle right now.
Yeah, but as I mentioned as well, what's been going on, the fact that GoldenEye is coming back, as far as we're talking Switch Online expansion pack, that's getting re-released there, and as well as on Xbox One and Series S and Series X. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection, they were able to get the license for that. I think these companies are now realizing there is value to be able to bring some of this stuff back, even if it has to come with paying license. I mean, even with Nintendo, as I mentioned with Pokemon Puzzle League and Kirby's Avalanche, and I guess with Pilotwings 64, but I don't know if that's the reason. Because it was not on... That's the first re-release. That's the other reason I'm excited about that. It's never been re-released before. It's not an expensive game, but it's never been available for modern contexts. So in that case, I'm very happy to see it. Yeah, last battle, you're able to anticipate the attack and position the way for a reason. But what are you talking about? I just love the way this is looking. Oh my god. Yeah, well, act as a shield so that you can live to attack the creature. So, no, I'm not doing this without you. So there you go. Talk about being dedicated to your work. Yeah, they're gonna basically die for the purpose of doing it.
They can autopilot. They want to do this autopilot.
Why don't they do it? I mean, I don't know. I guess the thought that when they get too close, they'll burn or they'll get shot out of the sky, I guess. Good question, though. And hey, it's worth asking the question, saying what's going on with this. Sometimes the question, like, hey, how can you pick something apart or not? Alright, please move away. Can't abandon our duty, but we're already within the range. Oh yeah, even like the face, I didn't even notice the face as far as that specific. Yeah, it was almost like a case of, yeah, kill with fire. Yeah, we're gonna kill with something. Or they're gonna kill us with, or fine, it's gonna kill them with the fire, and now we gotta handle this that way. Yes, it's Christmas Eve, I put a curse on my own body. But so she started to crack a little bit, and I like this as well, the thought of, why is this happening to me?
I mean, she's still human.
Yeah, and that's the economy of this game, which is terrific. But it's like, I don't care. I'm the one that can destroy you once and for all. Yeah, she knows what she's doing, and that's why she's such a strong and intriguing and complex character. I'll end this and let you rest peacefully, Maya. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, we're gonna... Yeah, I guess as far as killing with fire, we're gonna shoot a missile. And if nothing else, I'll say this. The fact that... Because when we saw the intro, we saw a lot of the CG cutscenes we've seen now, we saw back then. We're seeing them fully now. It's interesting kind of seeing them now, because in a lot of ways it makes you realize that when we saw them the first time, we had an idea of what was going on while, yeah, Lady Liberty's fallen down. But also the context of what was it with the Statue of Liberty crying blood? Feasibly, yeah, it was not blood, it was that. Well, I guess it was blood within it. Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I am just adding to our play of Parasite Eve for Part 3 because we had technical problems, unfortunately, when we did this last night at the time of this recording, and we missed the next cutscene, so basically I'm going to let this play so we can append it in. So yeah, we did shoot down the ultimate being and take down the Statue of Liberty in the process, but yeah, now we got to return to base, and I was saying, yeah, it's not over yet. Alright, yeah, it wasn't much, admittingly, but as I mentioned, since we were playing this whole game the whole way, I don't want to leave any stone unturned, and yeah, I'm not shortchanging for anything for this wonderful game. So, yeah, sorry for the technical problems we had. It was issues with Twitch, I believe, but yeah, we hardwired everything that we needed for when we went back to this or continued on with the show, and I don't think there'll be a factor going forward. Hopefully not, but either way, I hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Hey everybody, we're back. Sorry for the delay. I did see ElecVerse, what you're saying as far as Cartoon Planet. I do remember that. Do you? Medics. Cartoon Planet. We're back because the show's back. The show's back. No, I'll have edits, so it'll be much more smooth. Thank God it's back. Sorry for the technical problem, but we're running better now. It should not go down again. Please don't let it go down again. Chad's saying, remember that. I guess that's the idea of, fine. That shows the connection of Space Ghost. Well, fine. It's tying on Space Ghost to coast, as well as Space Ghost itself, as well as Brack and Moltar and Zorak and everybody. And by the way, just to let you know, chat to this, I did keep out what's here for scat going on over here with Daniel. So yeah, because we're on the text, so I just want to go that. I used to watch that late at night, and it was great. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Yeah, so again, sorry about the tech reason, but as long as it's there, I'm just refreshing some stuff in the text, make sure stuff's going. All right, so. Two dangerous returns. Let's go back. We return to the base at once. Yeah, see, Eve didn't want us to beat the game either.
Right.
But we'll make that going on. Alright, so...
She's evolved.
What?
She's evolved to affect the real life.
She's evolved to get a case on Twitch as well for that. It's actually, you mentioned when did this happen before. Well, last part, but also when other cases were running. I remember actually I had to cancel stream Star Fox 64 I wanted to do because of that. Well, that was actually before I had some of the tech stuff going on with, like, internet connection. By the way, we're hardwiring this son of a bitch now, so this should not be going down. By the way, you do get free save, by the way, here. Are you sure?
Always free. It's not Resident Evil.
Oh, fine. Yeah, true. Good point. Fine. You get a free save here because you don't have to go find a phone for it. Will you still save? What happens if you say no way?
You'll just risk.
Yeah, right. Actually, no, we have to do this because if I die here for some reason, that'll be the case. I'm not touching this. By the way, this is the EX file we're running. We'll see that later. That's a copy of that one, too.
Digital gold.
Yeah, digital gold, indeed. Alright, so there we go. Because they give you a save this way so you can run it, and basically if I get a game over here and die, we just come back right here. But Might is insistent saying, we gotta give you something. But like, yeah, how are you giving it to her from here?
ghosted.
Forget it, she signed off. I'm not gonna say that, yeah, she didn't want to hear it, but the idea is that, you know, she has more of a focus going on this. Alright, and we do have our gun ready to go. I do love this shot. Like, yeah, you know what? Let me get the parachute ready to go. We're jumping down. We are going to take care of Eve. It does look really cool. Alright, we are set. Okay, yeah, I think everything is set as far as Twitch and everything set for this. So, yeah, we're sorry for that delay, but fitting. Now we gotta beat Eve down for an even bigger reason. So here she is.
Without her jacket.
Yeah, it's a terrific shot. Yet, wait, what? Oh, wait, what jacket? Oh, right, she took the jacket off, so now things are serious. You're right, I forgot about that. So it was you. It must be the name of my host. Let me guess, your sister? So I was like, yeah, she's now going to try and torment us. You have the ability to evolve, but why'd you take the side of a doomed species? I was like, no, we're not doomed. My mitochondria has the ability to evolve. It's going to evolve to get rid of you. So I was like, yeah, put them up.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, it's getting real right now. Well, the sense of humor of yours, girl. I was like, yeah, I got a gun, you know. You may not want to laugh at that. But why humans kill? So, fitting you were talking the Dahmer thing. It's like, now we're kind of going into that. Humans kill other creatures and even kill their own kind. We have our reasons, and you're sure good enough reason for us to kill. The organism is something called territory. It's guarded from natural enemies, but until now, humans had no such enemy. That's allowed them to prosper to this point. But you must think of your prosperity as history. But you're wrong. We loved you in the human being and allowed you to prosper. Yes, I guess, I don't know, she's giving Aya the biology lessons. Like, well, look, we know what we're talking about, and so does Chad. We, mitochondria, made you to create the perfect environment for us. Yeah, the idea of, you say, relying on civilization and lost touch with innate physical abilities. So I guess that's the idea.
That is true.
I guess, I don't know, isn't that the thought of, like, you know, the fact that the brain is not necessarily firing on every cylinder?
I mean, we're more dependent on technology now than physical survival.
Or when this game came out, it was 25 years ago. Can you see it's the perfect scenario?
Even now, it's more relevant.
Yeah, and which is something interesting. That's going to go into, well, when we do Metal Gear Solid 2 next year, we're going to play that, which is a game of talk about calling something going forward as far as technology. I think there's something else we did. Either we did it already or we're going to do it soon, where it's kind of guessing. Maybe it was this one. All right, you humans served as transportation vehicles. Yeah, we're definitely having... I guess this is the talking killer syndrome, feasibly. But yeah, in this case, it's not going to be a case where Eve is going to be, you know, talking so much that we're going to, you know, get ourselves killed. That's going to be me doing that. Vehicles transport us time would become free again. But we don't need it anymore. The mitochondria will become human beings specifically and rule this earth, as ElecVerse is indicating. So now we got the Aria, and it's like, okay, now there we go. Oh, I didn't even notice the gravity arm down there, although I think that's the 4 arms you're mentioning.
I think she grew a few extras.
Yeah, I mean, as you said. Alright, so here is the boss with her. She works similarly to how she did before, but she has a couple areas. So as long as you shoot straight, you should be good to start if you're at high level, but also... Look, one thing I also should do that I didn't do is haste. Haste and then hit. But she's gonna start shooting. Ow. Yeah, because we do have that double command, thank God we have that. And thank you for finding out. Yeah, also be careful that she can grab you and throw you around. Oh. Oh shit, I got caught in it. I thought I was able to run away. She'll just hold you and she'll...
Oh, status effects.
Yeah, confusion. I don't think we've seen this one yet. Oh, you're back. Yeah, sorry, ElecVerse. I said it'll be a smooth edit when we do the... Oh, finally, smooth edit when I edit in a few days. I think I need to take care of that.
I think we could just let our items heal.
Okay, what? Okay, do tell what the confusion is. I don't think we've seen that yet.
I honestly don't remember. I might invert your controls.
Oh yeah, you're right. It reverses your controls. Thank you. Right, so here's some... Oh yeah, because I'm running right towards her. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so you basically have to pay attention to what that is, but what I will do is, since I do have... Actually, just haste erase that.
No, I don't.
Oh, wait, no, I shouldn't be shooting her from this far away. Okay, or either ran out quickly enough, or that's gonna be the idea. Alright. I can also use Liberate, but I want to... This is a two-pronged fight, so I want to wait. Yeah, but you're far enough away from the bullets, you should be able to handle that. Yeah, to answer what you're saying, ElecVerse, earlier, I did see the thing as far as Cartoon Planet. Weirdly enough, when we were down, I did see exactly what you're saying as far as the chat, so I guess you were still there the whole time, and thank you for being there, specifically, and also understanding the idea of what happened there. So, again, sorry for that, but as it will have edits, it'll be smooth, like it never happens. Yeah, probably something for all of you fans of Surf Pro. But anyway, points for trying, or winning, sort of. But stop this nonsense now, if you don't want to get hurt. I take you are familiar with that comes out of?
What is that?
Revolution X, you ever play that?
No, I haven't.
It is an arcade game from Midway that is themed after Aerosmith, the band.
For real?
You've never seen this game, have you? Okay. Actually, for the purpose of the show, I probably would only be able to easily show off the Sega Genesis version, because it actually has Aerosmith music on it. There is a cellular version, by the way, that does have mouse support for, I guess, replicating a gun. You shoot it, and you basically are listening to, like, Eat the Rich and Sweet Emotion, and it's basically the idea that music is the weapon. It's like Jet Set Radio a couple years before that came out, where it's pretty much music is being outlawed, and then you have to basically save the band Aerosmith. Even the point where you have a scene in it where Steven Tyler, in a digitized element, says, "If you're watching this, they've taken over."
Sounds like a Tenacious D plug.
Well, they were gonna make a game based on that, or like that, like Public Enemy, but that never happened. Evil looks like Sephiroth's final form, yeah, which would go to what ElecVerse was saying, which is that this game was built off the remnants of Final Fantasy VII, or they were gonna make Final Fantasy VII. This was an idea of what they were doing,
right.
And I guess they took that and made it into this game. Is that right?
Yeah, they were originally gonna make Final Fantasy VII like in a real city, and I think they just ended up scrapping that, but they decided to make this game instead.
Which I'm glad too. That shit, ow, got slowed. All right, fine. We'll
This definitely is a haste.
Yeah, this is a haste case. Yeah, but Revolution X is a real game, and you have the case of, like, he'll throw you car keys through television. He'll say, "Remember, music is the weapon," and it's hilarious. All right, one thing I think I should do is prepare for this, because this is gonna hurt. What should I be doing on this one? I can't liberate yet.
You can pre-raise and hope it doesn't kill you. You can barrier, or you can just heal.
Yeah, you know what? We haven't shown pre-raise, have we?
I think we did once.
Okay, fine. We'll run barrier.
Oh, I guess you can't.
Oh wait, no. Yeah, I can do it because my second command. Oh shit, light. So it's gonna be showing this way. Yeah, dude looks like a lady. I'll go into the Aerosmith thing. This is a real game. I'm gonna just show that off. I can dance around something with the music while we're seeing. Yeah, look at the pretty pink lights. We're gonna barrier, and then what I'll also do is I will. We'll haste so I can feasibly get away from this. I was gonna say no. Yeah, okay, yeah, because what barrier does, I think we showed this. Okay, drop my defense. Just shoot her. Yeah, no more, she's gonna die. I guess dude does look like a lady, or she's not dude, she's, female. She's her sister, but yeah, she has to die. Ugh, damn it. Alright, so, again, use hastes. But yeah, that is a real game. It is, insanely weird, and I think I have to show it just because if I can show the Saturn version, I can, but as I said, it's got licensed content, so I have to be a little careful about that. But I'll be able to figure something with it, I think. Oh, let's use some health, and we'll haste to get rid of that. Oh, one thing is that, yeah, my defense is down, but as I said, it's not gonna matter, because she's gonna die tonight anyway. Or, the other thing I probably should do is, no, not waste this. I should stop. I need to get my Parasite energy, and I can liberate her, I think. Can I not do this? Oh, I can just not do anything. So fine, I guess haste, and then...
Just shoot her, I think.
Yeah, fine, shoot her, right. Yeah, fine, in this case, just start shooting. Oh crap, I'm poisoned. Am I poisoned? I was like, wait a second, I didn't see anything come down. Wait, I was gonna say, okay, fine, I do have my recovery stuff. Maybe I can still shoot her from here, just get her dead. Ow. But, okay, fine, maybe I don't care because of the fact that I'm gonna be running another file. I was like, fine, I can't totally throw caution out the window. Let's, yeah, we'll medic. Oh, wait. We'll medic, and we'll... I keep using haste. I don't know why I want to do that. Oh, here's an ad of Steven Tyler for Skittles. I don't know if I've seen that ElecVerse, so thank you for providing that. That will go in the link list. As, yeah, try to kill her. Yeah, I want her dead. Just shoot her. Although maybe I should be more careful, because otherwise I'm going to run out of medicine.
I think we're alright.
I was going to say, is like, at first I was going to say you're going to change your mind on this. Fine, medic. And then shoot. Which at least got rid of all that stuff. And at first I was like, wait, did that get rid of everything? But no, it didn't. Alright, shoot her.
Yeah, right now,
Okay, got her. And you know you got her basically when you can't really move much more. Alright, so...
Yeah, you also want to be careful about overusing your parasite energy, because if you saw it towards the bottom, like, it was crawling.
Nothing. Right. No. As you said, going back to part 2, when it's low, it recovers at a slower rate than when it's higher. So, yeah, good point to that. Alright. I understand. How'd you beat me? Simple, with a gun. So off she goes. I mean, yeah, I get the Sephiroth thing, not only because of how it was made in Final Fantasy VII, or this connection with that, but just it has that look, but that artistry, as well as, yeah, quite literally, she is falling apart.
Still got the evil stare.
Yeah, that is a good choice as far as the thumbnail, too. You got a lot of options, my friend, as far as what we want to do with thumbnail on this. Alright, we got her. There must have been some mitochondria that underwent a different type of evolution. And it also goes, oh fine, I'll go back to one thing, since we did have the delay, sort of, also the idea of fitting we're playing as a cop for this because I'm halfway through Season 9 of Law & Order SVU. Which I mentioned when we played Sonic Mania, actually. Because one of the pieces of music I hear that... I always think it's... Mariska Hargitay. It's like, I don't know if that was the case.
Wait, really?
You played Sonic Mania?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it'll be your Christmas... Fine, it won't be your Christmas gift, but... it won't be your Christmas...
I will not accept it.
Fine, you accepted your Christmas gift already 2 months ago. But in that game, you have Metallic Madness from Sonic CD. They have the... which is the original music for the Japanese version of that. As we're at the end of day 5, we're going to day 6. This is the last day. For the main story, anyway. And for that, you have the music going like... as far as like the music, but I'll never hear that. I just keep saying Mariska Hargitay. To the point where I actually put an edit for that for Sonic Mania. Even though, like, the title card, it's like, here's a picture of Mariska Hargitay and all this weird shit going on.
Actually, my neighbor, he was on that show, and
Really?
I did his audition tape with them.
Oh, really? That's cool. I'm trying to remember if you... That sounds maybe familiar. You might have mentioned at one point, but I didn't know that. Maybe I did. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I think something else. That is really neat. So there you go. We have famous people technically on the show that way.
Famous by association. That's it.
Hey, it works. It's like, hey, we've had cases where it's like, hey, we've met famous people. Chat said that. I've said that. You said it now. I mean, like first indicated, we did our fighting showcase last year. He had met Muhammad Ali before his passing. Oh, wow. So, there you go. I mean, I mentioned I met Roger Ebert and Richard Roper specific as far as that, and other people, sorta, in some ways. I remember my family actually ran to Linda Hamilton at a F.U. Schwartz in New York when we were visiting one. Oh, really? Which was really interesting to see that. At the time, I didn't know how great Terminator 2 was, so I wish I had, so I could say thank you so much for this great movie and your
top 3 movie for me.
Yeah, the great one. What would some of the other ones be?
Shawshank
Redemption, that's a great one too.
There's only 2 that immediately come to my head I have to think about.
Those are 2 great ones. No, I get that. And there's a lot of cases for that. But yeah, we got back safely. Yeah, why the hell did he even have to bring all this to the Statue of Liberty? Yeah, it symbolizes the sea is the mother of all creation, which is where she wanted to give birth. So yeah, we beat Eve. We're at day 6. So what's left is really the question. Yeah, but he needs some time to himself, because, yeah, it goes to the element of Lorraine, I get that. Everyone's in guide inside, we're going inside as well.
That door just looks really heavy.
You know,
even from here.
Even in case, I love that element, too. You get the sense of that. No this anymore, you keep it as a souvenir, huh? Oh, so Wayne is here. I don't know, do you want to handle this part of it, or do you want me to run?
I've been traumatized by this part, so I'll let you do it.
Oh, okay.
Well, not
I get
this
why.
part, but the part that comes after.
Right, I know where he's talking
You know,
about.
I can take this part, and then you can handle that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
But I guess the most important thing here is to remember to engrave her. Actually,
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter.
Well, it does matter. Well, fine. You can do it for the purposes, but just so we can also explain it as well. All right, Wayne came by when we just did this, and yeah, we're the best cop in New York, I guess. Well, that's the idea. Like, they know Aya Brea now. She was new to the force. She is a seasoned veteran now because of this. Wayne doesn't know what's going on specific with us, though. She's like, yeah, why are you excited about this?
Yeah,
But-
she essentially took down the last remnants of her sister, as far as she knew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And you get that weight, for sure. Yeah, but you take it easy. Yeah, so you can do any of your holds of items as well. You can put anything here that you can actually put in specific.
Normally when I do this, I like to move over to Club 1, because that's useless
Club 1
anyway.
and Club 3.
I mean, you're not going to steal anything off of her anyway, or the last boss anyway.
Yeah, also, the Club 2, I think, is the steal, because here's the thing. When I did my test play for this, I didn't carry the Club 3 over, but the Club 2 had it. Actually, when I was in the museum trying to get parts of the junk grind before I went to EX Game, it wasn't pulling off of anything, even when I knew they had items. So I don't know if maybe there's a glitch with it's there, or it's like, hey, it's just the 3 doesn't steal as well as the 2 for some reason. I don't know, but you do whatever you gotta do.
It's actually like the level difference matters. That's
Okay.
why I previously said that I wait until day 3 or day 4 to do it.
For, I guess, what? For the Club 2, the Club 3, both of them?
I think the Club 3. I was doing it in Club 2, but I think the higher level you are relative to the enemy, the easier it is to steal.
Okay, so maybe because it's later in the game, even with Club 3, it was not going to be an easy thing for us to pull that off, I guess. Well, thank you for indicating that, because I was kind of questioning it, saying, like, wait a second, why is it easier to
I don't
steal
know
the
if it's
2?
like officially a thing, but that's just something that I noticed when I was farming for junk myself.
We'll find out. I'll have an edit down here explaining this, because that's the other thing I've also loved, just the thought of, hey, if I don't know something, you don't know something, we're kind of asking a question. The chat may help us, number one, but if that's not the case, or even regardless, I can at least look into it later and have some kind of records. Since the show went down specifically because Eve got involved, at the very least, it's going to be something that'll make sense to that and add more value when we upload this in a couple of days. Alright, so basically for this, yeah, he's moving the items over because normally when you go to EX Game, you want to have everything that you can
Don't want to lose in your stash.
Yeah, we're not losing our stash, by the way we've run this, or we're going to run this.
So we might as well take the revise just in case.
Okay.
Since
I mean, feasibly, we could take whatever we want out of here. It's not going to necessarily matter for how this is working, which we'll see in about a little under an hour, I think. Yeah, do what you got to do. And there is our Master Trinkers. By the way, again, thank you for showing off that skill of getting all those. And as a souvenir for blowing Eve away, you engrave your name on a weapon. So yeah, explain this if you would like to.
So, when you create an X file save, the weapons that you start at the beginning of the game is the weapons that you engrave.
Right.
So if you want to completely destroy all content right in the beginning, then you want to engrave the weapons that you've been essentially fostering up until this point.
Which we have, and I did actually, when I was doing my test play, I didn't realize that this is what that did. So yeah, you basically get to engrave it, and you get to put a different name on it.
We have any names? Anyone?
Yeah, chat, feel free to go. Actually, the way I did it, you'll see how I did it. It was not very original, but, I don't know, we had fun. We played Kingdom Hearts. I know we named the boat the Memory Lane, but fine. I guess the Memory Lane of all the people we've killed in this game. And fitting, I guess, because remember, it is... Yogi Shimomura did the music for Kingdom Hearts, so yeah, go ahead with one, though.
I have a Men in Black reference.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be the cricket.
Alright, there you go, the cricket. Yeah, that was on Final Jeopardy last night.
Was it? This...
No. Line from the movie. So there you go. Now I'm going deep on Men in Black that way.
Alright.
Alright, the B jacket.
Anything clever?
What? Anything clever? Let me think about this. I don't know. Oh. I don't know. There's so many things we could say. I don't know. Yeah.
Alright.
The Bruiser? Well, top 5. I don't know what were you thinking.
Bubble. Oh.
Oh, bubble. Well, we said with Majora's Mask, the idea you're shooting out your bubble.
Double bubble wrap. But...
Oh no, you put that in because it's like, remember on The Simpsons when Milhouse bought the game Bone Storm, he says like, I just entered my name Thrill House and it says Thrill Ho because it doesn't fit the whole thing in. So this is gonna be our take on that, or Bublé. So it's gonna be like either the water or Michael Bublé. Yeah. Bublé, I think. Oh, bubble wrap. Okay, I like that bubble wrap. All right, hey, it's better. Oh, it's I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, well, that's gonna make us survive bullets and things. Yeah, I told my mom about this being on the cruiser. All right, but yeah, it is a cruiser. So yeah, and by doing that, you also want to be able to engrave stuff to save the armor and weapon you want. You also can take stock of the items. Usually, you want to take the medicines and the ammo. Yeah, but they will run out of all of the items. But they'll give you more of the medicine 3s than the medicine 4s. So you do have that.
I don't need anything else.
Probably your ammo. Alright, well done. Feel free to get anything you need, but we're all set. Alright, so we have full health, and you do have the full health recovery from the day change. And we have our cricket that's going to be ready to kill things.
Just for good measure, I'm just going to dump the rest into...
The bullets, yeah, or the gun. Wherever you want to go. Range it. Okay.
And I'll just save just in case something bad happens.
Wait, does he let you save?
Oh, no. Right here.
Oh, right at the phone. Yeah, I had trouble even getting that to hit, as far as doing the save.
Yeah, the context sensitivity of the game is just all over the place.
That being said, though, that's also the idea of like, hey, you know, this game is awesome, but it's also the kind of thing that, you know, a couple of quality of life improvements... Doing that. Actually, yo, I'll tell you this. Do you think, what would you think for if they could do like a Final Fantasy? I mean, hey, if this was a Final Fantasy VII offshoot because of how they're developing it, what about the idea of like Final Fantasy VII remaking this? Although the question,
you know what,
what would that go like? I
wouldn't want them to go over the shoulder. I feel like that would change the game too much. Like,
okay,
it's kind of why I didn't really enjoy the Resident Evil 2 remake.
I was going to ask you because I know you're big on Resident Evil 2 itself, and we'll play the old Resident Evil 2 and 3 specific as far as that, but also the question of, you know, it changes the style of the game. It is a remake, so it makes sense. And there's something to be said about that idea, but then also the idea...
Like,
that, you know,
I feel like there's nothing wrong with this gameplay.
No, there's not.
For them to, like...
Change the way style, yeah. No, I get that. Unless, I mean, as I said, the other element we got was Mega Man Battle Network. Like, I don't know if there's something like that you could translate out to a different game. Alright, but yeah, we got something going on.
Yeah, I just feel like the over-the-shoulder is a little too clunky for Resident Evil 2.
Which is weird because it was state-of-the-art when Resident Evil 4 came out.
Right. And it works for Resident Evil 4, but I don't know, it just made Resident Evil 2 remake just feel a lot different.
And did you play the Resident Evil 3 remake?
No.
I have not really. I haven't played either one of those. I was curious about them, but as ElecVerse was saying, yeah, it's the miracle of life of the baby, but yeah, the baby's gonna kill everybody. Well, the ship. Or ships, oh boy. So yeah, unfortunately, yeah, the ultimate life form was born. So yeah, we could not stop Eve. She did die, we got her, but yeah. What the hell is that? Which is the right reaction, Daniel. Or, you've got to be kidding. Yeah, this is the ultimate being. We unfortunately didn't make it in time, as I mentioned before. But yeah, this is what we have left. Alright, escape a helicopter. Alright, so yeah, you get out of here, guys.
Tail it.
Yeah, come on, Aya. But yeah, she's saying no. I'm staying. I'm handling this. Yeah, I'll be back. Yes, you will. Fitting, I guess, for the Terminator 2 thing. Yeah, shut up. It's like, yeah, he's got... I love the byplay, you're right. It's so terrific. We can't waste time with the voodoo stuff. No, please, this is different. This isn't that. I like how he's admitting it was voodoo stuff, I guess, before. But he did give us a gun before.
Yeah, we wasted all our inventory stuff space.
That's true. Okay, that might be something. Yeah, please hurry. Oh, yeah, get going. Yeah, come back no matter what, you hear? Alright, we will hopefully see them after we can take care of this, if we can. But hey, with you at the helm, we got no problem.
Now we got a little extra range, so we don't have to be so close.
Alright, I mean, we've been pumping into that well, and I thank you again for getting the sense of planning this out, saying that, okay, we should be doing it this way because of how you played it, and saying what's the way to have success at this game.
Right. Well, I guess it helps us have more BP down the line, because the closer you are, the more likely you are to get hit.
Yeah, we got 9,000, by the way, in the bank for what we're going to be doing next, but here we go. Here is the final boss, the ultimate being. You or me, who's gonna make it through? It's gonna be us. There are 4 forms to this boss, by the way.
Oh, it's kind of cute.
It is kind of cute, as ElecVerse is indicating, but yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it's
is that an umbilical cord?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're right. It would have to be.
Well, we're gonna shoot babies, guys.
Yeah, I mean, well, hey, this is not that case. It's not gonna be a case of, you know. I guess that goes to the question of this, which is. Yeah, there's the shockwave, which is something you usually want to avoid with this whole thing, but...
I'm just powering my way through it.
Yeah, power away.
Oh, what?
Yeah, that hurts. That shockwave, when it goes down the ground, it hurts quite badly. But hey, you have a lot of items for stuff, so yeah, you can just shoot it dead. But we got more going. I mean, it goes to the idea of, you're right, the thought of, hey, something... as cute as this has been perverted because of what Eve was doing, and then it's trying to attack us to take everything over. The next element, as we're seeing now. Yeah, it's growing.
Growing right outside the frame. Oh, let's dodge first.
Yeah, I'll shoot the energy balls out like that, so, as we've seen before, if you can stay away from the shots and avoid them, and then get ready with haste and firing, you'll be in good shape. Usually. You can also use Liberate, but you're going to want to use it on the next form. Or next form or the form after that? Because there's 4 forms in this battle, I believe, yes?
I believe so.
And now it'll split into 2 parts, so I guess... Shit, that died really quick. Ooh. I don't even know on the test play it died that quick. Okay, so yeah, good job with that. This thing can hurt a lot. It has some very devastating attacks. Some you have to be at the other end of the screen to hit with. Yeah, we do have that, the recover thing, so yeah, we'll be fine.
Oh, wrong way. Oh, wrong way. Tight circles. Tight circles.
Yeah, good job. There you go. But it is a great feeling when you finally get that, and then boom, there's the next form done. There's definitely an interesting way as far as the ending, and I think, as I said, going to the story twists, what got me on this is the thought that, oh yeah, Eve is going to be the final boss. Like, oh no, it's not. I mean, yeah, you're also getting, I guess, the Sephiroth look. It's like, oh whoa, look at that.
Yeah, the organs coming in.
Oh my god, that's when you know it's terrific. It's like One-Winged Angel from Final Fantasy VII, which we have heard on the show before because of the Sephiroth fight in Kingdom Hearts, which was terrific. Alright, this is the mature being. Yeah, this is one of the hard ones. But it is terrific, and as it also goes, as you said, with the music, how it creates such a great mood. Like, yeah, this does feel like the final boss, even though we already took Eve down.
That music is great, too.
Oh my god. Well, wait, this specific?
Eve's final form.
Oh, yeah.
I think the track's called Femme Fatale.
Yeah, we should probably... I think one thing I should do also for the link list is just put a link of every piece of music in this game, or the playlist of the music in this game, because it's too good to ignore. And as I said, because I've really gotten this game more because of the play we've had, I've been really loving this even more than I already did. When I first played this, I didn't originally know Yoko Shimomura did the music, but when I heard it more, it's like, this music is terrific, and then I heard it, it's like, okay, no wonder. Because, as you said, I don't know if there's necessarily even a dud as far as anything she's done in her catalog, really.
I kind of just, like, associate this game with her.
I get it, because, I mean, in one way, you could say it is almost like in a way, her magnum opus in a certain capacity, in that it's also, well, fine, the opera thing maybe, but also because this is a different sound for even a lot of the others, and even the other atmospheric tracks she's done in other games. As mentioned, stuff like Live Life, stuff like Super Mario RPG, stuff like, well, she did one of the tracks in Streets of Rage 4, and other stuff you mentioned, I think Street Fighter 2 and Final Fantasy 15 were other ones.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think of other stuff that I'm missing. Kingdom Hearts, which has a lot of great, operatic tracks too. But in a lot of ways, it's kind of a different sound even for this one. And you're doing a good job taking this thing down. Alright, yeah, this is the final form. This is the, I don't know what it's called.
The jellyfish thing.
Yeah, if there's an official name, it'll be below. But it was like, yeah, it's still evolving. Yeah, but I think we've got this thing. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, now I know this. Now I remember this part. You have to avoid this and start shooting, but those things can hurt badly. Those little orange things.
Orange?
Or not orange, sorry. Where's going with my colors tonight? Fine, there's the orange thing in its chest, the green thing. But yeah, we're shooting. Our gun is really nice, but why is it only doing 2 points of damage on critical? That's not good.
What do we do?
Yeah, I don't know. All hope looks lost. Yeah, I know you want to continue living. But he said biology's case is like, yeah, science doesn't agree with you. Yeah, you were just born. It's like, hey, it has to manage that, but yeah, I want to live too like other human beings. So yeah, we are higher on the food chain. Yeah, there's no end to this. If only I get this to Aya. Yeah, because Midas said he had something. He's like, wait a second, what are these? Yeah, they're bullets with Aya's cells in them. So that's what you're trying to give her. It's too late now, I don't think there's anything we can do. And Daniel's saying like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna handle this. Come on, my friends. I love that.
Just like snap there.
And then just, yeah, talk about one of the most badass parts of this game, which is saying a lot. There she is, all set. Keeping her eye out. Uh-oh. It almost looks a little bit like, that creature from, Shin Megami Tensei 5 that I can never show.
I know which one you're talking about. But
I keep forgetting the name. It's here. Oh, I love that. He just does the throwdown, like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, catch! I know, and it's like, yeah, in order to not burn to death, I'm gonna go in the water. I love that.
He's a good partner.
He's a great partner. I mean, it shows exactly what you're saying. The idea, like, what is that connection? How much does he care? That's how much he cares. And I love the build of that. Yeah, but Maida gave us this. Or Maida gave us this. Yeah, so he gave us a gun before. Remember that? This is what you're using it for.
Let's make sure I have it equipped.
Yeah, it equips it, I believe, automatically when you get it.
Just remember, we no longer have double command because that was on the weapon.
Yeah, but, yeah, what does this thing do?
It does damage, that's what it does.
Yeah, it does 1,000 points of damage almost, one blow. You just shoot it, that's all, and you will win. But avoid the other laser shots. Yeah, but you have enough medicine, we'll be fine. Even with critical, it's still the same as when it's not critical, but a couple shots, and you got him. Alright, we got him. But I know you said... Yeah, you want to explain to them what we're talking about, why you're nervous about this next part, while we're seeing this thing go down.
So this is a chase sequence where if he catches you, game over.
Yes, he's not lying. That did happen to me on the test play. The second time I had to do this, because I said, hey, I didn't engrave the weapon, I had to do it again. I went the wrong way. It's like, I did it as far as what we got to do, and then I turned around and got caught.
So you know how the screens load, and then, so what I did was I was holding a direction, and I ended up going back to the previous room, which ended up getting me killed.
So it's like the Resident Evil thing. We're saying, hey, the mix of Resident Evil, and hey, at the end of Resident Evil, usually what happens, there's a time limit. There'll be something to get rid of this, so get moving. Yeah, if that catches you, it's just game over, so basically you have to go, and you also have to take into account the fact that, yeah, these things open slow.
Right.
So keep going, and then basically wait. I'll tell you what to do. You wait until you come in, because it's not like Resident Evil in the sense that usually with Resident Evil, when you press the direction, you're always going to go forward if you hit up.
Right, if you're holding up
this game doesn't do that. So it's not exactly the Resident Evil controls, or I don't know if you ever played this. This is going to be a strange one to bring up, but Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers was on Nintendo 64 and PlayStation. It had the Resident Evil controls, but it did the same thing this game does. It does, surprisingly. But it does do the same thing that this game does, which is that you're not always pressing... Right there, I ran backwards. You're not always going forward, but pressing up. So when the camera changes, you actually will go in the other direction. Actually, people did not like the game because of that, or had issues with the game on the backwards. Yeah, Scooby-Doo goes Resident Evil. Who knew? But yeah, it does exist. I never played it, but I heard it was okay. Chad, you ever played that one? I do have a Scooby-Doo game we can play, which is a Scooby-Doo Mystery on the Super Nintendo, which is actually by the people who made Star Fox, the original Star Fox, specifically, Argonaut Software. And there's another one on the Genesis that actually plays like, actually we mentioned Freddy Fish, it plays exactly like that, in the sense like the LucasArts Scum Engine game. But alright, talk to the boiler and we can blow the ship up. Yeah, that's the weird case as far as Scooby-Doo, and also Night of 100 Frights, which is basically like Luigi's Mansion, to an extent, kind of, sort of, but a little different. Alright, yeah, we're in Hell's Kitchen, so yeah. Shit, no! You also get stuck on stuff, so be careful for that.
He just like starts speeding up all of a sudden.
Yeah, he just starts speeding up, and I think, you said about the idea of the loading screens, I think it
This
almost...
is where I got killed.
Yeah.
I was holding direction and I went
backwards, that happened to me too. I think it almost ignores the loading a little bit, in the sense that even while the screen is loading, you still kind of see it. You also have to make sure you're going in the door, otherwise, you know, you're not going to be set. Or you're going to be, stuck. Ooh. Or, I'll tell you, because remember, we mentioned last time, we mentioned the idea that when you're on the, roof, you can have it blow up, or you have the, fighter jet shoot you and kill you.
Right.
This is like that, except this is the end of the game. Yeah, right there. See, it comes through the black there.
Right, this part, like, scared the shit out of me.
Yeah. It's like, this is what... Yeah, because it does that, like, oh shit, no, go! Okay, I didn't even go in the door, you saw that, right? I went to the side, but the game still counted. Thank God, remember, we had that going, but keep going. Yeah, remember, this is the horror element of this game, fitting we're at this point now. Come on, I think we're done. Yeah, we are done, thank God.
You can breathe.
Holy shit, yeah. Because he's right, if I missed that, that would have been game over. Yeah, we're abandoned ship, and boom, with that, yeah, talk about throwing the baby out with bathwater, we're definitely doing that. And this next part I have not seen. I did this off screen, but I did not watch this at all. I basically was just sitting away, looking at something else, pressing the X button repeatedly. But yeah, we were in the water. I think could swim, I guess. But yeah, we got to get our way back. Alrighty, Jesus. See, that was just that one part, but even then I felt this massive weight. Like, oh my God. Alrighty, so we are at the docks.
Yeah, you don't want to have to fight him again.
What?
You don't want to have to fight him again.
Yeah, true. Not that it's insanely hard a boss because of how we set it, but it can be. Alright. It's finally over. Ooh, we can breathe easily, as you said. But, of course, as I said, I've actually never seen any of this. You have, so there's going to be...
There's a little more story.
A lot more story, actually, as it was. Why do we have this power? But Maida's the answer. Yeah, Maya's inside of you, because we had our surgery, or her surgery after the accident, I think. Yeah, when your mother and your sister died, they transplanted a part of your sister into you. When you were 7, you probably don't remember this, but you were born with a defect in your right eye. I did not, okay, this is taking me back. I did not, as I said, I didn't see this. This also proves I didn't see this. So, she has an eye thing. I did not know that. Alright, so, Maya's cornea was transplanted in your right eye. Then what I saw when I touched Eve was... When you have an extreme experience, what you see then is branded onto the cornea, which hasn't been scientifically proven as of the release of this game. I don't know, maybe it has since?
I don't know.
Well, maybe it has. We'll see if we can find something.
We need to do some research.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's our homework, kiddies. That was Maya's last memory, last thing she ever saw. As the mitochondria in Maya's body, it underwent a different evolutionary change than Eve did, by living symbiotically with Aya's. It still possessed Eve's power that way, and from there it evolved to the point where it could live symbiotically within the human nucleus. Alright, so there you go. So, that's why we share the power specific. So basically, when we had the transplant as a child, it then took that element and it I guess the cells for that multiplied and got in connection with our DNA, specific. Alright. And starting with the incident in Japan from the book and from the movie that came out, I wonder if this is a message to all mankind. In that, if the Earth is a single human being, we humans that invade the Earth become like viruses out of control. Yes, it's upsetting the natural balance of the body, which is leading to utter destruction. But we're not that weak. The humans are in essence parasites. Say that we are, and the world is our host.
Change the subject, why don't you?
Well, hey, I get the idea that he wanted to do that. I was like, yeah, this is getting heavy. But I guess the thought of, like, Midas saying that, what, we're, destroying the Earth by our existence?
Essentially, yes.
Which makes me wonder, is he... Well, fine, okay. I was gonna say, is he on the side of Eve? But, like, no. Apparently not, because remember, he's the one who's kind of wondering... He's curious about all this, because, hey, he is a scientist. He's not a professor. I was wrong, by the way, when I, said that last time. I thought he was, but that was my mistake. But yeah, like with we mentioned Mega Man before, like in the Mega Man X games, you know, looking up on the sunrise to have all the questions in their mind. But here's Ben again. And we're taking the police car out. Hey, come on, Aya, take my hands. Right, thank you. So yeah, it looks like, as we mentioned, the son of Daniel here, yeah, it looks like Daniel's raising him right despite the idea of, you know, him not being around as much. I'm not good at these social events, but I love these things. We definitely have to make it for Christmas Eve, so yeah, remember, we had a bad date specific, so I was like, hey, let's go with people we know and care about. And here's Amida as well. First time at the opera, so I'm a bit nervous. Because your Irish is dressed up and pretty, so there you go, the idea that Ben is hitting that, but like, no. Yeah, he's saying the wise prior to his years thing. He was like, no, it's alright, don't worry.
Just got a crush.
Yeah, because we'll see to that. I don't know if the other games are going to go into anything for that. Okay, so essentially, hi Darth Loctus, good to see you. So essentially, Maya's mitochondria went through two paths. The one Melissa cultivated and continued to Eve. Those in Aya instead gained a symbiosis with her to give her the parasite energy powers and make her immune to Eve's control. Is that right? I think so. Also, Daniel, Ben are late getting snacks. Like, where's the popcorn? I think that's right, yeah. Darth Loctus, I think you're right. Good to see you, by the way, tonight.
Did they serve popcorn at the opera?
I don't know. It depends on what opera you go to. Oh, fine. The bathroom's crowded, so never mind. Like, Mida's thinking that, but yeah, he's tense. So maybe Ben was right.
Is popcorn not classy enough for opera?
I don't know. You can make it classy. You can class up anything. Yeah, as far as somebody who has cooking skills, I know you've indicated that before, and proved that before to me, as far as it... Although he's only might be going back to Japan tomorrow, so he's like, wait a second, going on. But yeah, you can class up and fine dine anything you want, including popcorn.
Just put truffle something on it.
Yeah, okay, I like the way you're thinking. All right, sorry we're late. Yeah, we are finishing off Parasite Eve, story-wise, but we're not finishing the game because we got to do Chrysler Building. And we're looking forward to doing that, even though I know it's supposed to be hard. But hey, we do the full complete on any game we play, RPGs included. Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, Darth Loctus, and feel free to go into anything you got on Parasite Eve or anything else on your mind, because we've got a lot of stuff going on here.
They fixed up this opera pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I don't know. Do they indicate how long of time has passed since what we saw at the end after we took down the Ultimate Being?
Don't know, but I wouldn't say it's not too long.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we are back at the same opera we had before, but we do have, I guess, Melissa's understudy, who is now playing the part, right?
Hope so.
I guess that would be the idea. So yeah, same deal as before, sort of, in that, you know, she's a witch, she's possessed, they want to kill her, but he's like, no, I love it.
You think they'd cancel the show for had a bad taste?
Well, I don't... Well, I mean...
Right?
Well,
even brought like a torch on the stage.
Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe more controlled. They have the fire department or something there. It's like, yeah, they can get a sense of, alright. I was about to ask about that since there's a bit more lore up there. Yeah, good point, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of lore on this game and also on the sequels we have that are in the line for sure. And they are at play. I have both of them. So we'll definitely go into them. And yeah, they are all yours if you want to be in on any one of those. They will come down the road.
I do.
Definitely.
Yeah, I never gave 2 a fair shake.
I've not really played too much. I bought it because I wanted to have it. And same with Third Birthday on PSP because, hey, we gotta do more stuff with PSP. Or stuff with PSP, sorry. By the way, sit down, by the way. So yeah, it's like, hey, down in front. But Ben is like, no, yeah. Even I know my proper etiquette for the opera. Yeah, I love the lore on this game, for sure, no question. Especially how it's building right now. Alright, there you go. There is Case of the Aria. She's doing a really good job with it. Parasite Eve 2 is pretty good, I would say. Third Birthday is weird. You've mentioned weirdness on Third Birthday, of what you've heard. And 2, I know, changes how it plays, as you indicated.
Right. And 2 is something I heard is actually a good game. I just need to give it a chance and realize it's not the first game. But it's good in its own right.
No, I mean, you said, basically, to go into indication of that, from what you told me, you said it kind of leans more into the survival horror element. Yes.
Right.
But in some ways, I don't know, maybe there's a thought that it shouldn't be the same, because one thing I'll say, and this is going to, I guess, predate a little bit of our thoughts on this, I guess, as we get towards later on, but honestly, I think this game is a true original.
Right.
This is something that really, even as you mentioned, you picked up smartly the idea that Mega Man Battle Network kind of is pulling from this without me even thinking that. The idea that there is definitely something to that, also the stuff in his eyes, so wait a second, what's that about?
This is something that is up to interpretation.
The thought of his... Oh, okay, the thought that we all have a possession within us in some ways.
Right, or maybe she's controlling, or maybe she's doing something to protect.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. No, there's really no definitive answer.
Chat, feel free to go into what you think on this, because actually, as I said, I've never seen this part, so I don't know. I basically made sure not to watch the end, so I'm glad to be able to see that.
Is her mitochondria still going to evolve where she does turn into something like Eve?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the other games go into that specific. As we are seeing the credits, that is Parasite Eve, but we are not done with the game because we have Chrysler Building we're running next. These are some long credits. So at this time, I don't know if you want... Look, we usually do final thoughts when the game is totally over, but if you want to go into anything with that now or anything else you got on your mind, medics or chat for this, yeah, feel free to do this, because we got a little bit of time for this. That I do know. But I gotta tell you, of what I played of this game and gotten into this, I think this is terrific. This has kind of become a new favorite for me. This is a case that I'm so happy I was able to find it. Years late, admittingly.
There's just a lot of elements to this game that, like, maybe like nothing's done like perfectly executed, but like there's like science elements. There's like a detective story. There's a horror story.
Which, when you think on the surface, would all that necessarily come together? And I can imagine a case of this trying to do too many things and it doesn't feel right. It feels like it's off in some way for a bunch of them, as it was.
Yeah, that's the other thing about the sequel. I feel like it strays a little bit from the science elements.
Well, I mean, I think because it's done so intriguingly in this game, as you mentioned, so maybe that's going to be the question of, like, why is that necessarily? By the way, I joined late. Did you put your name on weapon and armor? Yes, we did. You named it Bubble Wrap for the armor, and you named the gun Cricket after Men in Black. Technically, that name is going to be in our memories as far as that, because actually I did off-screen setup for what we're going to do with Chrysler Building.
So I'm interested what you named your...
Nothing.
I guess we'll see.
Well, yeah, it's nothing clever. Actually, I didn't even change much. You'll see later, but I didn't really think to that. I was just like, I just want to carry this damn thing over, which we did. But we do have our setup for that. We have our junk set up for what we got to do, and we're going to start off with the Chrysler Building, and we have level 20 set.
We have a lot of time to rename our future best weapon, so everyone should brainstorm some ideas.
Okay, yeah, chat your discussion then for your decision that way. Actually, here's a question. When we go through this, do you get to change it at the end? Is that the idea? Or we go over...
You grave a new weapon once you beat it again.
Okay, so, alright, because since, just to go into this, I'm pretty sure we're going to need another part for finishing the rest of this, I think.
Probably.
So, in that case, what I can do for the off-screen play is that, question, when you go, because you said the Chrysler Building is a 70-floor situation, yes?
Something like that.
Okay, so it's a lot to that. When you complete the game, does it save that when you, if you maybe say I go through the entire setup of this again, does it save where we got to in the Chrysler building, or is it reset?
So how once you beat parts of the Chrysler building, it's beaten even in future X games.
Okay.
So after you beat a boss, you get a key card to return to all floors beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
So what we have to do is get 10 floors to the boss, beat it, and then go down a floor to use the elevator back to the first floor.
Okay. All right. As long as you reach a floor with a key, you keep the key as long as you put it in storage. Okay, so, alright, so basically in that case, just make sure we have stuff for the storage. As we're hearing, hopefully they're not going to concert strike me for this, music for this, the ending theme, which we'll see the name of in a little bit. I'm never sure about this stuff. I mentioned Revolution X to you. That I know they would give me trouble unless I played the Genesis version specific to it, where there's... Yeah, it doesn't sound like the actual Aerosmith music in that. Although I would love to show that sounded version off, just because it's so damn weird. Yeah, we were also talking about Revolution X. I said, like, have you ever heard of this? It's like, I told him this game. He's probably thinking, like, what the hell is this? Is this real? I was like, yeah, it is.
I know there's a Bruce Willis game.
Apocalypse, yeah, on PlayStation, which is by Activision. I remember hearing that. I remember hearing it was an interesting
I've seen a bunch of ads in my EGM about it.
You ever play it?
No, I haven't.
I've never played. Yeah, I've not played it. That'd be a curious one to show. Like, hey, because I guess we'll have that element of Bruce Willis. Because I mean, unfortunately, he is not
doing well.
He is not doing well health-wise. I mean, he basically was forced to retire from acting because of some of the stuff to that. It was horrible to hear that.
Right. Yeah, that's supposedly why he made like a bunch of like cheap cash-in movies just to
keep working. He wanted. No, I get that, and he has a lot of talent for sure. And interesting case of him because you're right with a lot of magazines, and even the way he was saying that he was on board with that. They had made games based on stuff of his before. They made games based on Die Hard. They had made a game based on God, what's the name? They made a game based on Hudson Hawk on NES. But even then, the idea of how he's putting into Apocalypse as its original thing, for at the time you didn't really see a whole lot of famous actors running in video games or embracing it that strongly. You don't always have that as much anymore. I mean, sometimes you do for sure, but other cases, someone like, yeah, I don't want to touch that, like Tom Cruise. He never wanted to be in any of the games based on like Mission Impossible or Top Gun, or what's the other one? I'm thinking Minority Report, because he's not in the Minority Report game that came out.
I forgot there was a game.
Yeah, I think it's the one that people always say, like, you run your ragdoll physics engine so you can toss people out the window, which is kind of fun that way. And they did Mission Impossible Operation Surma. That's actually by the people who made Halloween 64, which you mentioned. It's out on October 13th on Switch Online Expansion Pack, so you want to play it. But interesting enough, though, they got Stephen Bloom, who is Tom with Tsunami, to do the voice of Ethan Hunt in that game, and actually he does a really good job.
You know what? I don't know if I have an issue with his voice. I just feel like he's used too much.
Well, I mean,
he's a very distinct voice. You know it's him.
Yeah, I mean, we've sometimes run into that. Actually, it's funny. The Crusader 64 and I were talking about that this week. The idea of voice actors or voice actresses who've been prolific in a lot of stuff. We brought up, I brought up Troy Baker, who is Vincent in Catherine, amongst other things, and he was also in The Last of Us, I believe. I brought up Nolan North because he tended to be in a bunch of things like the Uncharted games, and he was the Deadpool game came out.
But like Steve Blum, Steve Blum voice is Steve Blum.
Yeah, but I mean, then there's also some interesting twists. I don't know if you ever played Gurman?
No.
It's on the PSP. There's also a 3DS version that's available. It's kind of a Zelda-like game. You're kind of this girl who kind of is like a drill thing to her, but they have a lot of pretty big voice talent in that, and even his voice, there's a little bit of a twist going on with it. Not just his, but a lot of other people's. It's good. I wish I could show it. I have the 3DS version. I gotta figure what I'm doing with 3DS. I gotta get my system modded so I can show it, or get the PSP version, which just costs a bit of money, but that is a good game if you never played it. Definitely a nice one to pick up for PSP.
Yeah, I think, like, I was, like, watching so many things, like, here's Steve Blum again, here's Steve Blum. Like, I was watching, was it,
Overexposed, maybe?
Yeah, like, Legend of Korra.
Oh, right, yeah, he was on that.
He did a voice on there, like, okay.
Yeah, so we totally forgot Yoko Shimomura worked on this. We didn't. We were like, yeah, no, we wanted to indicate that for sure, but going back to what we said earlier, this does not necessarily sound like other scores she's done that we're aware of, which kind of goes into the element of what that is. There's Takashi Tokita, as
and I think she
directed.
was not present in the second game soundtrack.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she was involved with some aspect of Third Birthday a little bit, from what I understand. But
they remixed some of her music, or she
maybe
remixed
that's what
it.
it was. Yeah, so it's something to that. But, alright, so there you go. There is the credits for this game. But as I said, we got more of the show to go, and we'll have another part for this, I guess, next month, feasibly, or whenever's going to be good. We'll figure at the end as far as what schedule's going to look like for it. But, alright, for doing the beat of the game, you do get a bunch of bonus points.
And even completing each day from in the next game, you'll get a ton of bonus points as well.
Which is why I actually did a couple of days worth. Alright, so, and you do have to sit and wait for this to, run.
Oh, no. What? Sleep.
Yeah, the controller goes to sleep. That's why. I was like, wait a second, hold on. Okay, so no, there's 3,000. So you do get 3,000 total. So unfortunately what I gotta do is, every time the controller goes to sleep, I have to go back into the PlayStation menu. It does default out to digital mode again, so I have to turn on analog. So alright, fine. We're gonna put here, it doesn't matter really where we save because we're gonna be loading up these other files. Or this one. Fine, they're both the same. Or, the bottom one, I guess, because it's the one I hit most recent. But yeah, they give you that option, and as Dark Lord is mentioning, and Max, you're mentioning too, when you complete the game, you get a save of EX. It puts you back at level 1, and the item you engrave, or the weapon and armor you engrave, are going to be set to this. And actually, you do have to go back to this anyway, because we have to switch the disc back to disc 1. Which actually goes to one thing I was telling you, I think, before we started. When it came to multiple disc games, this game is on 2 on PlayStation 1, and there's a third disc that came with the game initially for demos of stuff like the video Final Fantasy VIII, and I believe a demo on Brave Fencer Musashi, another game I'd like to see them release, a re-release. I was looking at something up for this. I saw this interesting video, I'll put a link to this, about how it handles multi-discs for certain things. I think I asked you part 1, or no, last part I asked you this. We'll let the intro play again, because it's so cool to me as well. But for that, I think I asked you, I said, with Final Fantasy VII, it runs on 3 discs. How does it handle switching up the stuff with when it determines where it goes to disc? You said, hey, I think it's kind of random. I think I found a reason as to why for that. Oh, and also a demo on Xenogears, and I had a demo for that too. Okay, so Dark Locus, thank you for indicating that. I knew there's something else that went for that demo, that extra disc that came with this. But anyway, I learned that apparently the whole game of Final Fantasy VII can be played on any disc you put in the console.
Right. It's mostly the FMVs.
The FMVs, thank you. Okay, I didn't know that. So I'll put another video of this video I found online for the purpose of going into that for other games too, including some of the games that had the most discs of anything. Which I believe the biggest on the PlayStation was, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Riven, which is the sequel to Myst. It was on 5 discs.
Right. That rings a bell.
I was gonna say, we talked
It's also
Myst.
a League of Legends character.
Oh, okay. Oh, it is? Okay, that I was not aware of. Yeah, we've talked Myst before on the show because it's insanely hard. At some point, I think we'll have to play that just to show it.
Just like the Myst just reminds me of, like, old PCs.
Yeah, we're going to get old PC running. Nikki, as we mentioned earlier in the show, she's going to help with that because of the Prey Fish game she's running. And also the idea of we'll need another PC to indicate. But yeah, they're talking about some big disc games. Actually, one of the big ones, and one I don't know if I'd be able to show this specifically is... Are you familiar with Phantasmagoria?
No.
It was a PC game that came out in the 1990s. They ported it to the Sega Saturn, where it's on 8 discs. It's fully full motion video. I don't know if we're going to be able to show it because it does have some sexual elements, including rape scene. I don't know how much it shows. I don't remember how much it shows. Specific. I mean, that's going to be a question when we get to Silent Hill 2, but I think we can get away with that one. But that one, I think, was one of the biggest ones they indicated. Most PlayStation games do that, though. The main game covers all their discs because it's splitting out the FMVs spread out because of the space they take. Thank you for that, Darth Locus for it. Okay, yeah. So we complete the game and get that nice flourish of EX game. We're not doing that. At least not that way we're not doing that. That basically what we'll do is we'll restart the game and you pick the file you want to run. Or, yeah, you pick it. Yeah, you have to do that when you have the clear data and it starts it again. But after you have that, like I did, you load here. So we're at day 4. We have level 20 set to go. We're going back to the police station, and I have not shown you this yet, as far as what we got. So, off-screen. Yeah, the place is a disaster again. So yeah, Shiva took over the place. Or fine, Eve took over the place, did the horrible things to Shiva, which we did make her pay for. Yeah, we're back to this. Yeah, they gotta clean this up again. So we went back in time, basically. I guess that's the thought, like, elements of time travel. I know Darth Lord, you're saying the third birthday is weird. I don't know if it goes with time travel elements or not. Or if 2 does, even.
I don't know the story. I know it's weird.
I mean, as I said, we have it. I'll eventually start
feel
playing
like
it.
the whole generation of games from Square, like the plot was just super convoluted. That came out in that area.
Yeah, it was 2010, I think, that came out. 2010, 2011, I think it was. And we've brought that up as far as Elements of Square. That's the least weird thing involved, honestly. Okay. Yeah, feel free to go into that if you want. Okay, so I want to go into a few things. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Look at all this.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I also got a bunch of these. Tons of these. Okay, fine. I didn't name them nice. I said, fine, just put an exclamation point at the end of this to show excitement. Or it's like, if you're familiar with math in school, you know, or factorials.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, which actually, it says like 10 factorial. I don't do that. I'll tell you, you know how I handle factorials, my friend? I just see that. I say, you know, instead of like solve 10 factorial, I say solve 10! You yell it. It's an exclamation point. It's too spoiler to elaborate. I have it on... Don't worry, we have the game, though. We will eventually go to that one. I'll probably play through it myself just to get a sense of what it is. Because honestly, because of this game, I'm too interested. I said, that's why I got the other ones. And I'm loving when I'm playing this game so much. I will play the other ones regardless of what happens with them, whether I like them or not. But alright, I also have options for putting stuff for that. But I did bring it over. I do have 9,000 bonus points, so we can run that. Sweet. We got weapon. There is all our stuff. I didn't touch it yet because I wanted to say, okay, fine, that...
So,
what's up?
Do we want to wait?
For what?
And to hand in the junk?
I don't know. Do we want to do it now? I have enough now to hand in for the 300. I did the grind off. I gave in enough so that the next hand in we do will have that one. Okay, one thing we're going to do, though, first is, before we do that, let's take a look at our equipment, because I believe I did keep, I hope I kept that. Okay, I did keep the M8000, so we can put the double shot on there if we want to. I also got all the stuff going through this, everything that came through for that ammo, all that stuff, all that good stuff. And then an item, along with junk, and the medicine, of course. We have all the trading cards we got, all the tools we have, the super tool we haven't touched. Mod permit, I kept the other one, more junk. The keys that we need. Yeah, and all these items. We got range 2. We have... Yeah, look at all this stuff.
You got extra junk.
I got extra junk. I got extra stuff for this because I want to make sure that we're going to be set for this. So yeah, we can basically pump into anything we want. So it's your choice on how you want to handle it.
We probably don't need it for the first few levels of the Chrysler Building, but we can get it and steamroll it, or we can show them...
It's your choice. This is your game. However you want to handle this, feel free to go.
Let's try to get through the first 10 levels first.
Okay, so should I put my junk in the...
Put your junk in the stash.
Put it in the stash. Okay, well, I'm doing that. With one very specific fight late in the game, I like the third birthday as much as the other two.
I'll take care of this.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Thank you. With one very specific fight late in the game, I like the third birthday as much as Parasite Eve 1 and 2. But there's one fight that's a severe pain in the ass, and every time I replay the game, I dread it. Okay, so... A question on difficulty, yeah, because I made sure to also hold this, because I know
it really doesn't matter, because we're going to move the stats over anyway, so might as well benefit from it.
Yeah, so I held that just because I said, alright, fine, go through and see it. So, yeah, also the other thing is that, since we're going to have a case, we're going to be doing fighting and things like that, and managing of stuff, this is a great case as far as chat is concerned, and anything you got to go into, or anything else you want to mention, whatever it is, just say the word, and we can go in. Yeah, so this is going to be the next part of the game, specific, and what we're going to be doing for the next, for the next couple hours, next 3. I lost track of time because we had issues, Darth Lux, before we jumped on, with the tech going down, which basically means that every time I do something that I'm broadcasting from my abode, I'm going to be hardwiring it from now on. And it doesn't always do that. I mean, I usually run it Wi-Fi, which is, I know, people's like, don't do that. It's like, sometimes it's fine. I have fast internet here, usually. But for this case, sometimes like, fine, let me see if that made a difference, which it did. But, it went down tonight, so I said, fine, we're going to hardwire it, and thankfully we got everything back up. But when we edit this in a couple days, you're not going to know what we're talking about. Except for the fact that I'm mentioning it here, so then you will know what we're talking about. So, alright, pump it up. Yeah, look at that great gun, look at that great jacket. By the way, I guess the only reason I thought to add the exclamation point on the one and the 3 on the other one, I don't know, I guess maybe I had the perspective of joking on wheat speak.
Oh, right.
Or, I don't know, I always think of the one game that's tied to Weed Speak. Driver 3, have you ever played that?
I played one of them for a little bit.
Is it the one that was broken?
No.
Okay, then it's not that one. Yeah, Driver 3 came out in 2004. It was going the Grand Theft... Fine, they've all sort of went the Grand Theft Auto direction. That one especially, because that was the first one that came out after Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City, and it was a little before San Andreas by a couple of months. And it was something that Atari rushed it out, and it was definitely a weird case as far as certain things. It's insanely hard. If you make one mistake, usually it's a failure of the mission, and the game's buggy as hell. So I always have that element of kind of mentioning that. And people, like, they named it Drive 3R. It's like, yeah, it's Driver 3, but okay. Yeah, Weed Speak is out, people. It's not a difficult boss, it's just tedious because it's only vulnerable to one weapon. There's only one soldier spawning with it at random, and it takes forever to actually kill, and it has multiple flavors of instant death attacks to take the guy out with the magic weapon. Okay, so I'll tell you what that sounds like.
Should I save over?
Feel free to save over.
This one, right?
Yeah, whichever, the one at the top or the one at the bottom. Take your pick. And the fact you use files, that's other stuff I have on PS3 for this. I mean, feasibly, we can just save over every damn one now, because like it's either or how you want to do it. I'll tell you what that sounds like when what Darth Lux is indicating on 3rd birthday. I guess it's elements of Final Fantasy VII, because I know Sephiroth is stuff like that, almost, sort of, yes?
What's that?
Almost instant death things. Or am I thinking, because here's the thing, we played Kingdom Hearts earlier the year, we finished it. He's in Kingdom Hearts as a battle,
right.
He has...
There's, in 7, there's an attack that brings you down to 1 health.
It's in Kingdom Hearts as well. So that's maybe... So, okay, this is just basically going to kill you random. I mean, at least in that case, because actually what happens, I think it's probably the same in Final Fantasy VII, if it's that way in Kingdom Hearts. It brings your health down to 1 and all your magic is erased. I did that battle, by the way, without once practicing that. I said, I want to make this promise to say, like, let me get this set. Nocturne helped me out big time on that, because she said, use the strike raid, because you throw the Keyblade for that. And when you do that, you're invincible. So we have enough invincibility frames running. But alright, here's the Chrysler Building.
Here's the elevator.
Alright.
But we have no key right now.
Yeah, we have to climb the stairs. So if you've ever seen Ghostbusters, fitting for New York, I guess. We're climbing all those floors to get to the top. Alright, so do explain elements of this.
We'll just go for one screen.
Alright. Or imagine having to fight Emerald Weapon as required boss with access to either Bahamut, Zero, or Knights of the Round. As you mentioned, Knights of the Round for Final Fantasy VII.
So in the Chrysler Building, each floor has a treasure room, and each floor also has stairs to the next level and an elevator.
Okay.
So what we want to do is find the treasure room,
Mm-hmm.
and then go to the next floor.
Okay. Alright, sounds like a good plan. Yeah, that's what this thing feels like. And he's having keyboard Alright, sorry about saying it wrong. It was a stupid keyboard. Hey, I have an external keyboard because the keyboard on actually the laptop I run this for, some keys don't work very well. Alright, we got battles. Should I start mapping this out, by the way?
We'll get to the next floor.
Alright, so yeah, it's gonna be battles in here, basically, yes?
Yep.
But they're gonna be more powerful of creatures. Ow.
Actually, it's not out.
Not, oh,
I took no damage.
this isn't even it. Well, okay, here's the thing. I'm a level 20, by the way, for this.
Right.
I don't know if that's high for now or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first floor is probably equivalent to like day 1, day 2 stuff.
Gotcha.
So it still poses a threat on day 2, but so this is where things branch off.
All right, hang on. Let's start making another thing. So how did we? All right. So where are we at? We're at floor 1.
Right.
Okay.
So
Jesus Christ.
just draw 2 branching paths to the left and then bot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go bottom right now.
Okay. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of what the best way to draw this out is. We're doing old school on SuperOldGameSaturday when it comes to our map. So it's like, I don't know. I fucking suck at drawing.
Everything before that was not a maze, so it doesn't really matter.
So basically 2 paths in the road.
Alright, look at all that junk. But we don't, I'll take it,
As I said, we don't need it because we have tons at home.
but I have room.
Okay, so
I'll
no,
take
fair
it.
enough. May as well. Okay, so...
So we want to get the treasure room.
I guess here's the other benefit also for next part at the very least. We're able to have a list of this. Okay, so there we go. We're going to the treasure room. It's just random where you're going for the treasure room.
Right.
Yeah, random dungeon layouts. I don't miss this part at all.
Alright, so mark this as elevator.
Elevator. I don't know. Well, also, look at
E.
the shit I'm writing, just making sure that this actually makes fucking sense.
Yeah, I would do it smaller because it could be like,
Fine, then we'll ditch that. So let's see. Okay, so no, this is it. How to do it small. You're right. Now I'm learning how to draw on this show. Specific. All right, fine. That's that. Okay, E.
Another hallway.
Other hallway that goes downwards. It was just one path for that, right?
Yep. Oh, you know what? I forgot to get a double command.
The only ones that aren't randomized, if we remember correctly, are the boss fours. Is that right? I don't know. I don't know anything about this, and he said now I'm learning how to draw maps. So I'm a regular cartographer on this program.
Actually, I forgot to get the double command, but it's okay. We don't need it.
We'll come back later. And we gotta do this for each of these four. So yeah, this is gonna take all that paper. So I was like, all right, fine. This is gonna be.
So far, no dead ends on going this way.
Okay.
Oh, see another branching path.
Okay.
So this is where it's important. We're like, okay, we want to find the treasure room, but if we find the treasure and there's no stairway, we want to be able to find our way back.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go down again.
Okay. So this is, as I said, this is interesting, and hey, it goes to one thing else while I'm knocking the water bottles down on the table. Thank God I have a table for this. Oh, you went down and it went to the right, yes?
Yep.
Okay.
It might be a dead end.
Alright, is there usually a way you can tell if there's a dead end?
No.
Yeah, but the treasure building is an invaluable skill. You definitely want to find treasure rooms because there's some overpowered gear in there. Yeah, okay.
Well, I think we're at the... Okay, so we found the way to the...
So wait, hold on.
stairway.
You just went straight and then went left, up, right?
Yeah, went to the right.
I know, does this look right? Basically, I'm going to be asking him this, like, does this look right?
Yeah, so this is where we were.
Yeah, right here.
So just mark that as stairs. Okay.
So stairs. All right. So
now we're probably gonna go back here and go to the right.
Okay.
And see if we can find the treasure room.
Okay, but yeah, we find. So in that case, it's also good the idea of how the discussion's gonna go and anything you want to go on as well, because you mentioned the enemies are not proposed threat. This is interesting, and here's the other thing as well as I mentioned. If there's anything about this, it kind of goes into going to these memories, or as Dark Cloak is saying, I kind of feel like pulling my PSP out and replaying this now. Yeah, I get you completely. And yeah, make sure it's on there, of course, because remember, nowadays, if you don't have it loaded on, you have to have it downloaded from your... You have to... Well, fine, you own it, so it's there. You have to go into your store history on PSP. You can't download it there if you don't have it, and he's blinded. But he'll be fine.
You know what?
And then do the weird stuff of getting it set up. I'll mention that when we get to the end of the game, because I'm going to go into a case of saying to people, how do you get access if you like it and you don't have it already? But hey, I'm glad we're inspiring you that way. You're liking what you're seeing. You're liking what the show is. And thank you so much to you, Darth Loctus, as well as Dolphin, ElecVerse, and everybody else out in Chatland for indicating all of your thoughts and feelings on this game, because I'm loving it too.
So we're going right.
Going right.
And no dead end, no dead end, no dead end. Oh, dead end.
Well, that's good. I guess it's dead end.
Just mark it as X, I guess.
Okay.
So we have to kind of hike quite a bit back, don't we?
Not real. Fine, the stairs you have to go this way. Fine, this way you have to go over here. I just curved it wrong, so basically just go back to the start. So you're right. This is a case for this. I mean, hey, I'm loving what we're seeing on this, if nothing else, because I said this part's totally new to me. But I think it's worth doing this. Well, fine, it's worth doing this for a couple reasons. One, to show this game the full love because it deserves it, and also because the reason to do this is because there is another boss here that kind of goes deeper into story.
Yes.
I believe also
you get the last remnants of the story of this game.
Question also to this, is this... I guess this ending is also canonical to the game and the franchise, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I would assume, I just didn't know. Because I said, and this isn't, I'll tell you, this is also putting me in an interesting position, and a position I'm fine being in, by the way, which is that, look, I've always said this on the show, I'll say it again. The thought of, hey, I'm talking my mouth off, or running my mouth off on everything we play, because, hey, it's a discussion program that makes sense for that. The thought of, I know everything about games. That's not true. I do not know everything about games.
You know a lot, though.
Thank you. I take this huge compliment, but you help bring that. I mean, some of the experiences and knowledge you know on this, you as well as Chad as well, have kind of inspired a lot of my continued understanding and continued information that I've learned about games, especially this one. The stuff Chad's mentioned, they said they want to see certain games, like, hey, let's play them, and I kind of understand them more because of, was it ElecVerse, for example? He mentioned he wanted to see Top Gear on the Super Nintendo. I realized, yeah, it's a great game. I love that game. I guess I made, like this one, I kind of wish I'd played it sooner, but I got to play it and got to share it with people, and even show him and show everybody else as far as chat this, and share it with everybody. And you've done that for Parasite Eve for all of us as well.
I just play this game a million times, but
yes,
I don't get sick of it.
Yeah, and honestly, playing this, I can get that too. Of what I've seen of this, I was not. You were saying, hey, did you get tired doing the grind? Also, did I miss the? That was the elevator, right?
It's fine. We're just backtracking.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I didn't miss something for that. But yeah, I mean that's fine because like, hey, we're all gonna have a different story as far as what we're gonna tell with the game we're gonna play. In cases where, hey, there's a great game that you might have played that I didn't play, or vice versa. Same with the chat that way, and kind of saying like, I know this game with the back of my hand. I'm gonna guide us through. And actually, we're gonna have that in 3 weeks when the Crusader 64 starts. The next RPG, which is going to be running current technically with this one, which is going to be, I don't know if you played this, Shadow Hearts.
I haven't played it, but it's something that I was interested in with the whole combat system with the wheel.
Yeah, he's showing me it. We got our stuff set. He's going to start that game at the end of the month. That's actually going to be our Halloween episode.
So the good thing that had the map, because I wouldn't have remembered to go left or right, but now that we need to go left.
Alright, so you said, I do have enough pieces of paper to manage this. I'll see what's going on. So you're going that way, but I'll go this way. So at this point, as I said, I have to learn my cartography skills to be to the left, right?
Yep. Oh, here's a treasure room.
Alright, so there's the door.
So, I'm pretty sure there's only one treasure room per floor, so there's no reason for us to continue going on.
I guess what goes on when you go to that? Alright, yeah, it looks like a
Probably
dusty...
just a dead end.
It looks like a dark area. Bullet cap. Oh! That's neat. As well as offense plus 3, damn. And offense 1. Alright, so I guess we're pumping in. Damn, okay. This is, already. Yeah, just 1 per floor. Okay, thank you, for that. So yeah, 1, treasure room per floor. As I said, I like to think about writing the map out, or it's gonna be... I'll try and see if I can't put a picture of this when I'm, editing. You're familiar with, like, Rand McNally? The map company? You're going back in the days, I don't know how familiar you are with buying road maps. Remember that idea? Before the days
that was
of back...
before I could drive.
Well, see, it's funny. It was before I could drive too, but it was also something I was always fascinated by. Even going as a child, it was always something that even my parents were saying that, like, hey, he seems really interested on the maps, kind of understanding certain things. And there's this picture of how they were running these, saying like, we're redrawing America. Oh, Jesus. These crows, are they different than the other ones we've had? They're bluebirds.
They still drop junk.
Okay.
They're fast.
Yeah, they're faster, and yeah, I guess you're still killing them that way. But yeah, I'll try and put a picture of this. Basically, he is like redrawing America as far as like just having the pen out, drawing it on paper. I'll see if I can't find something to put in, and that also goes to another thing. How many Parasite Eve plays or any plays are you going to be here talking about Rand McNally and putting a picture like that in? And you went back, or you're continuing on?
Yep, I'm just trying to make my way back to the stairs.
Oh, so you basically,
Right.
you just...
So now that we have the treasure room, there's no point in us exploring in that direction any further. We just want to move on to the next floor.
Is there other stuff usually in the other direction? Which would be
Probably
dead
not.
end, probably.
It would have been a dead end that we would have.
So dead end eventually. Okay.
I'm going to stop picking up junk because it's going to just have to be thrown away.
We do have
By
enough,
the time
though,
we get
so
to
it's
the
going to be
10th
fine. Alright, so far so good. I do like this as well. As I said, the idea of what this is, but also, I mean, I mentioned the co-driver element because of, like, if you're familiar with rally racing, the idea of how that is, you have the guy or the driver who's driving, and then you have the guy holding the map and telling him where to go. What?
You're, my navigator.
Yeah, I guess so. So, this is a unique thing as far as it, but it also goes to the other thing, is like, hey, here's another thing about the classic gaming. There wasn't maps or something like this. I don't know if, like, hey, if they're gonna do a new version of this, if they'd put a map here, if they'd say that, is that gonna make it too easy?
It is. But it's, like, a little frustrating at times.
Well, I mean, or it could be like, because actually...
Unless you have, like, photographic memory. Oh my gosh.
Oh, nice dodge. Well, or it could be like, actually, ElecVerse mentioned this last week. He said he was getting back into Metroid. He went back and played Super Metroid, and he was going into Metroid Dread specific. But remember, Metroid 1, the very first one, it didn't have a map.
Right.
And then they remade it on the Game Boy Advance, which I do have on the Wii U, because it costs quite a bit of money now, surprisingly. Metroid Zero Mission, they added a map. It does change it, or changes that dynamic. But the idea is that until Super Metroid, it didn't have a map. There was no map initially.
I don't think it breaks the game.
No, I didn't think it was, although, because it's a remake, they totally redesigned it. So in that case, it was kind of designed around it, whereas something like this, I don't know necessarily if that would, how that would change it, or if it would at all.
I played so much Super Metroid, I don't need the map.
No, I get that, for sure. And we got to do some stuff with Metroid on the show. We'll probably start with that one, because that game.
That was one of my complaints about Dread. I don't know if, just because I didn't play it enough, but a lot of the areas seem samey.
Okay.
As opposed to Super Metroid.
Where in that case, it's, I mean, because I guess, of what I have Super Metroid Dread as well, I've played it a bit. It's not, I mean, fine, Super Metroid, I guess, is a little more enclosed in some ways. I guess Dread's a bigger game in terms of how the layout is, if I understand that correct. Of what I've played so far, that's what I'm thinking, and what I've heard of people. But you're right, how tight Super Metroid is, and why people absolutely love that love that one above all. I mean,
I don't know, that game was just perfection.
It is. It's one of the best games on the Super Nintendo, without a question, and I think we should do that.
Let me put a little more points into range, just to get that nice 100.
Yeah, go as much as you have. The bonus points are there for your usage. And also, feasibly, the other reason we play Super Metroid is going to be because it's confession time. I have never beaten it.
What?
I know. Actually, here's the thing about that. When it comes to Super Metroid, I discovered it in the days of emulation specific. I didn't have a copy. It cost a bit of money now, also, in the Super Nintendo. And then I bought the Wii Virtual Console version, because I didn't have a copy. I was like, let me get this.
Alright.
And then, for that, I said, okay, fine. Alright, so you know what? I'll put a start point each place. You're just going straight.
I mean, we don't really care about the first floor anymore, so.
I know. I just want to see, like, where you're starting from. But, yeah, I bought it that way, and I played it, but I didn't get enough time to fully finish it. And then, same with the Switch Online case, but like, yeah, you know what? I gotta get into that. You're right, because I love the game. I'll tell you, it's like Metal Gear Solid, because before we played it for the show, I hadn't beaten that game either. But that was a good benefit, because I did kind of what I did with this game, in that I didn't really know how the story was going to end, so kind of finding out all those secrets live without any case of, you know, that going was a great experience. Actually, I mean, it was Protorova wanted to see that, and then ElecVerse guided us through that game specific, as far as saying, hey, I love this game. And it was one of my favorite shows we've done for this program we do each week. So in that case, it was something nice. And actually, with Super Metroid, I get a sense of like doing that, although I probably won't do that. I'll probably actually just play the game beforehand. Okay, we got a branching path.
So I'm going down.
Going down. Alright. I'm going back to the Aerosmith thing. Going down. You love the music here still. And another path, Jesus.
I'll continue down.
Alright, keep going downwards.
Oh no. See, you can see where a map would be useful.
And you said this is randomly generated, so, there you go. And you're going left. Okay.
Left or right?
Oh, right. Shit. See, I'm the one writing the maps. Like, oh, that's bad. It's like, I don't know where we're going, but it's dead end. Well, either way, I guess that's good that you don't have to go that far. Yeah, you're right. This is absolutely a great idea for us to do this part of the game, number one, and also the idea of writing the map out. Also, yeah, look at this. Yeah, this place needs to be cleaned.
Another dead end.
So the whole place is dead end. Okay. But sometimes I guess the idea of that is that depending on how this is, you could get lucky and go through really quickly.
You could.
But maybe not.
But yeah, if you like run through all these dead ends, you have to end up backtracking and not. So we.
Alright, so there's the elevator. Alright, so another turn and more enemies to kill. So hey, at least we get to hear the enemy battle music and just destroy stuff, and also see, I guess, how they're changing the enemies a little bit here. We're not gonna run out of ammo. Well, fine, we have 600 bullets. Should be fine. They said maybe part of it is because, as I said, I haven't seen this part before, and that's going to be how I'm going to be when we start Shadow Hearts in a few weeks. I don't know anything about that. I don't have another way to play it specific, and I also made the Crusader 64 the promise saying that I'm not going to play it before he shows it. Which is fair, because, like, hey, show everything off of that game. And also, it's getting its spiritual successor in a couple years, Penny Blood. They did a Kickstarter of that. It met its goal. It's coming out on basically everything. And, yeah, we're looking forward to
What makes it spiritual successor?
It's the same people who made it. It was, the people who developed it was, Sakanoth was the company. They're not in business anymore. The guy who started the company and worked on that game, as well as some other stuff, he did Fusile on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. He worked, I believe, he started work on Secret of Mana, I believe. He's actually worked at Square.
Also one of my favorite games.
That's a great game. Another one I have not put as much time into. I have it on the Wii Virtual Console.
Oh,
so at some
stairs.
point, those stairs, perfect, okay.
Okay, so how far back do we have to go?
We have to go back to here. So not too, well, not massively bad. You basically gotta go over here, and over here. Honestly, I'm almost wondering if, like, you know, yeah, if you could only see me just writing on paper this way, like, what's the map looking like?
You should do a flip book.
You know what?
Oh, oops.
I'll tell you what I can do. I think what I might do is, when I get to the finale, I'll take all the pages we had, and you know how I put the edits in for the YouTube site where I have pictures that are going up on everything?
Oh, you just put it right on?
Yeah, I'll put it right on. I'll position it specifically so it won't necessarily get in the way of where certain things are. It'll show that, hey, what this is looking like. What does it look like when I'm writing this? What sense does this make looking at what it is? So, second floor, okay. It's not going to look clean, I'll promise that. I'll also even show the back of the other one. I made it too big. He's like, yeah, let's start over. It's like, you know, fair enough. That was a smart decision that way. Hey, you're the expert on this game. I'm trusting everything you're saying with it.
I wish I had double command right now, but...
Well, hey, when we get to 10, we can go back down and get it.
No, we're not going back.
Oh, when you get to 10?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, when we get to 10.
Because I was say that's the idea. Usually you want to go back at that point when you
Right.
need to.
Just so we can save.
Okay. Alright, so where are you? Okay, you're right here. Okay, so that's further. See, okay. This map is not written to scale. I will indicate that.
We need you to take a cartography class before the next stream.
I'll see what I can do. Well, yeah, we'll find out. Hey, I won't have. Actually, that's the one benefit, I guess, of the fact that the Crusader 64 is playing Shadow Hearts. I won't have to do practice run for anything for that. Whereas I guess, well, actually, technically, except for next week's show, I don't have to do test play on anything until, I don't know if there's something where you need to grind on this, or and then I get to November because I know there's a game I definitely want to play for that. And actually, one other thing I gotta do is I do need to do some unlocks for stuff for the Dreamcast Racing Showcase we're doing. I always found graphic paper to be useful for this section. Yeah, this is not graphic paper. This is just printer paper.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, you found it. Perfect. All right.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, Tea Room or Troom is going to show on this eventually. Oh, there's battle in here.
Sometimes.
Okay, I didn't know there could be battles in here. All right, yeah, the bats. Yeah, I was saying I sometimes will do the test plan stuff that I guess is coming up. I mean, I'll do that probably for because I know I have to practice Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. That's another game I've never beaten, but it's one the chat wants to see, so we're doing it. And then also the Dreamcast Racing Showcase where I have to do some unlocks on stuff. Because we got some interesting games we're going to be having on that. I mentioned we mentioned the last part that Crusader 64 is going to let me borrow his copy of Rush 2049 for the purpose of that. And we got other stuff like Crazy Taxi and South Park Rally and many, many more. Including one game you're going to say, how the hell is this here? But I'm not going to tell exactly what it is yet.
Uh-oh.
It's legal, don't worry. That's all I'll say. And you're not going to want to miss that. That's going to be the weekend of Thanksgiving, 2 days after. That's what we do each year for Thanksgiving's program, which is we'll take a look at a bunch of games in a genre, a bunch of games in a row of some sort that I can show at one point, or in the same showing, and that's how we'll go. Okay, so to go back to the stairs, I think you have an idea of where this is.
Yep. Just make it right and then follow the way back down.
Yeah. Actually, no, when you said making it right, it's like, oh, you're doing actually the Mario RPG thing, because I don't know how much you played that game. Have you ever beaten that game?
I played a lot.
Do you remember the Force Maze thing? He's like, where's the hidden stash in there?
Yes.
We showed it when we played it, but when I was growing up, he says, go left, left, straight, and right in that order. At first I thought, oh, just go to the left side of that. It was like, no, it has to be exactly as you said.
Relative to where...
It's relative to where you are. So at that point, like years later, I learned how to do it. And when we played it, because that was the first... I mean, I love that game so much. That's one of my favorite games ever. And it might be the best game in the Super Nintendo. It might even be better than Super Metroid.
Yeah, I remember asking my mom to get it, and it was like an $80 game sometimes. Like,
I
she was like, no, hell
I
no.
mentioned that actually when I was doing... I saved up my money over the summer to buy a copy. I went to all the places around in my area. I went to the Kmart around where I was. They had it.
How much is that game now?
It's not as much as Kmart was asking for it in 1996. They wanted $84.99.
Right? I was at Kmart too. I was.
So they overcharged. So Kmart, with all due respect to Kmart, you didn't go. Did you go up the stairs yet for 3?
Yep.
Okay, 3.
Yep.
Okay, so
It's really don't need to draw it until we run into a branching path.
Well, we're seeing a path, sorta. So at least we'll start there. Okay, but anyway, yeah, you're right. So
it's not originally $85.
Well, yeah, nowadays it's not. I've seen it for like 60, 70, which you'd think it would be more.
Even at the time, like, Kmart...
Yeah, why did they charge that much?
Overcharged?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know the idea of cartridge games being expensive. I know there's stuff that's $70, and we have games that are $70 now on, like, PS5 and the Xbox Series X. But even then, it was like $84.99 was a lot for when that game came out. That was 1996. I was 10 years old when that was like one of the first games. We'll find that in Sonic 3 were the first 2 games I bought with my own money.
I'm trying to remember the last SNES game that I got.
I guess new at the time. Or just in general?
Just the last game that I ever bought at the time.
Okay. I mean, in my case, I think the last game I bought was actually... Fine, I didn't buy it. It was given as a gift. It was actually the rarest game on the Super Nintendo I own. You were going... Wait, you went up for this, and then you...
So... Left or right?
Right. Okay, so... Alright, yeah, I think I might have put myself in a little bit of a corner if it's left. Hope left is a dead end. Please let the health be a dead end. But yeah, the last game I bought, as far as new on Super Nintendo, or got bought specific, was Harvest Moon, which now goes for like $400.
I wanted to get Mega Man X3.
Oh god, yeah, that's another one. Nocturne has a full in-box copy of that, which she got for, I think, $150 back in 2010. She bought a Super Nintendo specifically to play that. It's now worth like over $1,000. She keeps that basically.
I really like X3. I don't know. I thought X2 was kind of weak.
Well, it's funny. We've had that question in the chat as well because there's been some elements like which are the Mega Man X games that people like the most, and ElecVerse said like he's kind of and Mega Man X3. We played Mega Man X1, which I don't have a recording of anymore, so we'll do it again. I did Mega Man X2, which is actually the first Mega Man game of any kind that I ever played. And Mega Man X3 I want to get and found it. Shit, okay, so we chose wisely. So actually, this might be easy. A T-room, not T-ROM. Okay, so there is a tool. There is another tool. That gun, I think we saw that before at some point.
So...
But we have tools we can toss stuff off.
Once we get these weapons, we don't find them anywhere else.
Yes. This one too? I thought this was something we saw at another point in the game. This one, anyway.
Well, M19, I think A4 is just like the other stuff.
Okay.
So we can destroy the weapon, but you'll never see it again. So are you like the collector type where you care about that?
I mean, whatever you think you need to do for the purpose of running through this. I don't know if you want to get your junk tossed so you can hold on to it. It's up to you. While you're playing, it's your choice. As I said,
Yeah, I'm
It's
like
your game.
Sometimes I have the hoarder mentality, but like
But
I don't want to.
There was one more box, I think, wasn't there?
Was there?
Yeah, in the back. At least I think there was. At the far end. Because the junk, that, and then that one.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, but sometimes you miss that. Like, hey, you caught the one early on that I didn't find.
SP vest. I'm right.
Okay, so yeah, so do whatever you want. It's your game. However you want to handle this, you're guiding us.
I mean, there's nothing special about these. And it's just gonna.
But you're right. But you're right. The question of hey, we want to offload may as well. Most of the guns here are one of a kind, so you want to be careful about what you want to decide to do with them, and when. So stockpile the super tools. Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
You said there's a case we're gonna have.
We can still preserve them with super tools, with the infinite super tools.
Where'd you go?
Right and down.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So now I have choice between left or right.
Here's a question, because you went down this way. Is there a possibility that the stairs or elevator could be over here?
It could.
I'm
gonna go left.
Alright, go left. Alright. I'm heading left! Yeah, for all of you Star Fox 64 players. Of which we were when we played that game, which was awesome. We did that. Yeah, we're definitely going to be managing stuff. Yeah, I guess to go back to the Mega Man thing, or the Mega Man X thing. Yeah, I really liked Mega Man X3. It was one at the time I wanted to get, but it always cost a lot of money. Even when it was out, like, fine, it's $60. But even when it was new or used a couple of years later, it's still $60. Like,
there were just like so many power-ups in that game.
Yeah, which is unique, and that's, I guess, why Nocturne likes that one specific. Oh, there's going left. Okay. Yeah, feel free to go into that, because we're going to also go to other stuff of that. I know first there's the elevator. And then, yeah. Okay, so we're going good that way.
Get it.
Well, okay, well, at least we found the elevator, so that's fine. Because first my thought was like, hey, the treasure room is over here, so that doesn't mean necessarily that's going to be here. But you said since it's randomly generated, I mean,
it could be.
I don't know. It could be anywhere, really. Yeah, but feel free to go more onto that. Like, we can, because like I know we're gonna do other stuff with Mega Man X. I know she's called dibs on a bunch of those. There's some I know she wants to show.
I acknowledge that the first game is probably the best in the series.
Mega Man X
and X4.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I love Mega Man X. I mean, I don't know if I. Yeah, X4 by the way is the next one we're gonna do. We're actually gonna do that in December now. By the way, I talked to Nocturne Day. We'll go on that as far as the schedule, but yeah, December we're gonna do Mega Man X4. She's gonna show up the Japanese version specific.
Oh, really?
Well, she's gonna show the Japanese version off, and then she's gonna show the English version off. As far as this, and there's one edit I'm gonna insist because she also has it on the Saturn in Japan. Because there it doesn't cost $700 like it does here. Right. And there's the stairs, perfect.
That wasn't bad before we on?
This is 3. I might be able to fit more map. Okay, this is gonna be fucking cramped, but whatever. Let's put 4th down here. Just going straight.
Oh, splitting ready.
Alrighty, so yeah.
I'll go right.
Let's go right. Yeah, this is unique. I do like that. Mega Man X4 is good. My favorites are the Zero games as far as that sub-series. Yeah, those Zero games are really good. You ever play those?
I played the first one.
I played the first one a lot. I have the collection that has the other ones. I definitely liked Zero in particular, as far as the extension on...
It's kind of depressing, though.
Yeah, it is.
Like, just the way, like, the world went after it.
It is the darkest of really any game in the franchise, or any sub-series of Mega Man itself that I know of. But it is interesting that it does kind of go that direction. I don't know. I mean, maybe the thought that how Mega Man X was going, that's going to point to that anyway. I mean, I guess to answer the question, like, favorite Mega Man X game going south. I like X... Actually, I like the ones on the Super Nintendo, and I like X4. I had to kind of feel my way into some of the other ones, and there's some other ones that are not so hot. Specifically X6 and X7. X6 is probably the weakest, but it's also the thing, if you get lucky, you're saying, like, hey, random elements. If you get lucky, you think, okay, it's fine, but then you also run into cases where, hey, it's not fine, because what they do is they do... You ever play Mega Man X6?
I have the collection. I've played, like, a smidgen of it. Yeah,
you run into those nightmare effects that run into that, where they do what Mega Man X1 does, where they give you... Okay, so there we go. So there's the tea room, which is going to look next to the start point. But what they do is they kind of change the elements of the levels. Like, you know, in Mega Man X, when you beat one level to beat one Maverick, you then go to another level and change something. Like, if it ices over Flame Mammoth stage if you beat Chill Penguin. They do that in that game, but in that one, it seems like it's totally random. And you also have cases where, like, the lights can go out, and it seems like there's not much you can control, but the game gives you an indication maybe you can, but you can't really.
That sounds frustrating.
Yeah, the Zero games, Mega Man 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are by far the darkest in the timeline, bar none. Now, the others started as dire as that one, resolved the same way, but after that probably would be Mega Man X5 and Mega Man X6. Is that canon?
What? The Zero series?
Yes. Because what Mega Man... Yeah, Zero comes out, because as you mentioned, the classic Mega Man games were followed by Mega Man X. Because in Mega Man X... Wait, hold on, which way did you go?
I continued on from the treasure room.
So you went to the left. You kept going left.
Yep.
Okay. So, the classic Mega Man series leads into Mega Man X because Dr. Light made Mega Man X at the end of his life, and Dr. Kane finds him, and that sets that into motion. And then in Mega Man X6, I think puts it, they set up where Zero goes, and then after that, there's ZX. Which kind of goes into that. It's fine. You got the treasure room either way. And then, as Dr. Lloyd saying, it's the classic series, then X, then Zero, then ZX, which are a single unified timeline. And the others go off on their own. And we played Mega Man Legends 1 for the show already. And in the case of that one, that's way into the future, and that's kind of off on its own way, I think.
It just seems like a post-apocalyptic thing.
A little. Yeah, or kind of the same way like Zelda Wind Waker was a little bit, to some degree, as far as how the layout, a little different. Definitely different as far as some of that stuff. And then, there's Battle Network, as you mentioned, which is kind of on its own timeline. I know that, I think, Star Force goes off of that afterwards, because what that is that's, kind of similar, but simplified. I don't know if they then do that one next when we got the stairs. Okay, so actually this doesn't look as,
got pretty lucky with this one.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna look like, yeah. In that case, I'm gonna assume that's a dead end. I'm gonna assume that's a dead end too. Okay, so fifth. Yeah, so this is gonna look horrible, but as I said, we're doing this for function, not form. Mega Man Legends is almost like Breath of the Wild in the sense that I guess it changes the timeline significantly, and Battle Network and Star Force are connected. Yeah, I think so. I mean, we'll have... Shit, already?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, yeah, we'll find out more, because as I said, Nocturne's the one big, as far as Mega Man stuff, and she'll... I'm going into the number, so yeah, get rid of the number. Put the number over here.
Got a branch, so I'm going down.
Okay, going down? Okay, going down. Yeah, she's...
Oh, no.
Oh, branch again?
I have to go right.
Yeah, go right, alright. Okay, start is here.
Please be dead end. Okay.
Alright, so good at dead end. Also, that new gun is a powerful ability you may want to consider on your main gun. What is on that one we got? I don't know, I don't
think we got it.
Well, what was the M162? There was another one you got in the last room. Or the USB. It's either that or the USB 2. It's one of those. No, it's not the steel. What is it?
We got nothing.
Okay, then maybe it was something else.
Nothing of value.
Unless maybe there's something we missed. Wait, we didn't find the treasure room in here. There might be something that... Or maybe it's talking the new gun, the one we're going to get from Wayne, maybe. Which way to go? You go down?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was my old annoying. It was like, yeah, I was like, yeah, fine, I gotta handle this. Yeah, it's definitely interesting for that. We'll definitely do more stuff with Mega Man for sure. It's like she'll lead, or she'll be involved in some of those as far as how it is. But hey, if there's stuff you want to be involved in with that she doesn't want to be involved in, go ahead. I thought I saw the 2X command on the gun you picking up. Something like that.
Did we miss treasure?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I forgot the double command in the stash.
Yeah, we'll go back for it in 5 floors from now. I think that's the plan.
Yep.
Go back and get it then. Yeah, we have it. Yeah, it was like, we'll make sure of that. Although, as you mentioned, the enemies are not really that much of a threat. Okay, that's where we started.
This is the first branch.
Wait, that's another branch.
Oh, no. Alright. Dead end.
Okay. And also the way I'm doing this, yeah, I'm literally just writing around this, like, fine, this does not look exactly like the way the map is for 5. And it looks like, yeah, you have to go in a, you know, little bit of a curve that way, and I'm going up. And this is gonna fucking overlap now. Or maybe I should make it go up more so I don't have to have it overlap.
Depends on how cruel this game is.
Well, so far we've been doing okay. If Aaron, this is an even more broken thing much later, so it's not that big a loss. Okay, yeah, well, you probably have an idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, the triple command.
Oh yeah, that's, that or maybe something else. Well, we'll see. And we'll definitely see all that and have the memories of that. So yeah, in the meantime, feel free to go into anything else.
Yes.
There it is. Okay, perfect. So it's all the way over here. So like, what's this tea room? Or yeah, I'm not even just writing this. Like, I don't know. Should I be broadcasting this shit when I? Fine, I'll have to. I already made the promise. There is Parasitic Energy, Enhance, Cover Jacket, and the M794. I don't know if that has anything to it.
Alright, that
Yeah, that's the triple command is what I was talking about. Okay.
This jacket is essentially useless. Because I don't think there's even... There's not even bonus stats on there.
Yeah, so bye-bye, Kevlar. Or put it back in the box, leave it for some... Oh, fine, nobody's coming back here.
Alright.
Okay, fine, I guess they are coming back. So, like, yeah, we will, keep it for future generations.
For the alternate universe.
Yeah, seal with a kiss.
Okay.
Okay, so that...
Stairs.
Yeah, back to the stairs. Alright, so that's the tea room. Okay, so 5th floor, not bad. You said just there's 70 of these?
Something like that.
Okay. I mean,
70 or 77?
Okay.
How many floors were there in the actual Chrysler building?
I don't know,
Does anybody know?
Yeah, I guess question to chat there. I could have asked the Crusader 64 because they're like, hey, I played Spider-Man PS4 and PS5, and I know more about New York than I thought I ever would in my life. So if he had an
I haven't
answer.
played those.
They're great. Fine, I played the first one.
I know it's on Steam now, right?
It's also, yeah, it's on the PC. I was about to say that because remember, he's like, hey, I always go into the element of saying I don't have PlayStation 4, so how'd you play it? I know people who have it, so I played it as far as them. And they did port that one and Miles Morales to PC. They're by Insomniac Games. People made Ratchet & Clank and Resistance and Destructor, talking about hidden stuff of a company that was on PlayStation. It's great. And if you love like the open world stuff of like the Xbox, PlayStation 2, GameCube era, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great. They really did a great job with this. Yeah, they're terrific. And we're going to do stuff with Spider-Man on the show. The first game I think we're going to do for it is... You ever played the Spider-Man game from 2000? It was on PlayStation. It was also on the N64 and the Dreamcast. I have the Dreamcast version. We're going to run that one.
Which one did it come out on?
It was on PlayStation. Oh, shit.
Oh, wait. I did play it. Oh, no. Through Branch Pass. I'm going...
Wait, where'd you come from? You came from... I think you came from down, didn't you?
I don't think there's any branching path.
Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, shit, did I mistake that? Yeah, because that was where we were. I think you started down here. You're going straight. You only went straight. Is that what you did?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, I thought you went straight. You either went straight... I think you went... I think so.
Right. So where are we? What do you think we are now?
Well, we're here.
No, I came from the right.
You came to the right from now. And then we're in the center of this... So, okay, I think you came from down when you first entered the floor. I think that's my... I thought so. Oh, okay, no. Okay, so never mind. So that's not the start. But that gives a sense of, okay, fine. Here's a way this way. So maybe you came from the top... Alright, fine. We'll figure this. Hey, this is the challenge. If nothing else, we're also showing what this is going to be all about. You also have to pay attention to the maps. But yeah, the first Spider-Man game playing is the Dreamcast version of that 2000 game. It's same as the other ones, it's just that it looks better. And I was able to find that against all odds and in a very weird way. Which actually was a case when I bought it at A Hollywood video that was closing. It was in a rental case that said PS2 Spider-Man on the side. At first I thought, okay, fine, it's the Spider-Man movie game that came out in 2002. But I saw Dcast on the side. I was like, wait, Dreamcast? Wait, is it that one? I asked him, I said, hey, what game is this? It says here it's... But it also... Here's the other thing. That rental case it came in, make it even more confusing. It says on the outside it's a PlayStation 2 game. There's one label that says Dreamcast, and there's another thing that says the GameCube box. Like, wait, which is this? He said, I don't know. I was like, let's open it up. And they opened it. It's like, it's a Dreamcast. They're like, I didn't even know we had this. And I was like, okay, I'll take it. I actually still have the receipt in the box, actually. So that's how I found it. And actually, I bought it on the PlayStation because I thought I'm not going to get that Dreamcast game, but I just found it. Somehow. Actually, question also to this. The blood, or the ooze. Is that an indication of you going the right direction, perhaps?
I don't think so. Did I get the treasure room here?
No. This is the stairs, at least, so...
Darn.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that just as we go along for the next floor. I'll have to try to look at that specifically. Because it looks as if maybe... Because I remember when you hit dead ends, it didn't seem like it was showing any of the ooze on it. But I don't know if maybe that's a detail. Or Chad, if you know, feel free to go into that.
I never looked into it that deeply.
Well, hey, that's what we do on this show, as you know. It's like, hey, we'll go deep onto any game you want to talk about, any game you want to see, or even if it's a game that's not very good. Because remember, we have our April Fool's Day show. Next year, it is on April Fool's Day. I think we're doing Superman. Fine, we're not. I don't think we're doing Superman. We are doing Superman for the Nintendo 64.
Like, do it as in beat it, or do it as in play it?
I'll try and beat it.
On the elevator.
Hey, I did Batman Forever, and hey, it was also there's the elevator. And I don't know if I actually ever mentioned this to you. I want to thank you for the Batman Forever thing, because you mentioned to me something that kind of made me want to do that, which was you kind of got into it, you know, as you grew up, and there were things that you liked that it was doing, and you know what? I can't necessarily say that, no, you're wrong. I think there's some really interesting things it has, although questions on the execution. Have you by any chance considered doing Xenogears? I don't have that on the master list. It can go on the master list, for sure. I just need to get a copy of that, but yeah, I think that'd be interesting. You play that?
No, but I do like the music from it.
Which way did you go?
Up.
Up, okay.
So there's only one we had left.
Okay, so
just, after this we can just go back to the stairs.
Okay, so Star was over there.
So we're essentially done with drawing this map.
Okay. There's a tea room. But yeah, absolutely. We can definitely take a look and do that. I just have to pick up a copy of that. Actually, no, I can get it because it's on the PlayStation, I think. Or it's on the PlayStation 3, I believe. I think? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, chat, do you know if it's on PS3? Because that would be the easiest way to play it. Unless they want to re-release it, but I don't know if they will. I thought it was up there, because there's tons of... We mentioned this before we started tonight. There's tons of stuff of Squares that's up on PS3 for download. And I know you mentioned one of them. You mentioned Vagrant Story, which is also by Square. I know that's there. Xenogears might be there too. I'll see what I can do about that for sure. It should be because it was on the PS Classics collection on the eShop. Okay, so it was. Alright, fantastic. I thought I remember seeing it. Okay, you said rare trading card.
I don't know which ones are rare. There's like a few of these.
So yeah, explain that. You said when we get to the Chrysler Building we see rare trading cards, but...
Right. I don't know if that one was rare. I forgot what you get out of it. It might be just more equipment unlocks.
Okay. Alright, so... Yeah, so basically we'll see those different trading cards in here. It's like, wait, where are these things? And what does he have to say about them? It's like, okay, fine, they're here. Fair enough. Okay, yeah, absolutely, we'll take a look at that. I'll put it on the master list. I also will figure at some point, thank you for mentioning Starflow, just because when it comes to the show as far as the RPGs, I've mentioned we're going to get to a case where we're going to try and do some concurrently. I'll mix in other stuff for sure, so it's not going to be just one RPG. I want to have some, I want to have variety, of course, on the show, so we'll run that way. But we'll get to a case where we're going to just start doing stuff concurrently. In fact, actually, we're going to do that with Shadow Hearts, because we're going to have another part of this remaining when we start that. So in that case, we'll start that. So we can toss that in with other stuff we got going. They might count double for slot unlocks, and anyone with a unique name means it's a rare card. Okay, so that probably is the... Because that seemed like the name of a weapon. And I can get on the page for the floor. I just also the benefit of running, both sides of the paper. Alright, thank you for indicating that. But yeah, I'll definitely look into that for sure, because one of the RPGs I want to do, because it's short, I want to do Rhapsody Musical Adventure, which is on the PlayStation. I have it, and they actually re-released that on the Switch about 2 months ago. I bought that right away as far as the collector's edition, because, like, hey, there's Japanese-only sequels that I'd love to see come here. So I said, like, hey, here's my money, Nipponichi, please, I'd like to see them. And that's a game that's only 10 hours, I think. So I can definitely show that. It's also a game I remember showing
I'd like to play Lufia too, but that game's kind of long.
Still, I know hey, you're not the only one we mentioned it. We've talked this as far as other people. I've talked with you, Nocturne, Protorova, Gemini 96, because he's going to be involved when we do Earthbound. But yeah, like, hey, we can figure this, because you said, you're like, hey, you and Crusader 64 love Luffy too. You'd like to do that. Yeah, we can do it. We'll figure what we're going to do with that, for sure. So, don't think that, no, we can't. Yeah, well, yeah, whatever we want to do, really, with that. We can figure this, because, like, hey, I mean, I'll also say this. I probably shouldn't commit to this right away, but I know it's at some point, I'll have to think this. I sometimes do shows on Friday when I can't do a Saturday show, and next week's show is going to be like that. But I don't know if maybe I should get to a case where I'm going to be doing more than one show a week so we can cover some of these bigger things. But we can figure stuff as far as how it is. You went right?
Yep, right.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I mean, yeah, don't think like, hey, if it's too long, we can't figure that. I know Nocturne was questioning that with Nier Automata because she wants to run that, and she wants to do Tales of Vesperia at some point, which I know is also pretty long. And I also got requests from Montague UK. He wanted to see, or he wanted to be involved in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, which gave me, and I'm kind of glad these are coming up as far as some of these, because it's also made me question the idea of like, okay, how do we handle this for the show to show off as much of the game as possible, while also taking into account the case that, wait, if they're long and how many parts we're going to need, which is fine. Actually, with Oblivion, I think the way we're going to do Oblivion, whenever we get to that, is going to be...
How old is that game now?
It is 16 years old.
Oh, wow.
I know. It's amazing. The thought of that, I will, I think the way we'll do that, we'll probably do all the story quests, probably the DLC quests, and we'll run through one guild of his choice, I think. I'd love to see this in Xenogears get re-releases the way Chrono Cross did, but I wouldn't bet on that, I guess because of maybe the Xenoblade question. Oh no, given the fact that, yeah, people who made it left Square to fund Monolith who made Xenoblade as well as Xenosaga. And I don't even think how that could affect things. Yeah, no, I get that question. What's up? Well, where'd you go? So we went this way, went down, down, down.
I went...
Where'd you come from? Top?
I went a lot of rooms. No.
So yeah, like,
right?
Oh, you went right here. There's only a right. Is it only a right?
Yeah.
There's only a right, so boom, boom, that's gone.
I think then I did more right and then up.
Right, up.
Something like that. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Alright, there you go.
We'll go with that.
No, I get that as well, but as we mentioned, sometimes the thought of companies figuring out some of these complicated things, I mean, GoldenEye, the fact that we were able to get GoldenEye figured was, I think this is going to be a dead end. Which is good, because then that makes it easier just to go this way. Although, then again, the ooze, I have to take a look at that again, you know? Or the goop, whatever that is. Yeah, I should know, we played the game where it's like, hey, people were melting. I mean, hey, here's the thing also, just to go to that, as far as chat that, you know, like, hey, you know, you're right, that question about it, but hey, you mentioned everything old is new again, stuff you think would never get a re-release is getting re-released. I mean, for God's sake, I've always say this, Plumbers Don't Wear Ties is getting re-released. What? If that can get re-released, anything can. Okay, you do not know the story on Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, do you? Alright, there's Elevator. Okay. Plumbers Don't Wear Ties came out on the... Oh shit, I'm kind of have to loop around.
Alright, things are getting a little complicated here.
Alright, fine. I'm going... I don't give a shit. I'm going right through it. You're going... And there's a right. Okay, and a down. Okay, damn. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, Plumbers Over Ties. It's a game that's on the 3DO. What? Why? Oh, you didn't hear that they re-released that, or they're re-releasing it. And I'm buying it because otherwise it's going to cost like multiple hundreds of dollars on 3DO. Okay, because everything old is new again. Every game that's old that you don't think has a chance of ever coming back is coming back. Okay, Plumbers Over Ties. You said you've not heard of this. You're probably lucky not to have heard of it. It's a game that came on the 3DO. Why? I'm trying to remember what the company was named. It is a full motion video game, sort of, kind of, but not really, because you have this...
What is wrong with this floor?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like you're looping around.
I don't know if that's possible.
What, you went up? No, I think it is possible. These are the stairs.
These are stairs. This map is a little
Jesus
weird.
Christ. Alright. No, I didn't. Okay, I'm still waiting for a limited run to make the announcement on that, and I'm buying it instantly. It is a full motion video game. You have this buxom blonde woman who says, like, hey, you're going to be playing a plumber guy who has to get to know me and woo me off my feet. And then what happens is you're this, and then that whole element is in FMV. The rest of the game is in slideshow form of just these random pictures of stuff, and they're going into this idea of this plumber guy who does wear a tie in one of the pictures, so the title of the game is wrong, being berated by his mother, saying, like, you better be marrying because otherwise, you know, I need my children to bear fruit. And then you get involved with this woman you don't want to talk to, but then she's sexually harassed when he goes for a job interview, and then he chases her with a knife. I swear to God, this is real. And, well, it's kind of supposed to be like a choose your own adventure kind of game, but then there's a narrator on top of it who's basically saying, like, these horrible choices you're making in this weird game. So it's like, and all these weird effects as far as the visual filters are concerned. Okay, you're back at the elevator.
Alright.
You're back here. Oh, wait, are you back here? That's where you went. You went this, and there's the elevator. That was where you last at.
Okay. So.
Or wait, you went around. Yeah, I think you went around the circle. You went left there, didn't you?
Yeah. Okay, so don't go down? Yeah, okay, I think that's a loop.
Yeah, okay, so these are looping.
So I'm gonna go up.
Okay, so you're all back here. Okay, perfect. So there you go. There's the loop. So actually, us going over on that actually made sense. Okay, yeah, this is not gonna be a clean path. Not that I necessarily was making a promise, but whatever. Okay, so there is that. But yeah, this is me describing Plumbers Over Ties is what made this happen. I'm sorry, but they're re-releasing that. So yeah, if that can get re-released, Xenoblade can get, or Xenogears can get re-released. Somebody will make it happen. And hey, us mentioning something like this on a show means that, hey, there's fans of it out there. I mean, Suikoden 1 and 2 are coming back. Right there, there's your indication. Even stuff with licenses, if they can do that, they do it. But I guess the answer to the Plumbers Over Ties question, why they're doing it, I would guess because a lot of, fine, that's not a full motion video title, despite the fact that it's kind of indicated that. And also, by the way, it is, it was before the rating system, and there is, some nudity in it, in the sense that it probably would have an adults-only rating, but I guess I don't know if they, maybe it wouldn't now, specific, I don't know. It is coming on console, and, Later Run's doing a physical version of it. But anyway, to answer the reason why I guess they're re-releasing that, there's tons of full-motion video games of that time, like Corpse Killer and Double Switch, which actually I bought, and Night Trap, which is one of the most important games in the history of gaming, and it is, for sure. They're getting re-released, so they probably think, why not this one? I don't know, you familiar with Night Trap?
Yeah, I know.
You're probably there, because he and I worked together. I showed you, I think, what that game was, because I have it on the Switch, I think. And I was showing it to other people, like, what the hell is this?
I mean, I didn't think it was that bad.
It's not bad, no. I mean, well, because remember, it was also a case of video game violence. I mean, look, it was talking the idea of being, you know, sexually harassed in the case of Plumbers Over Ties. That was a case of the thought that people said that's what you're doing in that game, when you're trying to save them from those weird augers that have, like, the hook that goes into the neck to get the blood out. And it's led by Dana Plato from Different Strokes. It's very weird. But it is an important part of gaming because, hey, we wouldn't have a rating system without it.
Did she have a career after that?
She died after that.
She's saying the game's cursed.
I don't know necessarily.
How soon after?
That was, I believe, I think she passed away in the 90s, late 90s, I think. I don't know. If that's wrong, I'll put a link down here, an indication. Like, rest in peace to Dina Plato, but also when she passed away. But yeah, it was 1990, well fine, it was 1992 when the game first came out. It's on that Sega Genesis Mini that's coming out in a couple of weeks. And let me think, what
What's
else?
the fastest way? Just go right.
Fastest way is going right. Wait, no, that's the elevator.
We can get to the.
Yeah, the elevator was there. Oh wait. Yeah, I think you went. Okay, I think maybe I reversed it. Shit. Yeah, just keep going. I think we'll be fine. We'll find it eventually. Yeah, it was 1992 it came out, and then what happened was I think they made it in 1987 though. And then okay, so we're at a fork in the road here.
And over.
There's up. Okay, so yeah, just keep going around, and then we'll find it. And up. Okay, that's it. Perfect. All right, so yeah, so don't give up hope. I mean, even something like this, I'd love to see that. All right, fine. Well, I got a figure on floor 8.
I never knew that the rooms could loop like that.
Okay.
I just assumed that they just mess with you.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to find that, because sometimes, as we mentioned before, what have we said? The idea you play a game for so long, can it necessarily
like now that we
surprise you?
draw a map, like we can see that it loops.
Okay, now we have, oh Christ, already they are not going this. Which way going down?
Yep.
All right, so going down. I kind of like how this is turning out, and it is. I mean, as I said, it also goes the idea like we can just say random stuff and kind of get weird reactions out of audience or out of you. It's like, what is this? Is this real? Like, no, it is real. Oh, okay, fine. I guess I got to tell you one other story that happened this week. During my lunch break, as far as that, I was with some of our friends, and one thing I indicated to them, I'm trying to remember what the concept is. There's a game that Exchange 64 was really interested in. He picked up. I think it was Cozy Grove. It's a game that's kind of like Animal Crossing, an indie take on Animal Crossing, from what I understand. It looked really cool, and so we were kind of going to elements of seeing certain things, like watching. Going right. Okay. YouTube videos and things like that. And I think for some reason, there's the elevator. I brought this sort of game. It's called Crazy Bus. Are you familiar with it?
Is it like Crazy Taxi, but with a bus?
You fucking wish! That was their reaction, too. But, okay, no, it's a development project that was done in Venezuela in 2004 as like a test of development. It wasn't a game. It was printed to cartridges for the Sega Genesis. It is... I'm putting a link at what that is. This weird thing. You have this weird music. This do-do-do-do-do-do-do. It's totally off-key. And it's almost like this performance art level of just the idea that you have a bus there, just pictures of digitized bus running on the Sega Genesis. Is move the bus left and right and press a button to honk the horn. And they're like, what the hell is this? I said, I think I need to own a copy of this because it's got like reproduction elements. It's like, why would you ever do that to yourself? To which I said, because I love gaming that much to show something that weird. I mean, let's put it this way. You're saying Superman Nintendo 64. Yeah, it actually makes that look like Parasite Eve compared to Crazy Bus.
You're saying there's a game that's worse?
Yes! Actually, there's a lot of games worse. In fact, I don't even think, I'll tell you this, there's stairs.
We didn't hit the treasure, right?
That's fine, we did not have that. We got a last floor at least. Yeah, I'd say there are actually a lot of games that are worse than Superman 64, honestly. Actually, I don't even think it's the worst game in the Nintendo 64.
Really?
I personally would say, I don't know, would you say that's the worst game in the system you played? I don't know, have you played it?
I mean, I saw you play, and that was more than...
Oh, right, I forgot, because I did do a bad game Thursday. I forgot on that game. It's like, you have to see this game, my friend.
That's as much as I ever want to see of that game ever again.
Yeah, so sorry that, yeah, sorry, well, fine. I'm playing it, but hey, it's me doing it, so that's fine. You're going down the way, that's fine. I would say probably the worst game on the system that I played actually is one we mentioned in the chat before, and when we play it, we're not playing it on that system. It's the Powerpuff Girls Chemical Extraction. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No, but the name is better.
It's a better name. It came out, it was on the PlayStation 1 in 2001. It was also on the N64 where they ported it. It was developed by Vis Interactive, the people who made State of Emergency, familiar with that, and Earthworm Jim 3D. It's a game like Power Stone, which sounds awesome. It's like Power Girls with Power Stone would be like the best game ever. No, it's not, because it's insanely repetitive, it's easy to destroy. And on the N64, on the PlayStation at the very least, you have voice acting from the show and the main theme. And you have these interesting CG cutscenes or FMV cutscenes. CG FMV cutscenes, both technically. Nintendo 64 doesn't have that. That came out in 2001, November 2001 on the Nintendo 64, which is right when the GameCube was coming out. And it has only one piece of music that plays the entire game. There's only like grunts that are like one grunt as far as it. You just keep hitting the Z and A button to win. And honestly, I mean, there's more variety in Superman. So I was like, I would say it's worse.
Superman just seems like extremely punishing.
Yeah, it can be, although, yeah, most of them probably featured on the Angry Video Game Nerd show. Most of it gets, what, bad games or things for that? Yeah, that's true. Oh, look, you never touched that one. You never actually touched stuff with the Powerpuff Girls that way. With Superman, you're right, though, because the thought with that was that, you know, you have your superpowers, but we mentioned Pilotwings 64. You fly through rings in Pilotwings 64. It makes sense. You're doing, like, license tests, and it's fun, and it plays great. Superman, no. And then you get cases where you're not doing it, and it's not as good. Although, funny story, I was at MagFest about 3 years ago, and I'm trying to think to this, like a bottle of water. Is that they are here on the table for you, specific. But anyway, if you need them.
So when did I start?
You started in here.
Okay.
There we are. We're back at the start. Yeah, but with that, I actually played it at MagFest in front of people. I think they came by and was like, wait a second, somehow you're not losing this at all. It's like, this might be the most competent I've ever seen anybody play it. And honestly, when you kind of understand certain things, it's not, you know, I mean, look, you have to adjust to it, but like, hey, you can kind of play it still in like Crazy Bus, that's for sure. But hey, it ain't good. Remember, there's gonna be a PlayStation version, but because the N64 version was so badly received and their license was running out, they canceled it. But that PlayStation game was supposed to be really good. I think it's basically pretty much been leaked online.
Alright, I'm gonna make some room and
Okay.
just...
Yeah, I would say the bad game specific, based on what he showed, a comment saying that something like Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on the Nintendo 64 is worse than Superman is. And actually, ElecVerse indicated that at some point we're going to play that because he said, like, that's the first game he'd ever played that he hated. But he said on the PlayStation, it's a great game. So I was like, okay, the N64 had problems, again, like the Powerpuff Girls case. Like, hey, it's better on the PlayStation, sort of. But on N64, it was awful. And same with Superman. I mean, they canceled the Superman game that was going to be better. It was actually by the people who made Vector Man, interestingly enough. At least that was the idea. Hey, we'll still cover the bad games because, hey, there can be hilarity in those. I mean, we're talking about the FMV stuff. I did Slam City with Scotty Pippen, which is basically a full-motion basketball game with Scotty Pippen in it, who we see in the opening because it's possible to get to him the way it plays, but I was laughing my ass off when we played it. It is up on the YouTube site, by the way, for that. If you have not seen that one, that was fun. And it also actually got me to appreciate Sewer Shark more. Which actually, I gotta be honest, I kind of like Sewer Shark in a way I never thought I would. Alright, so that is the next one.
I like Street Sharks.
Oh, Street Sharks, yeah, I remember that. We'll put a picture of the Street Sharks right here for the edit. And I don't know if they had a game, but it was kind of like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles a little bit. Sort of, from what I gathered, is that right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Hey, anything comes out that way, that's for sure. Well, Sewer Shark is something different, though. It's kind of it's also an FMV game by the people made Night Trap, Digital Pictures. Kind of, that was their big, you know, they were the maestros of that kind of game. But alright. Alright, so you're going this way, you're right, you were here. So like, yeah, I was pointing the the pen at the paper and saying like, yeah, it's like the mall map. It's like, yeah, where are you? It's like, how complicated is it to get through here? It's like, it's this way, and this way.
Where's the Sabaros?
Somewhere. Oh, I don't know.
Does every mall have a Sabaros? Is that the thing outside of where we are?
No, it's not. It's all over the place. Well, actually, there are malls around me that don't have one. So, I mean, not every mall has it, but most malls do have it. You're right. It's like, hey, when you go to a mall, there's a question like, what do you expect to see? You're going to expect to see a department store. We're at floor 9, by the way, so let me make sure I remember that. Alright. Yeah, but other stuff, like department stores, stuff like, I don't know, Macy's or Nordstrom or JCPenney or something like that.
I remember malls had an arcade.
I do. Oh my god, I do. We played House of the Dead remake last week, and we're going into our memories of arcades and games in arcades.
Why can't arcades be a thing?
Well, they are a thing to some degree if you find specialized places. But I mean, I know what you're saying.
Like, just like as like a casual gathering spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what it is when you can find them, but you're right that... Oh, you went back. Okay, good. Oh, did you go back? Wait a second.
No,
Why did it fade out?
Sometimes it does that.
Is that exclusive here? I don't remember that ever happening anywhere else.
It happened once already.
In the Chrysler Building specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, so it only happens in the Chrysler Building. It doesn't happen outside of this? Not that I've seen. Maybe it did. I'll go back on the parts just to see what that's all about. I agree with you, the idea of, having a machine that way, although, I mean, I guess what changed that was the fact that we're talking about certain systems and thought that, hey, when the tech came out that way, you can have that experience in the home. Stuff like PlayStation, when they did stuff that it was arcade stuff. The Sega Saturn was like that. The Dreamcast especially was like that when Soul Calibur came out. I mean, remember, Soul Calibur 1, or fine, technically Soul Edge 2, Soul Calibur 1, if you want to be accurate that way, or didactic about it. That was built on like PlayStation tech when it came in the arcade. Then it came to the Dreamcast, it looked better, it had more content, and it cost $50 on top of the console cost. Like, yeah, instead of spending $5,000 on a unit, on an arcade machine, get that plugged in your home, find the space for that, buy Dreamcast. So in that case, I think people will say like, oh, you have the way to play it also because there's an arcade stick for the Dreamcast. So I guess that's probably what did it. So
just the hardware caught up.
Yeah, I guess the hardware caught up in some ways, but I mean, also you're right. The idea that what was that challenge? And hey, there's the treasure room right there. Perfect. Well, that's part of it, I guess, but also maybe another part of it is the thought that, well, because actually Sega, we're talking about Sega's perspective on the arcade, especially like by Yu Suzuki, who made Virtua Fighter and Shenmue and things like that, he was all about kind of, well, him and other people kind of want to say like, hey, what about the idea of an event, which is why you have games like Hang On, we get on a big bike, or Outrun, we're driving a car. Or stuff Konami made, where Konami would make these big machines, where they basically would be something you can't really replicate in the home.
Silent Scope.
I was going to say, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly the game I was going to think of. I was going to ask you who played it. So, yes, exactly. Silent Scope. I love Silent Scope so much. That game... And I have it on the Dreamcast specific, and they did try to bring that in the home with the gun. It didn't have the gun support when it first came out on Dreamcast and on PS2.
How'd that work? Oh, the boss. Uh-oh.
Boss. Ninth. Oh, spider. Is it the same as the one we fought on the floor, on the hospital roof?
Pretty sure similar.
Or for that matter, I guess...
Oh.
Okay, it's worse because you're underneath, what is that? Yeah, we're definitely going back down after this.
I wish I had an extra thing of haste right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we will after this, don't worry. Okay, so it is the same boss, it looks like, as far as what it does, but it gets harder because you're cramped. Yeah, well, Silent Scope, because I have it on the Dreamcast, so I can definitely show that one off at some point. You basically just use the controller, although there is a way to use the mouse for the Dreamcast with it. I think it's the only light gun on the system that uses it. It doesn't actually use the Dreamcast light gun, which you couldn't use anyway, because A, they don't work if you can find one. They don't work on HD TVs if you can get one. There's Chrysler Key 1, and that's our way up.
Alright. I don't think there's an elevator on this floor.
There's not? Yeah, there is. It's back where the treasure room is.
Well, I mean, alright. I guess I have to... Yeah, if I go up, then... Alright, I have to go backwards then.
You just have to go down here. So boss is right there. Looks like it says bugs the way I have it. So boss... Stairs. Okay, so yeah, we're going down. We're getting what we want. There's. Okay. Alright, I think I'm getting better at this map deal. So yeah, it's right next to... It's to the left of the treasure room.
Okay, I'm gonna hand that over. I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay, sounds good. Alright. Then we'll go into elements of what's going on, how Silent Scope ran, which was, you just talk to this, right? Yep. Okay, awesome. So, you basically just played with the controller, but there is a version on the Xbox that does, they made a light rifle, oh shit, I can hit the floor cases, so let me look at that again. Okay, there you go, so it gives you instruction about how to go down, which is basically just go down on the first floor, right? Mm-hmm. Alright, so down we go and get the Pokemon thing, the doot. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, but they ran controller as far as Silent Scope, but the Xbox had a light rifle they made for it that you could actually play it the way with the sniper scope that you have in the arcade, but from what I understand, it didn't work very well, and you had to brighten the game up massively for it to get any recognition. Which is too bad, because I'd love to have that thing in the home. Right, we're going home. We're going back to the police department. At this point, I don't know. What do we want to do? Because, as I mentioned, we have our items, we have our junk, we have our, I think we put most of the stuff into everything. But I don't know, do we want to start working on the weapon?
Do we have another thing with first strike on?
Let's see. Well, because I carried over everything I could. So let's just take a look at what our inventory's like.
I don't think we have an extra one of those.
We'll see. As I said, I pulled as much as I could over. I don't know if I have something else that has that, but let's see. Okay. I'll just take some free ammo. Alright, need something? Yes, we do. Let's take a look at our equipment. Well, oh, wait a minute. Okay, no, I guess we can. Oh, right, we can. Okay, so... Okay, so we got that. Ice bullets. Let's see. Trank darts.
I mean, what we can do is show off the super tool and move it.
We have one. Or we have one super tool, I think. Okay, so there's that, which we want to pull that off. Okay, there's the auto stuff. Let's see. Okay, I don't think I do have something that has that.
So we can either go on to day 5 and get another one, or we can continue and use super tool.
It's your choice, however you want to handle this.
The power is yours.
Oh my god, there's definitely the kind of reference I would make. Okay, the power, fine. Well, technically it should be yours because you are the one who's playing this game, or fine, knows this game well. Okay, fine. First thing we're going to do is we're going to...
Make some room.
Make some room. Well, fine. Make some room, take the bullets. So, yeah, ammo crate. Put the bullets in. And put everything to that. Alright, so let's do that. So we're looking for, you said what? We're going to be looking for another super tool or another, wherever that is. Or here's the other thing. Do you also want me to maybe off-screen grab it?
You know what? Let's continue with the weapon, and then.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Was that? Okay, no, that's not the one. I just want to make sure I was emptying the right gun. Yeah, whatever you want me to do for off-screen perspective. That actually, I might just go through the rest of the game again. Fine, rest of the game up until, before we can do anything for that.
Yeah, I guess you really didn't need to farm all that junk right now, but...
Well, I mean, I'm glad I did, just because of the fact that we'll have it. Or, I don't know, do we want to give it and that... Do you want to just put the weapon in, show what it is, have it, and then do it later? Okay.
We can
show
it off.
That, and also we can get rid of some of the items we
I guess
have.
alternatively, we can... You know what? I don't want to keep it with us because I don't want to accidentally destroy it either.
What's that?
I was thinking, carry the weapon with us.
Okay.
But then I might accidentally tool it off. I feel like that's something I would do.
I don't know. I mean, wait a second. Why we have Rocket Crate if we start it again? Okay, I don't know why that's there if we start again. Okay, that's that. Let's look at our items. All right, let's. I don't know. Do you want to get rid of the darkness? I'm gonna hold on to that.
Discard it.
All right, bye.
Discard those medicine ones in your chest.
Fair enough. Yeah, because I guess this goes to what you were saying before. Because you were saying like, hey, how much space do you have in here? You said it's not infinite. It's a lot, but it's not infinite. So you got to manage what you're going to be using.
Right. Even those medicine 2s in your inventory probably isn't necessary. Want
to axe these, or actually, you know what? Fine, we'll have one, and then we'll get rid of it. And we'll go cold turkey.
You can keep 1 or 2.
Oh, fine, we'll keep 2.
And then you can move the cards over. Or the tools.
Oh, fine. We want to move the junk. Oh, fine. Right, move these over. You're right. Okay, so let's move that. It feels so much better using this controller, only because... Yeah, because I did use the...
You're fighting with it?
Well, yeah, which is weird, because you thought, like, wait a minute, how is that going to operate, or is that going to be making a difference? But it kind of does a little bit. Okay, so let's junk it up. And also, this is the other reason I did it. I waited till you got here, just so I could get a sense, or got up for the show as far as this, so that I'll know what to do. I didn't want to do anything wrong and screw us out of something. And also because you know what you're doing. All right, there's credits. Key 1. Oh shit! No, we don't want to get rid of that. I mean, I'll have enough even if I. What?
Sure, there's spares.
There are spares, but also, we'd still put in more. So yeah, in the meantime, feel free just to say anything.
Have you saved yet?
What?
Have you saved yet?
No, I haven't. I will go save. After I organize this, then I'll save, and then we'll put the junk in.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like pretty sure I know which weapon to take, but
just in case, yeah, it's worth doing that. All right, so, and I don't know, do we want to hold the tool for now or put that in?
There's a good chance that you're gonna find more, and if you ever need it.
Okay, fine. I'll just do that, so at least I'll be able to offload as much junk right now as I can. Alright, so, yeah, we'll talk to you later as far as that. Yeah, come back anytime. Alright, we'll come back in about 2 minutes, if that. So let's walk upstairs and do a save. I do like the idea that I have it set so the police station is kind of, still in tatters. Only because of the idea that, fine, we still have some more work to do with what we're doing. I do like how we've so far handled that, so I guess we're about 1/7 of the way done, maybe about 1/8. Okay, we're kind of getting there, but as you mentioned, we're going to need another part for this. Alright, so let's make a phone call. She's probably calling up Supero as you're saying that. It's like, I need to order 2 large pizzas. That's true. I didn't know that was going to come on, and then it goes to one other thing, which is that I just love the idea that whenever we come onto the show, whether it's you here, me here, anybody here, whatever chat says, you never know what you're going to get on this program. Alrighty, so let's go in. I did save. So let's get a sense of what this item is. So, as I mentioned, we did the junk grind. I did what I mentioned before, which was use the Club 2 to steal stuff from birds. And when you give him 300, I believe what we have now is going to be enough. What I have in my inventory. If it's not, I'll get the rest of it out. Yeah, so here's my junk. Take it, my friend. Alright, yeah, when you give him 300, he will say this. Like, I got quite a bit of junk parts now. Probably whip up a whole gun from them. So what's your favorite? So you have a choice of handgun, shotgun, machine gun, rifle, grenade launcher, rocket launcher, or let Wayne do it. But remember, Wayne is not seasoned.
Machine gun.
We're on a machine gun.
Yeah. One option for Wayne is the AK-47, but it's still worse than this weapon. It's
random, I guess, what he'll do then, yes? Right. So he basically just pulls something from that list himself.
So what you can do is, if you want a specific one, you can do what you just did and save and then hand it in, and you get different one every
because
time.
It's then determined, you know exactly what it is?
Right.
Okay. It is a good gun, you can count on it. Alright, thank you. Yeah, this is the P90. Oh, Jesus Christ, look at that. Holy shit, okay, you're right. This is totally worth doing. Damn. And, yeah, remember, we're gonna move what we have. Jesus Christ. We're never gonna have any problems again. Damn.
The question now is, do we want to just move everything over to this weapon and don't worry about first strike until later? That's an option.
Uh-huh. Well, you said you at least want to get the double thing on, so that's fine. You know what? We will put this in the box. Oh, actually, wait, that's the clip. 200 bullets. Shit. Okay. In that case, I don't think we should unload it. Because what's the point? We'll be able to have a full clip running.
Do you want to use it, or do you want to just stash it for now?
It's up to you. You said we want to have a super tool. Okay, all right. So, before we do anything, let's take a look at this. So, all right. So, when it comes to this,
let's compare numbers.
Yeah, let's do a number comparison. Let's quit out. All right, so let's take a look at our weapon. All right, so that's this with 83 put in, 58, and 14. That's this, and then this has rate of fire 10, attacks everything with rate of fire, and wait, go back.
Oh, we don't have a spare shotgun though, right?
I think I might have one in somewhere. Okay, this was the rate of fire 3, the bursts, and then the first strike. So you're saying that. What is your dream as far as the P90?
So you want burst, you want first strike. There's stuff that you can only find in the Chrysler building.
Okay.
So right now, it's pretty much just burst and first strike. There's the tranquilizer stuff, but that's not really that important.
I mean, I have something with tranquilizer on it, but...
Right. I don't think it's really worth... You can, but it doesn't add much. Okay. Especially like later on, if you're just going to be killing them anyway, who cares if they're asleep? And
True.
You remember what that did to the boss?
Which boss?
Actually, was that me?
I'm trying to remember. You mean, which boss was that?
Oh, never mind. So, actually, if you use tranquilizer on the first boss, like if you had it carried over,
all right,
like you actually can't kill it until you wait until the tranquilizer wears off.
Oh, the alligator, you mean, right?
Yeah, the alligator.
Okay, which I clubbed to death. Okay, fine. Well, all right, I remember one thing we've got to do at the very least, which is
So there's a lot of stuff that we either need a super tool for, or we just can't move.
But I know there's one thing you did want to move, which was this.
Right. So let's just continue with our weapon for now.
You don't want to put this on?
I do. Just which weapon do we want to put it on?
I probably just want to put it on to... Well, I mean, if we're going to use a super tool, you said... Okay, remind us, what does the super tool do?
A super tool allows us to move stuff without destroying the item itself.
Okay, and how many things can it move off?
Just one.
Okay, so when you say...
I mean, you can, if you have more than one super tool, you can move multiple things off.
Okay.
But we only have one.
Okay. And you're saying that you think you want to have multiple super tools.
Right. So...
I have to think about a good place to get them.
We could actually just find more stuff in the Chrysler building that we would want to move from here.
Right.
So we might find something with first strike. We might find something with shotgun.
Okay.
So for now,
I mean, I know we came down here specifically for the purpose of getting this, but right. I don't know. Is that what you want to do?
So what we're considering is.
There'll be more. Okay, sorry to cut you off. There'll be more super tools in the Chrysler building as you proceed. Right. Okay, so thank you, Darth Locke. Sorry, go on.
So we can continue with what we're open right now, and then see what we find.
Okay. If you want to do that.
Right. And alternatively, like all the stuff we really want is like at the end of day 5, and we're already on day 4. So we can get to floor 20 and then see what we get by the end of that.
Okay.
And then we can decide, do we want to just go back to the museum and get the things that we need.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. All right. So in that case, we're going to hold off on the double strike then? Or do you want to move that?
We can move that.
Okay. So let's move that. So.
Because we know there's 2 of them in the museum.
So the M8000, put that onto our weapon here, yes?
Right. Just use a tool.
All right. It's here. This will be moved, and the M8000 will be lost.
Yep.
Okay. Which is also why I saved before, so there it is.
All right. Cool. We can keep the P90 in our inventory, and hopefully we won't accidentally destroy it through a tool.
You sure you want to do that? I did put it away. We can pull it out.
You can put it away.
Okay, I think I did put it away.
No, it's in your inventory.
All right. Oh, right. I didn't put it away. Okay. Oh, wait. Right, I was going to not unload it, because, like, hey, we have tons of ammo anyway. Okay, that's fine. I think that's all we need. Okay, let's keep going. Also, question, I don't know, we have other bonus points. We want to weigh down any of those, or stuff we want to pump into now.
I'm trying to think, are we good on range?
Let's see what the range is in this baby. 104, I think so.
Let's bump that up to 110 and then just pump the rest in the damage.
Okay, let's do that. So, put 110 to range.
Actually, let's do 120.
120, okay. And then, what else?
All damage.
Just everything else in damage?
I'd say that's a good idea.
Okay.
And then we could consider defenses later on.
Fair enough. I mean, hey, we're living so far for that. So, okay, I don't know. Do you want to do the map navigation now? Yes.
I could try drawing.
I think we should probably switch places.
Yeah.
Well, actually, wait, no. You need to be in front of the mic because I'm too damn loud. So actually, we're gonna do something a little different. we're gonna switch mic position. So I'm moving the mic here. I was like, oh yeah, sorry. Watch your step there.
Tripping.
Yeah, it's a fire hazard potentially here or a wire hazard, but we are set. Also, I'm getting quiet that way a little bit, so there you go. Oh wait, no, shit, wait a second. I need the mic where you are, but I also need you to be able to write. So you're not, you know...
It's alright, I don't need that much space.
Okay, fine. Alright, yeah, do what you gotta do. Alright, so yeah, now I get my element, and also technically you also have an element of first look at the chat, but I'll keep an eye on what that's looking like. Anyway.
I'm actually see the chat now.
Yeah, so that's what it looks like. Just get a sense of it. I probably should do this more often. As far as any sense, like, that's where it is. And the way I have it set is... I have the setup next to me that way, so I have an eye on it. But then also the idea that the window for the game... That's also, I knew we had the tech problems early on. I said, hey, wait a second, it looked like it was weird. And you saw this weird rainbow color on the back of the Twitch window there. It's like, that's how I saw it. Wait a second, no, something went wrong.
Let me see your beautiful map as a reference.
Good Jesus, yeah. Okay, yeah, beautiful map, yeah. I don't know. Oh wait, hold on. Should I have saved before we went back here? Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Wait, there's not a save point in here. It's just to, like, go
No.
back. Okay, fine. In that case, it's fine. We just are at the entrance.
Okay. Let's see if I can replicate this view.
You could probably do better, honestly.
Alright. We'll go to...
Okay, so first we're gonna go save, or actually no, I'll do... Yeah, I'll save, fine, I'll save over the one. Oh, shit, I left again, damn.
4...
It'll be 10, wait, when you get, because it was 4-9 that we had last. Oh, no,
It's
no.
technically 410.
So wait, oh,
I
hold
think.
on. Is
'Cause
it?
I think you counted the second floor as the first floor.
Oh, okay, so fine. Okay, fair enough. So it is every... Because I was like, wait a second, it's every 10. I know you said that. So, okay, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, let's go save again. It's like, wait a second. I am liking how this is going, just because it is, as I said, this is kind of a unique thing. I mean, I was not necessarily, as I said, since I haven't seen this part of the game before, I never really thought, like, okay, how's this going to operate? But yeah, already, yeah, you wrote it better already just because of the way you wrote floor 11. It's like, okay, fine. You already are doing a better job. Okay, so. Alright, so we finally made our call. Let's get out of here. Let's go back. Shit, stop walking into the desk. Yeah, I know we went through a lot tonight, Aya, but it was like, yeah, we gotta keep going. Fine, I'm the problem there because I'm walking into her, or making her walk wrong. Yeah, someday this will be cleaned up. Actually, maybe next part will be cleaned up.
I know exactly which day is next day.
Next day is... Oh, it is next day, you're right. Actually, wait, don't you have to beat the... You just have to beat the... Oh, no, that's the end of the day, right. So, you're right, that is...
Oh, wait, I'm assuming you didn't go to the hospital yet?
I did go to the hospital. I started to go to the hospital. I went to...
Did you beat the hospital?
No. The last thing I did as far as the hospital, as far as the off-screen play, was that I got out of the basement. That's all I did.
Okay.
And I didn't get rid of the... No, I wouldn't have gotten rid of that. I should probably do the organize that. Wait, hold. What button's the No.
There's a sword button.
Oh, right, it's over there. Right. Shit. Yeah, fine, we'll go.
I do the top one. Just
Top.
because the
Final
weapon shows up on first, so you can reload
Arranged
it
by
easier.
attack, okay. Now that matters, because we only have 2. Alright, so back to 410. And, yeah, okay, in that case, I remember where to go, because when we come out of that, just go,
Right, no.
right. Alright, so let's get going to floor 10. Yeah, so far so good as far as it. I mean, I get the idea, as you said. What's the method of this? And you said when you first played this, you said you basically just blinded this thing, right?
Right, and it was like, oh, was I here before? I don't know. And
right.
it was, yeah, I definitely didn't draw that
I'll also
for myself.
I'll also pay attention to the other thing that we mentioned, which is that do the blobs on the ground, does that necessarily indicate where a dead end may or may not be? Or where, fine, or actually, you know, I'll tell you what that reminds me of. Familiar with, this is going back, way back, Hunt the Wumpus?
don't know what that is.
It's a very primitive kind of thing where you basically are kind of going in a maze. There's a monster going around, and you have to move around a grid. And there's like pits there's like bottomless pits, but there's like a warning way before you're going to get to a bottomless pit. And actually, the PC game DuckTales: The Quest for Gold had an element like that. At some point, I'd love to show that because it's a game I grew up with. All right, we are in battle. So basically, it's kind of like a bit of a strategy thing, but you're also kind of under the gun in the sense that you have... Oh shit, snakes! It had to be snakes. There you go. Yeah, but I'll put a picture of what that is, but the idea that in some ways it's kind of... You're kind of building the map as you go along, but it is on screen usually. There's a lot of variances on this. I think it was something that, maybe I'm wrong about this. I think it was designed around like graphing calculators, sort of, but there's been variances and takes on the idea on multiple things. But in this case, you have to put the map out together yourself. All right, so we have these things. Well, okay, these should be fine. There you go. Or as we mentioned, the Home Alone thing for part 1, which is I'll give you to the count of 10. Get your yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
1,
2, 10. Oh my god. And actually, I don't know, did you ever see Detective Pikachu?
Not entirely.
You saw the opening of that, though, yes. They have a reference to that, which is hilarious. Alright, so we're at Fork in the Road. I'm taking left. And there are the Home Alone games you can play, even though a lot of those are supposed to be awful. Fine, I played the one on the Super Nintendo. I know that's not good. Though I heard the one on the Genesis isn't too bad. Because it does kind of play the same way. Oh, right. The mole. I forgot the mole. Right, who has the hand there. What?
Molly.
Yeah. Oh, there's Molly Cow. We played Mischief Makers about a month ago, where you basically pull them out from the ground, and then you have to do a very specific thing if you're running for S rank on the... You ever play Mischief Makers, by the way?
I saw you play it.
It's all... Oh, yeah, it's a great game. It's a Treasure who made that. I'm gonna go down. I'll definitely do more stuff Treasures go along as well, because there's some other stuff I would like to show off. Actually, yeah. Okay, dead end. Okay, so, alright, fine. Then that's not necessarily guaranteed, because there is splotches there. Actually, one of them, I know, Chasm22, he has Guardian Heroes, which is on the Sega Saturn. I have a version of it on the 360, but he actually has it native on Saturn. And I did say to him, hey, if you want to do it, it's all yours. Okay, so there's the elevator.
Gotcha.
I guess there's a question there. It's like, when you get to the higher floors, that elevator one only works for the first 10 floors, correct? So that key I have only goes to those?
Yes, I think so.
I don't want to test that. Fine, we'll test it next time we run into one. Alright, that's the... We missed it. Where is it? Okay, so let's go back. Actually, when we get back, I'll also try and hit X on that just to see what happens. Yeah, I need a key. Okay, so you're right. So the floor keys work for the 10 that you have. So I went down, that was a dead end. I think the other one is going down here. I think I'll do that. I'll see if this turns into a dead end or not. Okay, yeah, you're already doing a way better job on the map, my friend. Compared to me. And
I left all this huge space and I don't think I needed it.
Well, honestly, maybe that was smart. That might be a good idea, just as far as how it is. And we're curving. You're kind of going in an S, it looks like. Actually, one thing I'm noticing, correct me, well, fine, since it's randomly generated, right there's a treasure room. The one thing I'm noticing is that, I guess, I don't know if it's because it's randomly generated, it seems like whenever there's a fork in the road, it seems like where the dead ends are going to be usually are at those. Right, so parasitic energy, special suit, and I'm wondering if there's anything else.
I think that's it.
Okay, so not too bad. Let's see. Let's see where the stairs are, because the one thing we didn't find.
We did find the stairs.
We did?
Yep.
Oh, so let's go back. All right. Oh yeah. Wait. Where are they?
Just go backwards, and it's right around the corner of the elevator.
Gotcha. Okay. Wait, was that it, or was that... No, oh, you're right, it was. You're right, it was. Never mind. Okay, all right, it's fine. I'm already just doing one floor, and I'm already kind of losing my bearings. But then again, I guess... I don't know if I had specifically done this way. Oh, stop! Shit, I got blinded. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't have, what's it? All right, fine. I'm right next to him, so let's see if I can make a shot. Yeah, look at all those bullets missing.
We should have kept it secured at least.
Yeah, maybe. Or, yeah, even get a level up so that I can... Okay, fine. All right, fine. I'm hitting 20 somewhere. Ow. Oh, okay, it's back, So now they're gonna die. Oh shit, no, I don't want... Well...
Whatever. Just deal with it.
Yeah, I'll deal with it, and I'll probably take the medicine. In fact, you know what? Let's do that. Let's just get that out. Because, like, hey, it wouldn't be a Parasite Eve part if I didn't get my drugs.
Yeah, I'll just move this down here, floor 11.
Okay. Oh, as far as, like, what? The note? Well, I mean, hey, as I said, that's the other thing as far as writing the map down, which is that I said I'll start one way, but because you start at the bottom there... Okay, fine. You're not. Oh, wait, no. You can do that, so yeah, go away.
Yeah, you see our range, it pretty much covers the entire screen.
Damn.
As far as what we need.
Okay, yeah, fine, I'll take this, just in case.
As long as we're in the center, at least.
Yeah, may as well. So, I mean, I guess that is a good thing that way.
Oh, make a left here.
Oh, make a left, right, because this is where the elevator is, and then that's past. Okay, so floor 11. So, alright, we were going okay, as far as this so far, somehow. But, I mean, as I said, maybe you're right, the idea that mapping it out and getting an understanding of it. Although, if nothing else, it also does one other thing, which is the thought that you're saying how replayable this is when going to this. Because of the fact that it's randomly generated, and there are other RPGs I know that have randomly generated elements. I know the Crusader 64 is a big one into Time Stalkers, which is on the Dreamcast. But the question of, okay, with an RPG, usually the thought with an RPG is it's long and there's side quests, and then at that point, that's when you're finished after hours of play. But how do you get a grace you want to come back to it, aside from, hey, you want to experience it again? And maybe a game like this, that's how they come up with handling it, or maybe just because the combat's so much fun. Or the EX game mode, we already have a fork in the road.
Which way are you going?
I'm taking the left. Alright, there's the elevator, so at least I found that. There's another fork in the road, I'm gonna go down.
Uh-oh.
You thinking it's another dead end? Yeah, okay, it is. Well, alright, that's easy to it. I mean, actually, that way it's the same as the last floor, in that we ran into that same pattern, and it was that way. Actually, I guess I'll ask you this then, which is... Okay, that's a dead end too. Okay, well, that's fine. That's not too far in, and we know exactly where everything is now.
I wonder if we, like, connect these maps, if it, like, makes logical sense, or is, like, you're gonna look like half the building sticking out?
Maybe. I mean, because one thing I'll ask you is that, since they do randomly generate this, we know that. Do you know how they randomly generate it? Is there, I don't know, somebody dug into the code of this to get a sense of what is it doing? Because as I said, that last path we had the bottom that was showing that it was dead end, like we only had on the last floor. But is it maybe that it takes, I don't know, does it necessarily take, I guess it takes setups like this, and I guess it has to take some kind of elements we're going right.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
I'll see if I can find something just to get a sense of it, because that would be fascinating to see, like, how do they do this. And honestly, now I'm thinking about it, I don't know if there were other RPGs that had something like this before this, or if they did, to what extent they had it. Oh, so yeah, you're getting shot. Oh, snakes! Okay, fine, it's fine, but we'll live. That one will, you know, get away. Having said, yeah, we're not getting a whole lot of level ups yet, but because the enemies are getting stronger, we should be able to get more as we go along. I do like how this looks, though, as far as how it is. The idea that, okay, it looks very mysterious in the sense that, okay, there's danger in here. But it also looks so bright and unassuming. But bye-bye, boys.
Extra damage from the BPs, actually.
What?
Different. We got a lot of extra damage out of the...
Yeah,
BP.
smart call, then. Which is, as I said, that's why I'm deferring to you. Not least of which because you want to see this, not least of which because you know this game by heart, but also the thought of, hey, if we're going into this, and you've done this sort of before, or, oh, actually, you know, I'll do it that way, and then we'll go back on this. Yeah, I think this thing. Okay, yeah, close. Wait, did I think I touched him and I took damage, is that right?
Yeah.
Although I don't even think she's doing, ugh. Although if she did, I'll put an edit here saying, no, yes, she did. Alright. Yeah, honestly, this is... I mean, if nothing else, I said it's also getting a great atmosphere to this, as far as how it is. Yeah, this is a long haul. Okay, finally, now something else. Like, I just criticize the design of the floor, and then we can go. I think it's probably going to be where the, Alright, well, alright, this is pretty straightforward so far. And even where we went, where it's a dead end with the elevator, he's not real... Wait, did we miss the treasure room?
Yes. So now we have to...
Yeah, we gotta go back. Alright.
So we have to go...
All the way back.
That's interesting.
What's up?
It's just like the top... The stairs going up coincides with the stairs going down, essentially.
So it's like, I don't know, what, right above it?
Right. Or like I'm almost the same on top of each other.
As I said, we have to get the number of the building designer here. Yeah, as we make the trek back, though, feel free to...
I think Doctor Strange made this building, because I don't think this is possible in this reality.
Yeah, well, I mean... Yeah, I don't know what... Well, the comic of Doctor Strange was probably around at the time of this game. Yeah, in New York as well, so, yeah, good call.
Sanctum Sanctorum.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, so feel free just to go into anything as we go. Okay, so I took the right, and
yep.
We just didn't take the left. All right, so this shouldn't be too bad. I think it should probably be right there. Okay, it's right there. All right.
Of course it is.
Still not bad.
I mean, if it wasn't, then we would have kept on going the other way anyway. So it's not like.
Okay. All right, so what's in this box? The full Uzi. Okay, that's nice. Well, that's the one. That's what we got on the gun we got from Wayne.
But
range +4, which is awesome.
So I found out that like those plus the range or the those stats. It could be like a random amount. It could be +1, +2, +4.
Oh, that's randomized too.
Right.
Cool. That I did not know. Are we pumping range?
Yeah, just put it in our weapon.
Alrighty, let's do it. That is the right one. Okay, just make sure.
And there's that PE +1 too.
Oh right, yeah, right. Put that in. And that is the it's the elite one. I just gotta remember that's it. Okay, so B-Hawk T card. All right, so did we see that weapon when we played the game? The B-Hawk, whatever that is.
Don't know.
But you're saying, and Darth Loctus and chat are saying this. There's stuff that's exclusive to this as far as even the card, so it's stuff that you basically build the weapon off of this, though, right?
Right. So there's things that we want to steal from the weapons that are here. There's one with triple command. There's cyanide bullets, but even then, like after a while, you're doing a lot of damage. The cyanide is an instant kill.
Oh.
But
because I know there's the poison bullets we had. No, we had the explosive bullets. We had the ice bullets.
So the problem with the explosive and the ice is some enemies are strong against it, so you'll end up doing less damage.
Right. I think I noticed that when I was doing test play for part 1. I think.
So it's usually not worth putting those on.
Okay. But cyanide, you're saying is an instant kill on certain things, or on everything?
Right, on certain things.
Okay.
But if you pumped up your attack that high. I mean,
we don't need it.
It's almost a waste of a slot too.
And what's the maximum amount of slots you can run?
On this weapon, it's 7. Some weapons can have up to 8, or maybe even 10.
What about the one we had him make? Is that more?
I think that's 7.
Okay, 7 as well.
But that's more than enough.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
All right, let me make it.
Alright, so 13th floor. Yeah, the unlucky floor. I said that, hey, they don't have 13th floor anywhere you go, but I mean, Shane 64 said, like, technically they do, because, like, well, then the next one's going to be that. We're going left at the first floor, which is going left or right, but left to start. And there's the elevator. As you know what, since I'm at this point already with the elevator, I just want to see if maybe we get lucky and maybe there's something over here right away.
Or unlucky.
Yeah, another path. Fine, I'll take the other path, just to say.
Very committed.
Yeah, you're right, we're in too deep. Oh, actually, no, this is, oh, fine.
Dead end.
No, it's a short dead end, if nothing else. So it's not like it's not like the last floor where it was, much longer. And that was the only, okay, that's the only path we've had so far, so yeah, we do know we have to go this way. Also, one thing I noticed is that they are changing the music as we go along. I guess it's changing for every floor.
I think so. Okay, so now...
Yeah, we're gonna go left. It's left or up, but I'm going left to start. Or, fine, what the hell, let's go down.
No regrets.
Yeah, I guess so, you're right. Alright, so far we're okay with this. Alright, there it is, treasure, perfect. Alright, so we did choose wisely this way. Alright, so what's in this one? Silver suit.
So I think, like, even
That's
the
it?
floors...
Oh, no, it's not it.
Like, the items themselves are randomized across the floors.
Okay, so, because I was going to ask, like, hey, we have something that has that as well.
So one playthrough, you might get items different.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that.
But I think across, like, the same 10 floors, they're the same.
Yeah, I think Dark Lord's saying something there. What are you saying? Every set of 10 floors has a different background music, and it goes silent after the boss for each, decade? Goes down? Oh, decade of floor, gotcha, okay. Well, I think I was like, wait, time periods, like, wait a second. Because I don't think any of the other Parasite Eve games go into future or past, well, fine. His reference is the 70s because of when the accident happened, but outside of that, that's about it, from what I've gathered. Okay, so... Now I just gotta find where the stairs are.
Well,
yeah, because it just went right from that, and I think these are them. Oh shit, they're not. Never mind. Okay, so... But I think we only had one pass, so it's basically just the up way, unless they have another fork, in which case that'll be
good, because that would have been going to the other room.
Well, is it... Remember that element... Yeah, I said... Yeah, I meant set of 10 floors. Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Alright, at least we got something to kill now, so let's get going on that. Right, the mall. You know, I'm running out of space. Let's not take that. I'm trying to think one other thing, which is, I guess, is there... I mean, chat maybe knows this too. Is there original music? I guess it's the final boss probably, but outside of that, is there other... Because I know this is one we heard... Well, fine. The last music we heard at Central Park, this is what we heard when we were actually at the hospital. So I guess they're probably taking from each of the days specifically, I think. But yeah, we got something else. Oh. So first thing we had 1, 2, 3... Alright, I'm noticing one thing that's kind of interesting with this, which is that I guess the enemies are kind of coming from each angle, which they don't tend to do as much. I mean, I rarely saw it.
Yeah, they come off screen.
Yeah. Actually, I noticed one thing. I don't know if this is a glitch or not. Here's the stairs. When I was doing the junk ride in Central Park, I noticed there's one case when you first come in, you first go to that zoo area, like when you first go through the gate when you come in. And when I did that, there was a case where sometimes the birds would spawn, like, one up from the sky and then would come down. I don't know if that's something that I see before or not.
I'm Not sure. I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was that, because I said when I first played... Yeah, when I first did the test of this, I ran into this glitch where I could just run through all of the desks at the police station for some reason, but I never saw it again. I think the final boss may have a unique theme, but other than that, the background music from other areas is used. It's been a while, so don't quote me on that, though. I said, we'll find out, because I said we're running the whole game. And I'm loving that we are running the whole game the way we've been running it. Okay, so, corner. Oh, here we go. So now I get to handle this element. We're going up. And I did come from the right. So it's like, yeah, I think that's the other thing I'm realizing. Like, okay, let me tell where I came from that way, just because.
Dead ends.
That's dead end. Okay. Yeah, I keep running into dead ends. Although, if nothing else, I guess the dead ends I'm running to. I mean, question to this: when the dead ends run, do they necessarily run or go down? Do you usually go a very long way before you see a dead end?
Usually not.
Mm-hmm.
Game's not that cruel, but...
I mean, I guess then in this case, have you played other games that have something like this? And if so, is this the one that is, I guess, the worst with it? I don't think it's bad so far, but I don't know, maybe it's because you're running through 70 of these, and there's the elevator.
I mean, this definitely gets tedious after a while.
Okay. Yeah, especially when we get more of these. We'll go left. He said, we'll make this interesting for sure. Don't worry about that.
And, yeah, not having a map definitely makes it more frustrating.
I guess, what do you usually... I mean, because you mentioned you played... Oh, there is something off screen. I can see it, sort of. Wait, I was gonna say, I don't think I hit it, did I? Or maybe I did. I don't know.
You might have.
You saw that. The indication of what's getting hit was not even showing.
Usually they don't make a noise if you miss, so I think...
So I did hit it. Okay. So yeah, it was over there somehow and it got hurt.
That's why you pump range.
Alright, so there is the stairs. So let's go back. So at least I know where the stairs are for this. Yeah, because I was going back to one thing, because you mentioned early on how much you're playing Hades specific. That's, is that the people who made Bastion who made that?
Yes. I never played that. Hades was the only games I played of theirs, but I don't really have a good track record.
Bastion, I love that game. That game's awesome. But, is that a game that has random design for what it runs? Do you know?
Yeah, Hades, yes.
Okay, so is it something like... Because it's a roguelike game.
Right.
Where it's basically just randomly procedurally generating the dungeons, or how's that work? Feel free to go on that, because we have not really...
I think, like, there's, like, rooms that have similar designs, and what's random is, I guess, the rewards from the rooms.
Okay.
But
basically
the order of the rooms might be different, too.
Okay.
But you can tell that they, like, I guess some rooms have encounters that are pretty much static.
Okay. I've heard some good... Well, fine. From you and from other people, I've heard really good things about that game.
It was a game that I was very surprised about.
I think I was, too, because I had not really heard much, and then Edge's Edwack was showing me this, and he really got into it. He likes his roguelike games in particular, and there's a treasure room.
Yeah, he's the one that actually got me into it.
Okay. So there you go. It's like the idea of... I guess, I don't know, do you want to put the spreading the disease part? It was like, well, no, that makes it sound like it's a bad thing. Like, no, that's a good thing. Alright, the CR jacket, and then...
It was just a very well-done game.
It looked it. I was intrigued from what I saw. In one of those cases that I might not have played it, if not... Or might not have seen it, if not for him, but one I would actually like to play at some point.
Yeah, like, the voice acting, there's just a lot of it. The music's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way they present everything to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like... Yeah, we can go back and find the stairs.
Yeah, but feel free to go into that. Like, hey, since we're doing this, may as well vary it up with what we're talking about.
Like, the idea of roguelike is repeating stuff, but...
Sure.
But, mostly through death.
And some games will do something like that better than others.
But Hades incorporates that as part of the story.
Which is interesting. So it's kind of an interesting twist. And actually, because Bastion sort of was like that a little, but also different. Sort of. So, I mean, there's something to be said about that. And also, we mentioned the idea that it is a Super Old Game Saturday, but that doesn't mean we don't play new games. I mean, I played the House of the Dead remake last week. but also kind of going into like what's the new classic to that. And I could get the sense of what I've heard and what I've seen of this. The idea that like 10, 20 years from now it could be seen as, you know, something terrific that people are going to really want to hold on to.
Yeah, the only complaint I really have, it's not even a complaint, but there's like a lot of stuff you could have at the beginning of the game is like you just don't have access to that. It's considered like basic.
So you have to earn like certain abilities, basically. Is that the idea?
Right.
So it's more like the idea of how do they lay out, I guess, certain skills. That sometimes would be a question on not just anything. Also looked like, yeah, it just kind of flashed in, and then as soon as it went, kind of flashed black briefly before, you know, I got into a case of going into battle. Because sometimes I can go into that. The idea, I mean, you're saying like what, certain movement abilities or something like that. Is that the idea? I've got a little thing.
Or just like certain systems.
Okay.
Like there's like a fishing thing you don't unlock until like later in the game.
Okay.
But I mean, it's very minor.
That can be an interesting distinction, though. The idea of when they give you something like that, the question like, how much do you think the game is holding out on you and then rewarding you,
right.
or what that balance is?
There's also weapon aspects.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually an important gameplay thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which way are we going?
I'm going down. I think it's gonna be a dead end.
Yeah, you actually have to unlock all your weapons too, like just the base weapons themselves.
Okay.
So there's like a lot of stuff that you like just don't have.
Right.
As like on like a blank save.
Okay, so I mean, in that case, it does make you work for some of that stuff in Jesus. So I mean, there's something to that, but I mean, I guess then, because you're saying that you still are fine with running that element, you just kind of wish you had it sooner. I mean, because actually I'll give you, this is not a roguelike.
Well, when you're playing, like, there's, like, some rooms that advance your progress of that game, and then there's some rooms that advance the progress of, like, I guess, what we could call your meta progress.
Right. I think we'll go to the right. No, I get that. I mean, sometimes the idea of, like, hey, when do you... Shit. Wait, how's this map making sense? This... If I were going to see how it doesn't make sense by going north.
There better be a dead end.
Or better be the stairs. Or not the stairs, which going to curve and go to the right. But I mean, it's because that's, I mean, this is not exactly a roguelike. Okay, fine, there's an elevator. Let's just see if it's a dead end after the elevator.
I'm making a mess of this map.
No, it's fine. It's like, the map is making a mess of everything just because it's kind of going in a loop. But I was mentioning, when you were saying that, I was kind of, that kind of piqued something with me, which is the idea that when you have a game where you have upgrades, really, whatever it is, whether it's a roguelike or not, when do you get to a case where when you get an upgrade, you play it, you get it, and you're happy to have it, but you're really happy to have it, you think, that, oh yeah, it's really enhancing stuff, or you go another way and you say, okay, it gives me something that I should have had to begin with, and you have to earn the ability for the game to play better. It sounds to me that Hades is not in that case, and there's the treasure room. Where you feel like the game is holding out on you. Actually, this is not exactly the same thing, because it's not a roguelike at all. Oh, I have another fight. Sonic and the Secret Rings, which came out on the Wii. It gives you powers as you go along, you unlock certain things, but it's stuff for better turning and elements, and I think... look, we went over the 3D Sonic stuff. That's not one I will defend right away, specifically when it comes to that, and... For that, it's a case of when they get that, the controls are kind of weird because you have to use the Wii Remote to... Damn monster, okay, I've never seen that before.
It's a mimic.
Oh shit, alright. Yeah, that's what I get for bringing up the 3D Sonic game. And, oh, fucking hell! Is that what this thing's called? Oh shit, this thing hurts bad. Because like, you saw that, right? It almost...
Yep.
It
Took a chunk out of you.
God damn, alright, I'm taking that and firing. There's a, you didn't let me bring up 3D Sonic either. Oh, fucking hell, I'm dead!
Oh, wow.
God damn.
Maybe we should have pre-rose.
Well, whatever. Alright, that is game over. Alright, so what floor do we get to?
15.
God damn it. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna have to go through that again.
Womp womp. Alright, well...
Alright.
I wonder if maps persist.
What?
I wonder if these maps are still good.
Let's find out. Alright, in that case, I guess here's the other thing. Does the map persist, number one, and does the, Yeah, oh, no, shit, no, I don't want to do that again. Hang on, I'll tell you, we're doing faster thing. We're resetting. Yeah, we're holding on disc 1. So yeah, we get to enjoy the PlayStation logo. Yeah, sorry about that. But, okay, fine. Yeah, that hurts bad. Fucking hell, that's... Yeah, man. You ever see that before?
Yeah, but not... I didn't think it did that much damage.
Alright, so when I load that up, I'll tell you one thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the, I'm gonna get some of the bigger, the bigger health things. Oh, I'm glad we showed that, because it goes actually to one thing that... Remember when I said, hey, we're nervous to go in... I was nervous to go into the, warehouse last time?
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens in the warehouse. It can happen. Where I think I had health there when I did that. But the thing is that it did so much damage on me that when I ran that, it didn't matter that I had it. I just died. So, alright, fine. I'll make sure to select the right save file this time, which is this one. Alright, so let's also find if the maps persist. What's up?
Let's consider just moving on to day 5 and... Or where are we?
We're at... Oh, what day we're on?
Right, how far on day 4 you just did part of the hospital?
I did part of the hospital. I don't know if we just want to go and take the new gun in there and just ransack the place. Or do we want to... Okay, so here's the thing. We'll do a compromise. We'll go to the Chrysler building one more time. Actually, wait. I'll get the health thing this time. Number 1, and number 2, we'll take a look at the first 4. We'll see if the map is the same. And if it is, it's your choice as far as if you want to keep going. And if not, it's also your choice if you keep going and also finish day 5, I guess, to get what?
Well, now we know that we need to bump up our defenses just a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you one other thing I'll also do is I'll probably do this just anyway. I'll probably just do, like, off-screen level grind, probably, between next part, I think. All right, so give me my health. Yeah, because the medicine is gonna hurt. Oh, fine, I'm gonna get hurt if I don't have medicine 3. And I didn't keep the darkness unless I have darkness in here, do I? No, I don't. And you know what, I'll take, you know, fuck it, I'll take the revive. I'll take 2 of these. Yeah, so in this case, yeah, I remember I was like, yeah, you didn't need the drugs. No, we do need them now. Alright, bye-bye. Yeah, feel free to go back into what that was like. See, it is poetic, I guess, that when I mentioned 3D Sonic is when we got a game over.
I'm telling you, nothing good comes out of that.
I guess not. We were talking about the question of Sonic Frontiers, which is out next month, and what that's going to look like, how that's going to be. Well, to be fair, I talked about one of those 3D Sonic games that you said, I can't defend that one. I can't defend...
Frontiers, or...? No,
not yet. I haven't played it. It's not out yet. And I have not been able to get to anywhere where they had it playing, because it's been at a couple of stuff. I think it's at near Comic-Con, I believe.
I just don't know that anything that I've seen is terribly impressive. It just seems...
Yeah. I mean, but as I said, I'll tell you, I've kind of been...
It seems like a tech demo.
Yeah, a little. I mean, I'll say this. I'm the big one as far as Sonic, as far as how it is, and love it for sure. But it's also a question like, hey, I've kind of had some little concerns myself. And as I said, with Sonic and the Secret Rings, it's not one of the ones I'll really hold to. I have it because, like, hey, I love Sonic, so let's play it. But it's like, yeah, I was not huge onto it. I like the other one, the Sonic the Black Knight. I thought that was better as far as how it was, even just as far as how it controls. But even as far as some of the newer stuff with Sonic, the question like, okay, what's this going to look like? But then also the thought that, oh, wait a minute, you know, if they're going to do that, why don't we have something like Sonic Mania again? I mean, Sonic Mania is a great game. Okay, so, oh, fine, floor 10 persisted.
Right.
So, alright, that's a good sign. But whether it takes into account how this goes or not, we'll have to see for the next one. So in that case, then this might actually be easy. Well, easier. But as you said, also the other thing that we might want to get a level case running on at some point. Or get enough to it to take us up to about midnight or maybe a little after, since we did have the tech thing. It's up to you as far as that. It's like, it's not going to be much more. I mean, I'm not going to do what we did with Majora's Mask. Alright, so here we go. So where's floor 11? Where did we start?
It looks like it changed.
Did it? So wait, is this it? Which is floor 11?
Right here. Start.
Start is there. Okay, but I'm seeing this right here, which is like, wait a second, there's elevator. Is that elevator there? Alright, there's treasure room right there, so it did change.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can get this, and then... So wait a minute, here's another question then. Which is that, okay, if I get this now... So I got this. Hopefully there's not a monster in the box. Thank God it's not a monster in the box.
Are you traumatized?
Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna lie. Does it hold this if we go back? I guess not. I don't know. It's your call. What do you want to do?
I'm trying to think.
Just have her run slowly or walk slowly.
Yeah, it's. I'd say let's just get our stuff for day 5.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of floors now that we have to go through, and it'll probably take quite a bit over an hour to get to another 10 floors.
The floor layout, I believe, is set once you enter it and persists only if you save afterwards. Okay, which would make sense then why floor 10 kept the same way. Or actually, okay, so once you enter it, only persists if you save afterwards. So, okay, then that would mean that if we, say, went through that one, that would be the same layout then. I guess, yes?
Right, so floor 10 map should be good.
Floor 10 map should be good.
But
yeah,
these maps are no longer valid.
they're going to be in the YouTube edit for the finale.
Throw a side face on this.
Okay, that was my fault though, because I let myself die like an idiot. So that was my problem. Although then I guess
happens.
Yeah, that's true. But although it goes, I guess, to one thing, which is that every part we've had, Aya has died at least once. Alright, so let's get going down. Alright, so we're going to have a little bit of a greatest hits then. And then, yeah, this point is just going to be us relaxing, letting her hair down. It's like anything you want to go into on this or anything else, feel free to go into it. I mean, I guess I probably should go back to the thing, as I mentioned, which is the Sonic and the Secret Rings thing, which is that you're building skills up. At that point, it's like, it feels like you're trying to have to earn the ability for the game to control better instead of the sense of it giving you upgrades the way that you're saying Hades does. So at that case, wait, there's hospital. So at that juncture, that's like, wait a second, that's not a good design. Although to be fair, that was also a case where, Sonic and Secret Rings was about 15 years ago, so a bit longer anyway. All right, boss floor. Okay, boss floors of 1020 are preset. So they behave differently, but every floor you've probably entered up to now should be locked in. Okay. Since we don't need to do the writing of the maps anymore, do you want to swap backwards?
Sure.
And I don't know, do you want to play this part?
I'll play. So
Alright.
you got out of the basement.
Yeah, I got out of the basement. We just need to go with who is it now? We have to go find the nurse. Yeah, see, as you mentioned, you said, am I traumatized by that? Yeah, I am. I guess so. Well, we figured, we showed what it is, and, in that way I'm fine it happened only because of the fact that, hey, we're going to have another part for this anyway. So, yeah, going up there, we'll be set.
Well, we gotta shore up our defenses now.
Yeah, it does go to one thing we mentioned, which is how hard is this really? And it's showing that. Okay, we'll have to do the thing with the floor.
I'm not gonna farm trading cards anymore.
I don't. Do we even have enough space to farm them?
We don't really need them.
Okay. Okay, this should be freaking nothing, just because of the fact. Let me grab this away. It should be nothing because of what we already did. Alright, so we've seen this story last time, so yeah, if you missed this, part 2 has that. We'll still see more as we go along. So yeah, you okay? Yeah, so we'll have to save the nurse. So same deal as before for it, but damn. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I was kind of taken aback that there was a monster in the box. Well, okay, I'll tell you what that is. I realized it right now. When we did Super Mario RPG for part 3 of that, I had to fight the box enemies. Well, specifically Box Boy. And I was nervous as anything fighting that. I don't know if you remember Box Boy.
Which Box Boy?
Box Boy's the last one. He's the one that has... He's the black box, the one in front. Actually, the thumbnail of part 3 was me getting almost killed to him. But he has the monsters that come out. He has Fautzo, I believe it is, who has Boulder, and that can be devastating. And I thought there was one version of it where it pulls out something that has... I was wrong about this. There's one enemy in that game that can pull out a King Bomb, and as an attack, can kill your entire party in one hit.
Oh, really?
It does. Magic Koopa has that at the end of the game. He didn't pull it out when we played. Thank God. I was nervous about that, forgetting where was that. But yeah, because it has this explosion. It can feasibly kill your entire party.
Yeah, I remember Helix was hard, but...
Yeah. Well, Helix was hard, and we did do Helix as far as how it was. I actually off-screen level grinded for that, because we're not going to be ready if I can't. So like, we're going to do that for sure. It just took a while. But yeah, then Mario died from Corona. As if there's a joke to be made in there. But alright, there is the nurse. We did save her again. So I guess to go back to the thing with the Box Boy, it's like, fine, this is Box Boy for this game, but unlike Box Boy for Mario RPG, this was devastating destruction for us.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing them, but I don't remember them doing as much damage.
Okay. I mean, so even you were kind of taken aback that it was as bad as it was.
But I guess we probably could have noticed, like, when it ate one of our items right away.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that, my thought was like, okay, fine, I'll have enough health to, you know, survive another shot, and then I didn't. But also the idea that it was also taking more of the bullets that I was putting into it, so... At that point, yeah, you're right. Yeah, this thing is strong, but it wasn't strong enough to take that thing down. That's also why I brought the revives here, only because at first I thought, like, hey, we're gonna go back there. So we do go back there, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna insist doing that. But I said, one thing I'll do for, next part, I will do the off-screen level grind to be set.
And it seems like your level does matter, regardless of how your stats are.
Uh-huh.
I think the way the damage calculations work, it's the difference between your level and their level.
Mm-hmm. From what I've understood, I heard there's, like, enemies that have, like, levels up to 60 in there, almost. Or maybe that's the final boss. But either way, we'll be set when we do this next time, so... Yeah, we'll take care of it. But as I said, I knew we needed another part for this anyway. I was kind of thinking a little bit of saying, hey, wait a second. Is there something I'm missing? Are we going to get through this too easily?
No.
I was going to say, yeah, so I'm glad that happened. Because at first I said, I got to level 20. I don't think that's going to be enough. But I was like, alright, fine, whatever. Oh, we got our bullet capacity, so just keep putting that in. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the best thing as far as the grind. Is there anything else you want me to grind specifically as far as how I handle this?
I mean, what you can do is just run through one round of the game, just to get extra BP.
And come back. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Because honestly, as you mentioned, this game is not long, and since everything is going to be boxed as it is, we'll still hold on to it.
Yeah, that way you can get some super tools.
Actually, here's a question with this, which is that every time you play through EX game, if you have a weapon and armor that's embroidered or that he puts the initials on, do you have to initial it again at the end?
So once you initial one thing, it uninitials the other.
Okay, but here's a question: when it comes to him saying like, "Hey, you have something initialed," do you still do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do have to do it.
I would do it just in case.
I will. I just wanted to get a sense of that, just because I wasn't entirely sure. So nothing else. We'll have more of that, and then But here's the other thing as well. It's like, yeah, I do want to go there for stuff for that, but also in some ways, also kind of want to have high levels in some ways. So I'm gonna have to figure what the best way to handle that is. Yeah, it wasn't the 13th for it, Don. It was the 15th. But all right, there you go. But I'm finding more comfort just seeing, you know, the, I guess, the sites that we saw last time. Actually, wait a minute, you also said one thing, which is, yeah, these things. You said if you destroy all the orbs, they can give you super tools, is that right?
Yeah, I just don't want to waste time with that.
Maybe that's something I should be grinding for?
I mean,
basically you kill all of them, it just shoots all of them out, and then when they all die, you drop the super tool at the end of it.
TV is not fun, and eventually in the Crisis Building, you can get infinite super tools. So
okay,
I don't really.
So in that case, it's fine. Okay, it doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, I may as well elaborate on this. When it comes to maybe the tedious stuff for that, if I can get a reason to not have to show it on screen, I can just do it that way. So feasibly, it's like, if you're saying it's tedious, it doesn't matter really, because I can do it off screen if it needs to go that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to do that.
But since you're saying there's a way to handle it the other way, I may as well just, not bother.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm just going to destroy that weapon now.
Alright, bye-bye to the GA-A3. So this is getting some points out, if nothing else. I'm just trying to think of what else we haven't necessarily gone into specifically. So at this point, it's basically free. It's basically open mic as far as what you want to go into to you medics or chat as well.
Oh, we didn't talk about the Super Mario Brothers trailer.
Yeah, shit, I forgot to go into that. Right. Thank you for reminding me. All right. Let's just set that up briefly. At Comic-Con this week, New York Comic-Con, they did show the first teaser trailer of the Super Mario Brothers movie, which is the name of it, from Illumination, the people who made Despicable Me and Sing and Secret Life of Pets, and it's from the directors of Teen Titans Go to the Movies, specifically. Yeah, so we got the trailer showing what's going on with it. Have your thoughts.
I'm getting, like, the first Wreck-It Ralph vibes.
A little. Feel free to go into that however you want.
So, first impressions, I think it's going to be a good movie.
I think so too. And I've had my questions on stuff with Illumination, but this one I think they're going in a good direction. What I've seen so far. We haven't seen much.
Right now, like, what everyone's complaining about Chris Pratt.
I don't know. Here's the thing about that. I don't know necessarily because he only had like 2 lines of dialogue in this.
You know what? Like, everyone hates Chris Pratt right now, like, just in general.
It kind of seemed like it turned on a dime, though, because they loved him with Guardians of the Galaxy and sort of Jurassic World.
I mean, I'm not, like, a fan of all, like, his beliefs and all, but, like, he's entitled to them. I'm not gonna, like, say, like, I don't want to jump on the internet hate bandwagon.
You think that's the reason, though, probably why that why it turned so quickly? Because, as I said, I mean, because I know with Guardians of the Galaxy, they did like him as
I feel
Star
like
Lord in that.
The internet's being a little too harsh on him.
Well, maybe he's like, look.
They're like remember that he made a comment about, like, his kid, and everyone, like, got so pissed at him for it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I get that idea. I mean, the question of, like, what's that separation of, art and artist? Actually, Ed Wex indicated that. I mean, we brought that up with Mega Man Legends because we had to get to the idea of, like, hey, Rob Smith, who did the voice of Teasel Vaughn, doing a great job as far as the performance. Then you have to take into account the fact that he was convicted of ownership of child pornography. Then he was charged of it again, and then he killed himself by drowning himself in the lake. And we didn't know that. Actually, I didn't know that specifically when I did the research on it. And we have to go that we're talking about Sonic Adventure 2. When we touch that eventually, we're going to have to talk about that with Hunted Pete as the Knuckles raps in the game. He has something similar to him with it. So the question of, like, fine, Chris Pratt's nothing as far as that, but still the question of, like, what that's like, and then the question of how much does that necessarily play to that, but is it also the idea, like, well, fine, that aside, the idea of how maybe that perspective of people liking someone for that or not can kind of go out on a whim or in on a whim, maybe. So, I mean, the question of, like, what's that performance going to be like? I mean, is it for the performance? I don't know, because, hey, we don't have much for him. I think it sounded fine for what it was, although, I mean, other people said...
it sounded inconsistent, but I didn't, like, think it sounded exactly like Chris Pratt, like his normal voice.
I wasn't thinking that right away either, at least of what I've seen him in, specifically is the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, none of which I like, in all honesty, and that's not the reason specific. The Jurassic World movies, of which I hate the first one. I don't hate the second one, but I also think that hot take time, or maybe not. The only Jurassic Park movie that's any good is the first one. And I haven't seen the new one, Dominion, which I heard is awesome.
Jurassic Park or Jurassic?
Fine, Jurassic
World.
Park. I don't even think any of it. Fine, I haven't seen Dominion, the one that came out this year.
I heard it was really bad.
It made a shit ton of money though, so apparently its quality doesn't matter, which is always the case with Jurassic Park. It doesn't matter if it's any good or not. People are gonna go to it no matter what. And he was also in a movie I know people hate. I don't know if you're familiar with this movie, 43.
Is that the one with a bunch of people in it?
Yes, it's a movie that has a bunch of skits with a lot of famous people, and the one he has is actually wait, because wasn't he married to Anna Faris?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I was right about that. The skit they have in that one is that they want to spice things up in the bedroom, so they go to how can I say this? Scat play? Let's put it that way.
How?
I've seen this movie, so I know what that idea is, because people say like this is one of the worst movies of that year, which was, admittingly. Although that's not the worst part of it. The worst part actually is the one that was directed by the guy who made Guardians of the Galaxy, actually, James Gunn, which was Beazle, which is about this cartoon cat that's loves its owner and doesn't like the fact that this woman is coming in. It's Elizabeth Banks, I believe it is. Or maybe it's not her. Yeah, the owner's Josh Jamal, I believe. There are things about that I can't even describe in terms of what it does. And it's the kind of question that when it came to Guardians of the Galaxy, I said, when Disney had James Gunn, I was like, you do know he made that, right? You do know he made Super, as far as that. Like, are you sure this is a good decision? But, okay, that aside anyway, I'll say that. It's like, well, as far as pride, I've thought he's okay as far as certain things, but I said, with Mario, I don't think we've gotten enough. But the point has also been brought up that, hey, wait a minute, even though he doesn't have a whole lot of lines in the trailer, neither do many of the other people, but they kind of made more an impression.
Bowser, he didn't do much in the trailer.
He didn't do much in the trailer, but I don't know, what do you think then on Bowser? And what do you think on Jack Black when he's doing it?
I thought he did a pretty good job.
Honestly, I'll tell you with Jack Black, I think
it's not like Bowser from the games, but it's intimidating enough where I think that's what really matters more.
It's also different than Bowser in Super Mario Sunshine, which we're going to show off when we play that next year. Bricks would really want to see that. So I'm like, yeah, let's do that. The one thing I'll say is that I think Jack Black is almost unrecognizable in that role. If I didn't know it was him, I wouldn't have known who
I get hints of him, but...
I can get hints maybe, but I said, that does not sound like other Jack Black performances I've seen or heard of him, even as far as like anime stuff like Kung Fu Panda, or even some of the movies that he was in, as far as certain things like Shallow Hal or High Fidelity or stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know, because even he doesn't have a whole lot of lines, but same also with Kamek, who's voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson. Talk about range on him, who voiced Sebastian the Crab in Kingdom Hearts, as well as Spawn in Soul Calibur 2.
Really, in Kingdom Hearts? What about the actual movie?
The actual movie, it was, I'm trying to remember, I'll have the name of who he was. He, I believe, had passed away by the time that happened, or they couldn't get him or something. He has since passed away, I do know that, as far as his original voice performance. But the idea, like, that sounds in an interesting way. And also, Keegan-Michael Key is Toad, who doesn't really sound like... It doesn't sound like a Keegan-Michael Key performance either, which I think is something interesting.
I do hear his voice in it, but I think he's changing it enough to sound like Toad. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know, in your case, I guess maybe did you watch a lot of Key and Peele? Oh, yeah.
I mean, I didn't watch as much, admittingly, so maybe that's also where that came from. I mean, I saw Keanu. I don't know if you ever saw that.
I saw bits of it. It looks like a long sketch of a Key and Peele.
It's hilarious. I loved it. Although maybe it's because I haven't seen as much of Key and Peele, but maybe you're right. The idea that on the show there's a lot of sketches, so we can kind of vary things up. And I mean, in my case, most of the stuff I saw him is like a lot of the movies. So I'm like, he was in Toy Story 4. It's like, he's okay as far as that.
I mean, a lot of Key and Peele sketches, like he can do like a high pitched voice.
Which makes sense. I mean, even some of those other performances, even a movie that I don't like, I don't totally hate it like other people. Playing with Fire, which is not a good movie.
Don't know that one.
That's the one with, actually that's the movie that they moved Sonic the Hedgehog out of the release schedule for because they wanted to redesign it. It was basically, it's John Cena, who is a, firefighter who has to hold these kids who are, you know, are separated from their parents, and they're incorrigible, and it goes into a lot of scatological. It's that kind of, you know, family comedy case, but it's not like Kindergarten Cop, which is a great take of something like that, which isn't really a family movie, really, when you think about it. But it's something totally different, and yeah, it's not good. It was like, even when I knew I shouldn't be laughing, Keegan-Michael Key, the way he played it, kind of made me laugh, honestly, more than him in Toy Story 4, in all honesty. Toy Story 4 is a better movie, but I don't know, I liked him better than that. But with Toad, I kind of thought there was something interesting to what he was doing. And even the look, I think the look kind of is going to something as well with this. And also the other thing, I guess to go the Mario thing with this, I don't necessarily think that... when I looked at this, my first thought was, you know, is this going to be a case where it's going to be so it sends me my issue with a lot of the Illumination movies, and feel free to go into what those are, what's your history with seeing any of those movies.
I saw Sing.
What
else have they done?
They made, I have not seen Sing. Yeah, they did the 2 Sing movies. They made 3 Despicable Me films. They made the 2 Minions movies. They made the Secret Life of Pets, of which there are 2 of them.
They're passable for me.
Okay.
I don't think they're like wildly creative.
Yeah.
It's more like low-hanging fruit of the animated stuff.
Yeah, which was disappointing me with the Secret Life of Pets, although I still liked it even with it. Honestly, the ones I like of them specifically are Secret Life of Pets, the first one, Despicable Me 2, not 1, and I hate 3 with a fiery passion. I despise Despicable Me 3 to the point where I'll say this: the Emoji Movie is better than Despicable Me 3, and I mean that. I went to that movie in theaters just because I said, hey, fine, I went both of them in theaters. I said, could this possibly be worse? And I was like, if you ask me, no, it's not. But, there is Elle again. Did you get your dog quota? Actually, are they skipping cutscenes now they're running this?
I'm just...
Oh, no, you're going through it fine that way. Oh, you're going now?
Yeah, but I'm just
okay.
knocking things out.
Are you going to be okay for this? All right, well, we'll see. But yeah, with the Illumination stuff, they also did the Lorax, which I was not a big fan of. And they made the Grinch, which I actually kind of liked in some ways. The one they made a couple years ago, the one that had Benedict Cumberbatch in it. Mm-hmm. Which I had some... I agree with you in a lot of cases with them. It was like, yeah, some of them were kind of like, yeah, I wish they kind of did more. Like, Secret of Pets is a great concept that they kind of indicate, but then it doesn't really do much. It kind of is just taken off the Toy Story a little bit.
Yeah. Like, it was a simple concept, and they didn't really, like, develop it beyond the concept.
The one thing I will give that first one in particular, as far as the Secret of Pets is concerned, it does have Albert Brooks, who is a, like this, eagle character. It's basically kind of like someone who's, like, gonna be killing things. There's actually a weird undertone of murder in that movie, which I kind of found hilarious.
Kind of like Shere Khan.
Shere Khan? Yeah, a little bit. I guess, wait, he didn't do a case of that in, anything, did he? And we do have to do something, by the way, with the Jungle Book. I've been asked to do the Genesis game specific. At least that one, but there's a collection I can get that has both in the Super Nintendo game. But, yeah, I guess, maybe a Shere Khan thing a little bit, as far as what Brooks is doing. I thought, I don't know, that maybe my sense of humor could be pretty dark, so the idea that was where that kind of surprised me. Like, fine, the setup was not delivered as well or as interesting as I thought, but there's just some weird, like, twists and things. Like, there's, like, this weird obsession these animals wanting to kill people. Like, okay, they got some guts doing that, and I kind of thought it was funny that way.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, Kevin Hart, I'm not a huge fan of him.
It depends on the movie. I like Central Intelligence. I thought Secret of the Pets was fine with that.
I thought he was okay, but there's only, like, my tolerance for him is just small. So
well, I
need him in small doses.
Well, fair enough. The worst movie of 2019 had him in, which was The Upside, where it's kind of go dramatic with that, and that was a problem for sure as far as that. But actually, I'll tell you, probably the best movie I've seen him in. I don't know if you ever saw this, Captain Underpants, the epic first movie. It's based on a series of children's books by Dev Pickley, I think is his name. I'll put a name if that's not the right one. It is shockingly hilarious and shockingly surprising. It's basically about these 2 kids who are like childhood friends, and they want to write a comic book. So they write about this, hero named Captain Underpants. You think that this is something that's just for kids. This is something that's just going to be, a toilet humor case of a movie, which it really isn't in some ways, because it actually has some fun with the idea of the fact that, hey, what's the maturity of laughter when it comes to something like that, including a character who's voiced by Nick Kroll, who's like a professor who comes in and says, like, my name is Professor P. He's like, what's the P stand for? And then it goes back in time to explain what the P stands for, and people are even saying, like, they're giving them awards, like, wait, that's really what it stands for. They're starting, like, adults laughing at this, and it's like, I'm sorry, I have to kind of compose myself. I'm not going to give away what it is.
Okay, speaking of Nick Kroll, what do you think of Sausage Party?
I was not a big one on that one specific. I thought it had an interesting idea that I think the South Park movie did better.
I hated it.
Oh, okay.
I hated that movie. Mm-hmm. I wanted to like it, but...
I guess because why? You like him just in general, or you like the idea?
I just remember, like, he was in it, so it just made me think of it, but...
It was kind of like a twist. Well, fine, it was like the flip side of, remember This Is the End?
Right.
Because it's by the same people who made This Is the End, where This Is the End was also kind of a look at religion in an interesting way, in the sense of what's the end of the world like, whereas this one, if you have not seen Sausage Party, it came out, it was 2016, I believe that came out. It's basically about a group of foods that talk, and they were at a supermarket, and they dream of being bought so they can go to the great beyond, but then one of them comes back and says, like, I survived, the food getting chopped up and eaten, which is not a bad idea,
right.
Then the question of how they deliver it.
Like, that's how they marketed it.
Right.
And that's what I found most funny, but I think the comedy just relied on the food just being obscene.
Yes.
And it wasn't actually funny.
Well, I said that when I reviewed it, because actually when I reviewed that movie, I said exactly what you said, which is that it's a movie where it says fuck every other word, which is fine. We say that, fine. I say that. I've gotten into saying that more as far as the show, not necessarily because, hey, I'm going to say it just to be shocking and say, like, oh, look how edgy I am. Ooh, fuck, all that. Like, it's not necessarily that. Because in my case, like, I like to think when it comes to stuff like that, whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it's anybody in chat, any guests on show, and goddamn, you're getting cut. Don't you have to stuff do that? That's why I was afraid. Like, are you going to be able to handle this? Well, you gotta be able to. Bubbles. Oh, look, you just got hit by the bubbles.
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, you're right, you didn't. So, yeah, fucking bubbles. Speaking of cases of that, but as I said, to go back to the Sausage Party thing, it's fine as far as that, but sometimes there can be a way for running that. And actually, I said the same thing. I said, like, okay, fine, I'm not offended necessarily that they're doing that. It's just that I wish it was kind of funnier in a way, because, like, hey,
I mean, yeah, like, I don't mind them cursing, but
no. It feels like that's
comedy behind it.
Well, because like, you could say that about, like, the South Park movie. The idea, like, look, the South Park movie had enough language in it that they were one F word away, quite literally, from getting an NC-17 rating. It's being a thing that should have gotten an NC-17 rating. I don't know how Sausage Party avoided an NC-17 rating, but 8th grade gets the same R rating for. I don't know why the hell that's got a R rating. That could be a PG-13, quite frankly. But you're right. The idea, like, they have the interesting idea, and even, like, the raucous thing, or like, This Is the End, because I was not huge on This Is the End, but This Is the End was something that I kind of believed these characters go to that, where it seems like it's pushing a boundary, but in a case where it doesn't necessarily work. Honestly, I think
but at least there was, like, some thought or like,
sure,
rather than just like, oh, let me just curse and then hope that carries the whole movie.
They have the idea. I mean, it's not, as far as that kind of a movie, I mean, I've seen worse for sure than that. I mean, animated or otherwise, as far as that.
Oh, see, this is what got me killed. That
what?
Switching to the old room. If this was the final boss,
okay,
that would have got me killed.
Okay, so alright, so I mean, fine, we avoided one way as far as that, but then it had to be me, of course, who got us killed the other way. But yeah, good job handling that. But I get that as far as, I mean, yeah. So my case with Sausage Party is, like, I don't think I hated it quite as much as you did, but it was something that I thought the idea was there. I think there's some good performances. I liked who's the guy from Napoleon Dynamite? John Heater, thank you. I liked him, honestly. I mean,
I didn't know what he played.
He was Firewater, which is definitely going into something politically incorrect that way, but I kind of liked the way that he kind of twisted it. And certain things, I mean, I thought there's some, as I said, it's an idea that could have been delivered better, and the thing is that I saw a movie that did it better. Or it goes to, we recently, about a month or so ago, had the passing of the great Jean-Luc Godard, who's a big one as far as French New Wave cinema and also a film criticism. His line, I always told this, is the best criticism of one movie is another movie, which is that if you're getting a case like if you don't like one movie, you get to point to something else that does it better. And in my case, I'm like, fine, I found one that does do it better to a certain degree. Although, honestly, if you want that take on question on faith a little bit, I don't know if you've ever seen a movie, it's called Saved.
No.
It was Mandy Moore and Jenna Malone who were in it, as well as the funniest performance I've ever seen by Macaulay Culkin, who is a teenager. He's a student specifically because it's at a Catholic school, and this girl gets pregnant, and the idea is that the religious girl there is kind of trying to get a sense of like holding that over her specific. And some of the things that Macaulay Culkin says are just so insanely hilarious that it is quite something. But it also has a lot of interesting things on its mind. It has some interesting things it's doing for sure. I think you'd like it. It's a unique one. It's also, as I mentioned, I'm the one person who's not like Mean Girls, and Christian64 wants to kill me for that. But it's one I'll give it another shot.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, the reason I don't like it, honestly, is because Save's the better version, honestly. But there are things that Mean Girls does, I will definitely give it credit, without question. All right, we're going to give it junk. Actually, there's nothing else for junk after.
You can always get more weapons.
Oh, every 300? Is that the idea? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you can just keep going. I don't know, you don't think I need to junk grind again, do you?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I stopped you on your thing on Mean Girls or anything else if you want to go into that.
I don't know if I ever seen Mean Girls in its entirety.
Okay.
But, I don't know. A lot of people like it.
Well, no, I get that idea. I mean, and I get why people like it. There's things about that are well done. In my case, I think maybe my thing is that it feels almost like... Fine, I said this. It's a Saturday Night Live sketch movie that doesn't feel like it's connected effectively, which the argument is, well, hey, it's written by Tina Fey, who wrote for Saturday Night Live, so that makes sense. But, I mean, that's more my question as far as the cohesion, and I guess compared to other Saturday Night Live movies. Oh, to be fair, there's some bad Saturday Night Live movies, no question, out there for the purpose of stuff like that. I've heard MacGruber is not a very good one, and Ladies Man, that was not very good either. Even though I had a soft spot for the skit, it's like, yeah, the movie's not very good. Although, of course, you have Wayne's World, and that's amazing, and Blues Brothers.
You know what movie I've been watching clips of recently?
What's that?
Undercover Brother.
I love Undercover Brother. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I love that movie so much.
I'm like looking back, it's like, this is...
It's great. It's terrific. Okay, that was a weird cut. You saw that, right? I'll put a picture of that. That was weird.
I don't... You know what? Why I was doing it? I was talking to Ed and Nikki, and we were talking about mayonnaise.
That's just cracking me up. Just going into that, yeah. You might want to keep the Chrysler key, though. You can't use the elevators unless you
right. I mean,
it.
We're not gonna...
We'll come back. We're going to do that rest of it next month. It'll be in the stock. So basically, I think what he said is what we're going to do. I'm going to basically play through the game again and get some...
I always get to the end museum just so we can get... more double commands.
Okay.
More shotguns.
Okay, no, well, so we got that figured. We're not losing this, so don't worry about that. Yeah, let's go back to Undercover Brother. Yeah, I know where you're going with that. Right. As soon as you said that.
Yeah, we're like, white people love their mayonnaise.
Well, I mean, I still also remember actually the Ebert and Roper review of that, where actually Roper did not like it very much. Ebert did. He said like, Roper said, by the way, for the record, I hate mayonnaise. I love mayonnaise.
I like mayonnaise.
He says like nothing like a BLT with a little bit of mayo. I was like, okay, yeah, I must have missed that. They're like, hey, don't worry about it. It's like, it's fine to that. It's like, hey, they just like reaction. Wait, that's not a door there, is that?
No, it's not.
Okay, but yeah, okay, fine. I guess we'll agree. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've seen it too. So fantastic. Talk about underrated film from 20 years ago.
And Dave Chappelle's in it.
Dave Chappelle is amazing. Oh my God, he is conspiracy brother. That he is so funny in that. Fine, Dave Chappelle is so funny anyway, regardless of what it is. But especially for that, he's terrific. Well, I mean, you think about that cast. That is quite a great cast as far as all the people come together. It's him. It's Eddie Griffin, probably his funniest performance.
Neil Patrick
Harris. Shy McBride from I remember him on Boston Public, and he's been on a bunch of other stuff as well. He is the chief.
Oh, okay.
And I think isn't Denise Richards in that?
Yep, she's like white she-devil or something.
But even that was fun the way that, because what that movie is, if you've never seen it, it's kind of a mixture of It's basically to like blaxploitation cinema what Austin Powers was to James Bond. In fact, actually, I'll tell you this. Although I like all three of the Austin Powers movies, and that year was the release of Austin Powers and Goldmember, I think I like Undercover Brother more than Goldmember. As much as I like Goldmember for sure.
I agree. I don't know. The sequels for Austin Powers, it's not as funny on like the second watch. But like going back to Undercover Brothers, like this is still pretty damn funny.
It's also one of those cases where it kind of came out of nowhere. It's like where did this come from? And actually, I'll tell you. And I've always been holding on to this because actually you were talking Kevin Hart. I'll tell you one thing as far as this. Did you ever see Night School?
No.
It's horrible, but it's by the same director as Undercover Brother. In fact, actually, know who else was the same director? Space Jam: New Legacy.
Okay.
So honestly, when those came out, my thought was like, wait a second, this should be really good. Actually, with Night School, my thought was, okay, Night School is here. It's from that director. It also has multiple writers on it. It had Nicholas Stoller, who wrote, he wrote Captain Underpants, and he wrote Forgetting Sarah Marshall, which is a movie I adored. And it's awful, whereas some of these other ones, yeah, they're great. And Undercover Brother is one of those cases that whenever you think like a great, because sometimes we mention this element, like, is modern comedy necessarily something that you can get stuff that's really, really funny? And in some cases you can. Like, actually, I saw Chippendale Rescue Rangers came out back in May. That is hilarious.
I heard there's a Sonic cameo.
There is, and it is wonderful. Oh my god, I love it so much. It's terrific. It's on Disney Plus if you've never seen it. It's great. I actually have seen it twice. It's
is it on Disney Plus? Okay.
It is. It was only on Disney Plus. They did not put it in theaters, surprisingly. I think they could have figured putting that in theaters. It's good stuff, and it's a great, clever twist on that TV show, which I love, and which there's games about, which we will play at some point. And it's kind of got a Whom Framed Roger Rabbit element, and it does it really, really well. But it's one of those cases, like, it's one of those things, that and Undercover Brother being cases where movies that kind of came out of nowhere, you think, like, okay, how's this going to operate? But they're really funny. And see, it's funny how we've also turned this away. It's like we kind of went away from Super Mario Brothers as far as that.
How did we get here?
What?
How did we get here?
To, I don't know, how do we get to the sewers? How do we get to the discussion? How did we get to this point in our lives?
It's mitochondria, that's how. They wanted us to be here.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the other thing, because remember, like, in the words of the Fix, one thing leads to another. So it's like all these things just kind of just connect and go off. But hey, if nothing else, it also makes the show a little more interesting. Like, hey, I didn't know it was going to go into some of this stuff. And yeah, just as soon as you said that, it's one of those things that when you mentioned it, I was like, oh my god, that was so great to kind of get that feel to it. So, like, you're also getting, I guess, a lot of good movie rental ideas on top of this, as well as thoughts on the Super Mario Brothers film, which I think we both agree looks like they're on the right track. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And given, I don't know, did you see the Sonic the Hedgehog movies? Just to go into that.
I like them. I think the second one had a little more pacing issues.
It does, but I think the second one is probably a little better than the first.
Right.
The first one I think is a little too sloppy, but I did like the second one. Actually, I'll tell you, when I mentioned Chippendale Rescue Rangers, I like that more than Sonic 2. Nice dodge, by the way.
Totally on purpose.
Yeah, no, there you go. You make even things that don't seem like they're planned look totally natural.
I was just hoping to kill them before
you get blinded or you get sunglassed. Yeah, I've been through this before. We've been through this before. We'll be fine.
We got a little extra range this time around.
And we set. And nothing else is doing well as we get towards, gets closer to the end of it. Oh, again, oh, so you go. There you are showing, playing again. You've been playing this game since it came out. Almost 25 years next year for the U.S. release.
You know, I lost count of how many times I played this game.
Well, you mentioned it, and it goes back to what you were saying. I remember when I looked back at part one, because I said I had to watch both the parts to get a sense of how much junk did we bank in. And you said, I think on the first part, you said something along the lines of, it's a game that I like to come back to every so often, and the idea of replay value on your RPG. So I get that you want to come back to it a lot of times, and also that you would want to feasibly lose count, because I don't know, am I right in assuming...
I mean, I'm not counting, like, each X game as, like, coming back to it.
Sure. No, I mean, revisiting the game after a long time. I mean, I'm like that with Super Mario RPG, and as I said, I think that's been what's been so far with the RPGs we played and the ones we have in line going down. things that people have had personal connections with and that really mean something strong to them. So in that case, this fits, and Shell Art's going to fit when we do that in a few weeks.
Yeah, I actually revisited Diablo 2 on the Switch not so long ago.
Yeah.
I think we might have talked about it.
Maybe briefly?
I just... It was one of the most influential games for me.
It's a great game. I mean, Proto was a huge one on that one.
It doesn't work very well on the Switch.
Yeah, because I question that, because like, all right, I'm glad they put it to console because it is the only Diablo game that's not, the only mainline one that's not on console, wasn't on console, because 1 was on the PlayStation, 3 is on, I believe, PS3, Xbox 360, and I think Switch has as well, and then 2 was the one that got ported eventually that way for that new version, but just, I don't know what, the interface of it, the idea that you have to play a game like this with a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, it's just a lot of... The game was designed around you, like, not picking up too many items because of the charm system.
Sure, and I played it on the PC, so that's where my experience with it initially was as far as the original.
So, like, it's just a lot of inventory management.
Mm-hmm. And they enhanced the inventory management for this new version, from what I understand, but even then, with a controller, maybe
it's just frustrating, because, like, Diablo 3, it's... I don't know, it's not the same game, but...
Right.
It doesn't really have... playability issues like Diablo 2 does.
Well, I know with 3, I know they tailored that more to console to some degree, from what I've understood. So maybe that's the idea with 2, because 2 is...
I don't think... Well, when 3 first came out, it was PC only.
It was PC only, but it wasn't that far out from when they then put it on the consoles. I mean, compared to Diablo 2, where Diablo 2 was 21 years.
True.
And even Diablo 1 came out on the PlayStation about a year and a half or so afterwards. Although one thing I would have been curious to see is they actually was a prototype of this. They were into Diablo on the Game Boy. The original Game Boy. And this was actually a this is for 2000, after Game Boy Color had already launched. For that specific, but then it got shelved as far as the idea. Okay, I love that. It's kind of going right through you. Yeah, you're showing the skill. I love it.
First strike.
There you go. It is a lovely thing, isn't it?
Okay. Now that I have some BP, let me
pump in.
Put it in somewhere that's not...
Yeah, fix my mistake. I was like, yeah, I died. I got us killed. Yeah, so we'll be set for Chrysler Building to finish it next month. I think we should be able to finish that probably for next run, yes?
It's possible.
Okay, I mean, if it's not... Well, I guess we'll get a question on what if it's not, because we'll have to go and schedule. I mean, if we have to, we can... I'll figure something for that. I'll see if I can't just get levels high. Just for that. Because, yeah, one thing just to give an indication to is that we're not going to leave this game hanging. Because actually, the first game we'll do for next year is a game that I've left hanging for 2 years. And
what's that?
Fixed. Mystical Ninja starring Goemon.
Which one's that? N64?
Yeah, the first. Well, fine. It's the 5th game in the franchise, but it's the first one Nintendo 64 had. And I have the other one as well, the Goemon's Great Adventure. We're playing. Fine, I started that. I said we're going back to this because it's the one I've left hanging, and I gotta. We're gonna restart entirely, but I'll keep the first part up. So you can see a contrast, like what was I doing 2 years ago compared to this now, where I have better direction as far as what the show is and what I tend to do each week with this. So that was the one thing. But I said with this as well, I mean, we're going to finish this. Like, we'll figure out as far as scheduling is concerned, as is always the case. But, yeah, it's going to be an idea. Also, by the way, I guess just to get an idea of that, where are you thinking you want to end as far as tonight, just to get an idea? We don't have to end immediately now as far as 12. I mean, it's the idea that, because remember, we had the tech go down for a little bit, so you want to go for like a couple more minutes.
Tool. Let me try to get to the end.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Or say, as long as you're feeling up to that, like, fine. Okay, because actually, when we did Majora's Mask for the last part, I actually ran that for almost 6 hours. I said never again initially for that only because I thought, oh, I'm shattered.
What happened with that?
I shattered. Well, here's the thing. I don't have, one of the shows I don't have recording for anymore is Halo, the first one. When I first played it, I ran through the entire campaign in a little under 6 hours. but I felt totally tired and drained at the end of it. So I said, okay, fine, I'm gonna cap at 5 hours. But then I said, I mean, with Majora's Mask play, but actually the last 2 parts of Majora's Mask, we went a little longer, and I said, okay, fine, hey, yeah, January 64 was playing for third part, I played for the last part. I was like, hey, if we can push through to get to the end of the dungeons we were doing, I was like, let's do it. We still felt up to it, so I said, fine, okay, I feel good to this. He felt good to that for the other one, or the other part. So let's do it. So in that case, it was more just a suggestion, really, because otherwise, if I go longer, I'm gonna feel like I, can't, I can't handle myself. Like I'm gonna collapse if I don't do that. But yeah, not really. So I mean, it's basically whatever's up to you as far as what you think is gonna be with that.
How many parts have you guys done for Majora's?
Majora we have 4. The next one's gonna be the last one, which is also gonna make it easier for potential scheduling for the next part of this. I mean, I think we should be in better shape as far as some of this stuff. I mean, we'll have more stuff. I'll do some off-screen elements, so we'll be ready.
Yeah, now that we have the P90, I don't think we need to worry too much about pumping our stats into offense. Because I guess a good armor is harder to come by.
Yeah, probably. I guess, would you say that what we have is the best armor? Or is that the best armor?
Currently, for now, yeah.
Okay.
There's really not much we can do with it.
Yeah.
Except for pump BP into it.
Alright, so yeah. That's also the good thing is this, because I'll have the recording of this so that I can go back on this and get a sense of, okay, what were we saying we're going to do? What are we going to handle on this? To try and see as far as if we're going to have finale for next time for this. Only because, like, hey, if we can do it, we can do it. If we need more, we need more. It's fine. We'll go where the game takes us. It's fine. And I said we'll also figure, as I mentioned, how schedule works for that, because, like, that's the idea. Like, yeah, we're not going to leave this game hanging. We're not going to say, like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to let it go to a Mystical Ninja starting Goemon case again. Like, that was my case, because I did that. I was like, well,
so
fine.
You started it?
I started it. I didn't get back to it for a while, and every time I said, oh, I'm going to get back to it, I either thought, well, let's do something else, or I got requests from the chat for something. And then I said, all right, fine, for this year, beginning of next year, I said, first show we're doing is we're starting back to that. And it's not a long game. It's only 2 parts, so it's only going to take 2 parts. It's going to be like 10 hours, if that. And I didn't even do 10 hours for the first part anyway. I got pretty far. I think I got through the Festival Toys. Did you ever play that game, by the way? I think I asked you for part 1, but the Mystical Ninja Turtle Goemon. Did you ever play that?
No.
It's another one I'd love Konami to re-release, but as I said, since they're re-releasing a bunch of stuff, this might be another indication for them to get to it.
Was it like an anime?
It has anime elements. Well, fine, there is an anime. You're looking over there. I have the full anime of it that was made off the game, because it was there was an arcade game called Mr. Goemon that was on. It was an arcade game, and actually they ported it to Switch a couple years ago. But then they made Legend of Mystical Ninja for the Super Nintendo, which came out over here. And then there were other games they made. It was a huge franchise in Japan. They made tons of movies there. Many we didn't get. But they put that one for Super Nintendo that did get some attention, and then the one on N64, which also got attention, and then one on Game Boy, and then another one on N64, which is the Goemon's Great Adventure. And for the US, that was about it. We didn't really get the other ones, which is too bad, because that one we're going to be going back to is very much like Zelda, and it costs a lot of money now. It's like it's a little over $100, and the Goemon's Great Adventure is 150, 60. So it's a question of, bringing that back. I mean, they even put, like, a costume in Super Smash Brothers, I believe, Ultimate. I thought they did in Wii U and 3DS, but I think they did for Ultimate. No, I know they did for Ultimate. So the idea that there is kind of a niche element. It's very strange how that game is, in the sense you have, like, this, the Peach Mountain Shoguns, they want to, make all of Japan a dance stage. They take over the castle, they turn into, like, this dance thing. And you have, like, the elements of the dialogue where they'll have, like, a laugh track in the dialogue when they say something, and then they're, like, applause when the characters, like, pirouette off the screen. It's very weird, but it is wonderful. It is... And, again, also, Goemon Impact, which is this big robot that is on roller skates and is, like, a actor in Hollywood. Like, to go into America and make a movie almost like Godzilla. But just the fact that they have a J-pop song on it that it has full vocals on Nintendo 64 for it, and it's amazing.
Really?
Yeah, so technologically speaking, it's doing a lot of really interesting things that you'd think would the Nintendo 64 be able to handle this, but it absolutely can, the way they figure it. Even like the way the soundtrack sounds, it sounds like something you'd think that you could mistake it for something off of a CD system almost. I mean, a little compressed maybe, but it sounds terrific, all of like the real Japanese instruments and things. And the fact they have vocalized things, including the opening theme song, because they have an opening theme song that's vocalized for that as well, running on this system, so it is kind of cool. So it does have an anime vibe for sure. And even like the idea like how they have the voice performances going for that, because it is all Japanese, but even just the weird way of how they're saying certain things for that. Even like the way the characters are really expressed. It's a great game, and I'm loving to go back to that.
I'll have to watch.
Okay. Yeah, it will be the first episode of 2023, just to go into that. And actually, I guess really making the run to this, I guess we could start going into the schedule a little bit as far as the next couple of shows, because actually next week's show is not going to be on a Saturday. It's going to be on a Friday, because I've mentioned in some cases, hey, if I have scheduling things I have to do and I can't have a show for Saturday, that's fine, we push it to Friday. So, next week, on Friday night, which is October 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're playing a game that unfortunately is not available to illegally own anymore, and it's another Konami joint that hopefully they'll hear us and say, please re-release this. I'd love to see them do that. It's going to be Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth, which is a remake of Castlevania The Adventure from the Game Boy. It's from M2, the remake is. It's a great game. It's way better than the game it's based on. That's a rarity, where you give a case where they remake the game, it's better than the original. It, unfortunately, was only on the WiiWare service on the Wii, so yeah, the Wii shop was turned off, so you can't buy it anymore. But M2 did do both the Castlevania collection that came out, the Advanced one and the Anniversary one. So maybe here's the thought that they can re-release it. I'm going to give it love. I bought it before it came out, or before it went away, I should say. Yeah, my Wii is right over there as far as that. And trust
so
me,
is it like a 2D?
It is 2D. It actually is technically the last traditional 2D Castlevania game, actually. Every other one has either been a Metroidvania style, or it was kind of like a hybrid, like the Castlevania Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, which is the one that was on 3DS, and there's, I believe, a console version as well. And the Lords of Shadow games, which I know we're kind of taking off of a bunch of things, as far as how it was. So yeah, it is like old 2D style of Castlevania, with a soundtrack that basically is... It's taking a lot of old Castlevania themes and kind of is twisting it around with like a mixture of the sound fonts from both the Genesis and the Super Nintendo. So even the idea that some of the stuff, they have like instrumentation that they used for like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time into it. It's great. And as I said, it saddens me that it's no longer available, but I have it, I remember it, and for Halloween, because we got to do Castlevania more, we're going to do Castlevania Adventure Rebirth next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I am looking forward to doing that.
I think they re-released that somewhere.
Yeah, Konami, please. It's terrific. And it's a great game. It's a remake of a game that's horrible, and they re-released the remake, or they re-released the original. It's in the Castlevania Anniversary Collection. And when I played this, oh man, this is awesome. Actually, no, fine. I bought the Adventure Rebirth immediately before they were going to get rid of it. And they also did one on Contra, which I also bought. And I did one on Gradius, unfortunately I didn't get that one. But then years later when I played the game, it was basically, okay, this is the original one. It's like, even by Game Boy standards 1989, it was awful. I mean, there's great games that came on the Game Boy right away, like Tetris and Super Mario Land. Yeah, but oof, this is not a good one. But they remade it, and M2 did it right. So we're going to show that next week. And then 2 weeks from now is going to be, you mentioned Majora's Mask. Yeah, we're going to have the finale. Shader64 is going to be joining me for that one. That'll be Saturday again for the purpose of that. We're going to finish the game. We got to do stuff with Anju and Kafe, and then go to the moon and take care of everything.
Are you collecting all the heart containers and finishing out your journal?
Yes, we are. We are going 100% on the game, absolutely. So, in fact, I did the test play on that a couple weeks ago to get a sense of, is that going to be enough for the 5 hours, which it's going to be, based upon how we push through the other parts. So yeah, we will finish it next time. That's going to be 2 weeks. And then 3 weeks from now, the Crusader 64 has been waiting for this one, maybe more than Majora's Mask. Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2. He is going to start it for us. And that's going to be the weekend of Halloween. So 2 days before, you want your spooky element of game, this is where you want to be for that one. He's going to be playing that game entirely. He has all the memories and all the skill of that, as you have all the skill on this one of just decimating the centipede. Jesus.
Oops.
Oops for what? Decimating him?
No, I targeted the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I get it. Don't worry. You're doing great. And you're still doing some damage on, I guess they almost look like computer BIOS chips in some ways, maybe.
Alright.
But yeah, jump around, but yeah, boom, bye-bye. And there you go with another level up. Good job.
Use some money.
Actually, yeah, you were right. I think this did get us to a good case of being able to get to where we are. And then gets to go into November's program. Or programs. We'll have the second part of Shadow Hearts. Yeah, I'll talk with the Crusader 64 as how it is. I think I talked to him about this briefly. I said, hey, if we're going to need the next part of Parasite Eve, which we're gonna, I said which weekend would be more preferable to him. He said November 12th as far as part 2 of Shadow Hearts, which would leave open November 5th for you for this. But we can switch it around. I can talk to him. I'm going to see him technically tomorrow.
I think I have plans on the 5th. My November's pretty booked.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually got a lot of stuff going on in November.
That's fine. As I said, we'll figure that. I mean, I can talk. I don't know. Is the 12th maybe looking better? If at all. Because if not, we can figure this. And, like, if we have to put this sort of on hold for a little bit, we can do that. Which actually might be good. Because in that case, I can get a set to make sure that we have only one part left. And, yeah, we have one more thing in our inventory. So I guess it's time to take some meds. Or I'll find range better. Okay, fine, thank you. I wasn't asking to, have my drug habit, filled by you doing it, but whatever.
Through proxy.
Oh, right, fair enough.
Yeah, that's Dave's. Well, you should be close to Dave's birthdays. I want to keep those weekends open.
I gotcha. Okay, so actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do something a little different. I'll tell you, November 5th, what I'll do, we're going to play Streets of Rage 2. 3 is all yours, by the way.
Awesome.
So, and we'll do 3 at some point next year for that. All right, so we're going to do a disc switch. I guess you go save then at that point. Yep. We set, which is perfect for that. So, yeah, thanks to that. Okay, so what instead we'll do is that November 5th, we'll play Streets of Rage 2, because I was going to do it in December anyway, so we're moving that back up. It seems like that's the game that's been shuffled all over the place, because we'll do that first in August, then September, then December, and now November. But yeah, November 5th, we're going to do Streets of Rage 2 for the Sega Genesis, running off the system itself. And then the week after that is going to be for Shadow Hearts, I think, for its second part. And then November 19th is going to be chat's request. They wanted to see, or ElecVerse specifically wanted to see, the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse for the Super Nintendo. We're going to play that. That's actually going to be technically on the day of its 30th anniversary. So we're going to be playing that. Because basically when we start the show, its 30th anniversary was November 20th, or is November 20th. By the time we start playing it, it was November 20th for Japan. So by the time we start playing it, it'll be November 20th in Japan, so it'll all fit. And then Thanksgiving weekend, we have our Dreamcast Racing Showcase. So I didn't want to see that as the theme. So I got a bunch of racing games, driving games on Dreamcast, elements of racing, however you want to go, that are there. I got 20. And we're going to be going through each of those. As far as a little sample, we do a round robin case as far as how that runs. Give a little bit of taste of each of them. I will definitely have some good stuff going on. We mentioned Crazy Taxi, mentioned Rust 2049, South Park Rally, amongst other things.
So you have to mute Crazy Taxi?
I will, unfortunately. I'll turn the music off, but as I said, the Crusader 64 gave me YouTube links of what the music is, so I'll put it in the chat over there, and you will have be able to listen to it as you're watching the show or when it goes on the YouTube site. It's like, fine. You'll still hear me going, yeah, 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 yeah. And I'll probably maybe sing as much of that song as I can just from memory of what that is to have that element. But it's we'll find our way around as we do. We always do that. If we have to dance around something like that, but come with a different way. It's like, hey, I can't play it, but there's nothing saying to me I can give you a link to have you play it. So yeah, we'll definitely do that for sure. And then we get to December. For December, I'm keeping most of the early weeks open for guests specific. So actually, I'll tell you, I didn't technically have a part of anything planned. Fine, actually, they're going to open two slots. I'll figure what the Crusader 64's case is going to be, but I'll say this. The first weekend of December is open. The third weekend is open as far as if that's going to be better for you for the finale, I guess, of this game. Because Nocturne also said she wants to do Mega Man X4. She said best for her is going to be the second weekend of December. So we'll do that then. Also on the docket, I have, along with Shadow Hearts for Part 3, I also have Tetris Plus for the Sega Saturn, which was requested. We have this. If December will work early in the month, I'll handle it that way. The last two shows for December, by the way, are going to be Fridays, though. I will indicate that, just because of holidays and all that. Mm-hmm. And what do you think about this? Yeah, because since I'm moving Streets of Rage 2 to November, I will technically have 2 open weeks. So yeah, I can actually. I'll also talk with the Crusader 64 because we all know each other. Just to give you an indication in that chat to get a sense of what is that looking like, and if one thing worked better for you. Because hey, we will adjust for the show. We'll make things go. Because like, hey, I take the fact that you're willing to come on the show, willing to open yourself as far as talking about the show and stuff with game, all that. I take that very seriously. I know that's a big commitment, and I thank you so much for that, Emetics. And everybody, I think that every time I have people on the show, and saying to everybody in chat coming in and saying like, yeah, we're going to take a look and be involved with this little chat or little discussion program gaming stream we do each week, we're really elevating to something that I love doing, and I don't ever want to stop doing this, as I've mentioned. I just want to keep this going for sure. So yeah, the sky's the limit. Anything we want to see, we can just keep it going. So I thank you again for coming into this. So as I said, for that reason, we'll adjust the schedule as much as you need to have it happen. We'll definitely come back to Parasite Eve for sure, though. So
we're not dying this game ever again.
Yeah, I'll make sure that if nothing else, I'll give one other thing. Because hey, if it's going to be a little longer for that, that's fine. Because then what can happen is I can get a set off screen so that we'll be able to manage things a little better. I won't necessarily make it so it totally ruins the challenge. Just have enough of a setup. Actually, before we end then, what do you think would be a good level to be in a good sense running this?
It really depends on what floor we're on.
I guess going through each of them, going to the top floor, the highest, what would you say, specific?
I would probably do like anything, just having Liberate is
so
a good start.
And we have Liberate, so that's Liberate I believe is level 35, I think.
Yeah, I think
or
after
somewhere
that,
around there.
It's not as important.
Okay. Alright, so I always have that set. Now everyone, great show. I have an early day, so I have to go. Thank you. Well, thank you so much
for joining us, everyone.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me as well. As I said, also we'll have the stuff going on, figuring the schedule and where this is going to go. We'll get our talks to it, but thank you so much for watching Super Game Saturday. Thank you so much for being in again. Great time with the next part on Parasite Eve. I'll see you next Friday for Castlevania Adventure Rebirth on the Wii. Until then, and until we see you again on the show, feel free to come in the chat on anything you want to see or anything you're available for. You're welcome anytime.
Yep, I'll pop in.
Well, we got Majora's Mask in a couple weeks. That might be one for that. But in that case, thank you so much for everything. Have a wonderful night. Keep being awesome. I'll see you next Friday, and we'll see you soon. Next, Thank you very much.
Good night, everybody.
Have a great night. Take care.